on? Happy Sunday. Hope you're all doing well. Today, we're watching this very, very fascinating, hilarious video that Adam found. This is Beltway pundits and news commentators and former politicians. They're all on this giant panel, and they're all bickering and arguing with each other like 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 a YouTube Twitch debate. It's hilarious. I've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, they're doing the Piers Morgan, but at the New York Times.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. Oh, you know what? Maybe. I didn't think about that. They're like Piers Morgan killing it. New York Times is like, we got to get in on this. Let's get a bunch of like big names here and have them all just scream at each other.
Yeah, it's great. So you ready to go? Let's
Yeah,
get
do
into it.
this.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our Dealbook Summit Task Force on the 2024 elections.
Maggie Haberman, what's senior political correspondent for the New York Times? Just looking at her.
Mm-hmm.
What are her politics, left
Why
or right?
you bigot? Okay.
Well, no, I'm just look.
Hateful person.
People signal.
Stop it.
People signal.
Wow.
Which is it? What do you?
Terrible.
Come on, take a guess.
I think she's a red pillar.
Okay.
What happened and what is next? The 2024 election cycle is among the most consequential elections of our generation, with starkly different views for the nation having been offered by the Trump and Harris campaigns, and the aftermath leaves us with some critical questions that we are going to talk about today.
The aftermath, huh? The aftermath.
It's like a bomb went off. The aftermath.
What are you talking? The aftermath.
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
The storm came
There's a
through,
slightly
okay?
negative connotation to aftermath, isn't there?
You think so?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a more neutral way to say that, right?
No, aftermath.
After the election,
The
after this fascinating election, this amazing election, this historic election season.
I want to start by introducing this panel of
it's funny.
esteemed experts and people who have worked on the recent.
You don't know where the pause is.
Well, no, because I was looking up something. So the definition of aftermath, when I put on Google, the consequences or after effects of a significant unpleasant event.
Oh, look, I knew it. I knew there had to be the word unpleasant in there somewhere.
So yeah, there you go. That's hilarious. I totally missed that.
Yeah. Hey, people's words just give them away. It's like a window into their soul.
Right.
It really is. It really is. It takes a lot of work to be neutral. It does.
Mm-hmm.
So, I myself am very neutral.
Of course.
Nah, I hate neutrality.
Recent election.
That's one of the things that I hated about the term centrist is like everyone perceives it as some sort of referee.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't like doing this because I want to be the fucking referee. Okay. That is not nobody wants to be the referee. Nobody even likes the referee. Yeah.
You don't like those stripes?
No, of course
Very
not.
slow.
Sarah Longwell.
Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, host of the Focus Group podcast, which I just started listening to.
Mm-hmm.
And oh man, there's a lot of savory stuff on there for content.
Publisher of The Bulwark. Major Garrett, the chief Washington correspondent at CBS News. Jason Miller, who is a senior advisor to Donald Trump. Kevin McCarthy, the former Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives. Anita Dunn, former senior advisor to President Biden. Alexis McGill-Johnson, the CEO of Planned Parenthood. Van Jones, CEO of Dream Machine and a CNN host and author. Jonathan Karl, the chief Washington correspondent at ABC News. And Margaret Hoover, the host of Firing Line with Margaret Hoover on PBS. This is
now most of those. That's like mostly lefties, right? That's just like a mainstream Beltway pundit type cast there. There's a couple of people on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, listen, you got Stephen Miller. You got Kevin McCarthy. Okay.
Oh yeah, Kevin McCarthy, obviously ousted Speaker of the House.
Right.
Yeah. Which I'm sure he's happy Matt Gaetz went down. Since Matt Gaetz was super instrumental in his ousting.
I forgot about that. Yes. Yeah. Look, revenge.
So Kevin McCarthy's like, that's right, Matt. Fuck you.
And Kevin McCarthy was the whole thing that got all the drama started with Pisco, because he became so unhinged. When I said, hey, maybe the Democrats should try to use this to like get some concession out of Kevin McCarthy. He was like, "What? How dare they work with the Republican?"
Oh yeah. It's so weird because a lot of the drama with TYT is just the fact that they're saying, look, if we want some policy goals, we might actually have to work with Republicans. And they're like, it's about policy? When did it become about policy? I just thought it was about dunking on Republicans on the internet.
Blasphemy.
Why should we want to improve our lives? It doesn't get more elitist than that. Like, so many people on the left are just elitist because they're like, my life is fine. I just want my moral aesthetic put out into the world.
Exceptionally large group of people, and we have 90 minutes for people to get in their expertise, and I would like this to actually be a conversation. So if any of you want to jump in and add a thought at any time as we talk, or jump off of something someone else said, please do. Just give me a minute to introduce you so that people listening know who you are when they're not watching, and I'll just take a moment to reintroduce at that point. And let's get started with the person to my left, Anita Dunn. Given the breaking news of the last few days, my first question is to you. President Biden for months said he was not going to pardon his son, Hunter. He did so on Sunday and did so with a sweeping pardon whose language tracked in modern times only with President Ford's pardon of Richard Nixon. Why did it cover such an expansive time period, and how long has President Biden actually been considering it?
Oh, Maggie, thank you for such an easy question to start the morning. And I can only say that I don't speak for President Biden any longer and was not party to the conversations that were held about this. But let me just start by saying that I do not believe, and I don't think most people believe, that Hunter Biden should go to jail. And that,
Wrong.
Do most people believe? Well, I don't know. I think a lot of people. Well, I think a lot of people don't think he should go to jail for the whole gun thing. They think if they think he did some sort of, making money off of Biden or getting Biden to do corrupt things, they think he should go to jail for that specifically.
Sitch, if you smoke crack, you're going to jail, okay?
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
Let's
Look,
test it.
I think a lot of, okay, let's do it. I think a lot of people do think Hunter Biden should go to jail. So it's just like this whole idea that, oh, we're very forgiving. What?
Christianity is about forgiveness, Adam. Okay.
Yes, it is.
I've heard this from someone.
Look, unfortunately, most people don't subscribe to that. So not the forgiveness part, the Christianity part, of course, but
he had a serious addiction, that he broke the law, that he has pled guilty to that he has been held accountable, and has actually been publicly pilloried in a way that
where you would be in jail for 20 years. He's been publicly pilloried. So, anyway.
He went to. I don't think that's true because
he didn't go to jail. He didn't spend
no. I mean,
in
he
jail.
didn't go to jail because he didn't go to jail directly for the drugs. He went to jail for, I think, was it trying to get the gun without writing on the sheet that he had a drug addiction? Right.
He went to jail for that.
No. That's what the charge is. That's what the gun charge is. Right.
Yeah.
And I believe. Everyone says this. I didn't double check it. I'm just assuming what everyone's saying is true here, is that no one has ever gone to jail for that unless they've actually done something more criminally substantive.
Right. Okay. Like they're in possession of drugs and guns.
Right. Or they do some kind of crime or something, with the gun.
Very few people who commit these crimes have ever been pilloried. So he has paid a certain price. He's also someone who has turned his life around, who has been sober now since 2019, who has a young child and is actually going to be a grandfather sometime next year. And had this pardon been done at the end of the term in the context of compassion, the way many pardons will be done, I am sure, and many commutations will be done, I think would have been a different story. So I will say, I absolutely agree with the president's decision here. I do not agree with the way it was done. I don't agree with the timing, and I don't agree, frankly, with the attack on our judicial system.
Can you say a little bit more about that in terms of the attack on the judicial system? Because that was what was most striking to people who criticized this pardon, not just the point you just made about the timing, but the specific attack after months of saying that he would respect the judicial process.
So I think the president's statement has to be taken at its face value. And clearly, like everybody else in the world, he has the prerogative of changing his mind. And that is indeed what he kind of said he did there. I think that as a, from a Democratic Party perspective, as we were in the midst of the president-elect rolling out his nominees, and in particular, in the middle of a Kash Patel weekend, kind of throwing this into the middle of it was exceptionally poor timing, and that the argument is one that I think many observers are concerned about a president who ran to restore the rule of law, who has upheld the rule of law, who has really defended the rule of law, kind of saying, well, maybe not right now. So, Maggie, as I say, I agree with the decision to pardon. I absolutely think that Hunter deserves a pardon here, but I disagreed on the timing, the argument, and sort of the rationale.
Was this pardon?
I agree. I agree with her disagreement on the timing. I think what Biden should have done was he should have been there, when Trump's about to be inaugurated, right? You how all the people are like sitting in those stands. They got the president coming up there. He's going to swear in the Bible. And Biden's just standing there. He's staring directly into Donald Trump's eyes. And he's holding the pardon in his left hand so everyone can see it. And he's got the pen ready. And he's trying to edge it right the second before Donald Trump, swears in. He's like, bam, writes his signature real quick. He's like, aha, gotcha.
He should have pardoned his son at the inauguration.
Yes, right
he's
as
staring
Donald
eye to eye
yes,
to
yes.
Donald Trump.
Yes.
Are you going to do it? Are you going to go after my kid?
Yes.
He's trying to look into his soul. He's doing a George W.
Right.
Bush. He wants to know, can I trust this guy? He already met him at the White House, so.
Mm-hmm. But it would have been funnier.
Yeah, of course.
Also, wasn't the whole thing wasn't part of the pardon and the timing because of Kash Patel? Is a signal that Trump was going to go after these people?
Yeah.
After Biden's son and stuff like that?
Yes, yeah.
If it would have been someone more, I don't know, standard, I guess, someone who hadn't wrote an enemies list in their book, people they're going to go after, maybe there wouldn't have been a pardon. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people want him to go after Hunter Biden anyway, so.
Right.
Discussed while you were still in the White House, or was this all new information for people after the fact?
I was never part of any pardon discussion when I was at the White House beyond the question of what do we tell the press if they ask about this. And there was a one-word response, right, which was no. And I think if you read the news reports and the reporting around this, it's very clear that the White House was really not part of this process. It was a process that was done very much internally with the family and with the defense lawyers. Mm-hmm. So that's a different issue.
To Jason Miller.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's the White House counsel or the White House staff, they didn't really weigh in on any of this. So it's just the family's yeah, you should pardon your son. Whatever. Go for it.
Well, I mean, if Biden is sort of cognitively declined and the family is making all of the decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was listening to a podcast this weekend and they were talking about how Biden staying in the race was real. His chief advisors on that decision were Hunter Biden and Jill Biden.
Really?
So, I mean, yeah.
Oh my God.
So look, if they are the ones that are really pushing the buttons on even staying in the race, yeah, come on, of course they're pushing the buttons on who he's going to pardon. They're basically puppeting the man.
I mean, if that's true, that's that's terrible. It's batshit crazy.
It is. It's totally batshit crazy, but what are you going to do?
Yeah.
The podcast I was listening to is the managers. It's Kellyanne Conway, who is on this panel now, and David Plouffe.
Mm-hmm.
They had a podcast that was super interesting before during the election. You should definitely listen to the episode where Biden has the debate because it's fiery. But and David Plouffe leaves the podcast to go work for the Kamala Harris campaign. So yeah, it's a super interesting podcast, and obviously Kellyanne Conway and David Plouffe. I mean, they go at it. So
they
it's
don't
fiery
seem like they like each other. Yeah.
Well, they had a podcast together, so
I know, but they were so catty with each other. It's hilarious.
Kellyanne Conway was Trump's campaign manager in 2016, and David Plouffe was Barack Obama's campaign manager in 2012. So both of them have run a successful campaign and won somebody the presidency.
Right.
So, and they do. I mean, it's funny because we had talked on one of our live streams last week about internal polling. And on one of the episodes, they go deep into the internal polling thing. And we're basically saying the exact thing I was saying on our show, that the internal polling is always much more accurate. Like the news organizations don't have as much money at their disposal. A lot of the people that sell polls to the mainstream media are hucksters.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, look, we as campaign managers, our principles depend on us for that polling. That polling is what we use to win campaigns. And if people can't win campaigns, sooner or later, they're pushed out of the polling game. So,
Right.
yeah. Super, super fascinating. So, but she is, Kellyanne Conway is amazing on this panel. I'm always fascinated. I think she's like super, super smart. I wonder why she wasn't involved more in the 2024 election. I'm not sure.
I thought there
Maybe
was
because she
some.
shines too much.
Wasn't there some falling out? Did I misremember that?
No, she's not had any falling out. You asked me on one of these live streams, like, who is a former Trump person that doesn't hate Trump, and Kellyanne Conway is the one that I mentioned. So now everyone's fawning over Trump. So times have changed.
There's I don't know if this counts as a falling out. The only thing I could find was there's an article. It's from 2022 from Politico. Trump hits back at Kellyanne Conway for admitting that he lost in 2020.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so baby.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
Former President Donald Trump is denying a key anecdote in a former aide's new book, saying he would have banished Kellyanne Conway from his inner circle if she had ever told him he lost the 2020 presidential election. In a Thursday morning post on his social media network, True Social, Trump refuted Conway's assertion that she, quote, may have been the first person Donald Trump trusted in his inner circle who told him that he had come up short this time. Kellyanne Conway never told me that she thought we lost the election. If she had, I wouldn't have dealt with her any longer. She would have been wrong. Could go back to her crazy husband, Trump wrote. Writing books can make people say some very strange things. I wonder why.
Yeah. George Conway is her crazy husband, and he's on CNN all the time. He has epic Trump derangement syndrome, probably to the point where it destroyed their marriage. So,
right.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, obviously she had, those problems with her daughter, though I supposedly they're on good terms now. But this is a very interesting. This is kind of a crazy reaction from Trump. He's saying that if someone in his inner circle told him that they thought he lost, he would have kicked her out of the inner circle.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, talk
you
about
read
like,
it.
yeah, I know, but I mean, like, talk about, just wanting, one point of view, surrounding yourself with yes men, essentially. Like, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know how well that strategy worked. I mean, he's president again. So if he came out and said, "Oh yeah, we lost the 2020 election,"
mm-hmm.
I don't know that he would have won again. I mean, he can't really rerun history. So
right.
He made a bet, and I mean, he ended up winning that bet, did he not?
He did, right? But it's always hard to tell because, like, I think Harris was a historically horrible candidate herself. So,
of course, yeah.
If there was a competent politician at the helm, who knows what the outcome would have been? We would be having a completely different conversation, like, oh, this is what Trump should have done, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. There are still many people who believe that Trump won the election, or should have won the election if not for various unfair practices that took place on the left. Maybe not illegal practices, but what people would perceive as unfair, and voted for him in 2024 to make up for that wrongdoing, that perceived wrongdoing. So as a strategy, I can't tell if it was a good strategy or not. And wanting wanting to get rid of people that might go against that strategy, that political strategy. Whether, obviously taking the moral component out, right?
Well, no, but this isn't a question of strategy, because it wasn't a question of like, oh, she was going to say this publicly. It's just like someone in your inner circle just voicing their opinion to you.
Oh, okay. If that's what the article says. So
I mean, that's how her book makes it sound. She's not talking about going public with it. She's just talking about like telling him personally.
I read Kellyanne Conway's book, and I've seen a number of interviews with her. She strikes me as like a squeaky clean Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're the kind of person who is going to, bend the truth to gain a political advantage or a deal making advantage, like Kellyanne Conway's not the person you want to go into a battle with.
Makes
right?
Sense. Yeah, makes sense.
Anyway,
do you expect now that President-elect Trump will go ahead and pardon January 6th arrestees and detainees, as he has suggested he would? And is he going to point to this pardon as why?
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Starting right in.
Yeah, thank you for being here to join me in celebrating President Trump's victory. So it's good to see all of you again. But
that was aimed at that Aftermath comment.
You're correct. You're correct.
Going right at that, I think what you heard with that answer is a big part of the reason why President Trump won. I think people are sick and tired of the way the justice system has been politicized under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. When you go back and look at the polling in this race, and I think this is a big deal, when you talk about who's the bigger threat to democracy, a lot of people said that was Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, because they saw what happened, the way that everything from the DOJ, the FBI was turned on its head and used to attack a political opponent. So obviously you think that the Hunter pardon is pretty ridiculous, but I don't think anyone's actually surprised by it. Now, to your direct question, Maggie, regarding the J6 prisoners, the president has said over and over, and he's even said this since the election, those will be looked at on a case-by-case basis. And I think also when we talk about who's going to be doing that, I think Pam Bondi is a very serious player coming in to take over the DOJ. I think it's going to be definitely a change in tone and focus than we saw from Merrick Garland, where the entire thing was politicized. So I'm glad to get the politics out of it. Let's go through and make sure that everybody is treated equally, and that's where we go.
I just want to stay on that for a second. Two things that you just said. President Biden's Justice Department was politically weaponized against his own son. That's been an argument that has been confusing, and I'm just hoping you can explain what that means, number one. But number two, just one sec. President Trump has talked about retribution, and he's talked pretty openly about investigations into people who investigated him. So how is that different? And I'm genuinely asking and hoping you can answer.
Yeah, well, taking those in reverse order, the president said very clearly his only retribution or revenge will be success. And that's what it's going to be. And that's on day one, he's going to secure the border, going to drill, baby, drill. He's laid out a bunch of those. The Green New Deal, it's on its way out. But to the DOJ,
it's annoying to me how the way these public conversations have to, I don't know if they have to, but how they function, where you have like one person who's like, let me tell you the very one-sided form of the truth for my team. So you have a person who's like, well, the Biden administration is investigating, Biden's own son. Like, how does that make any sense? It's like, well, that's one, I mean, that's true, but also that's one way to frame it. The other way to frame it is, there was people that were in the local agencies that were making claims that seemed to be somewhat credible, that it seemed like the investigation was being stonewalled. It seemed like they were getting some kind of like weird sweetheart deal for Hunter Biden. It definitely seems like it merits some looking into. You can't just hand wave it away and say like, oh, it's just, obviously it was the most fair thing ever, right? And then obviously now
he's been sober.
Right. And obviously now with the pardon, doesn't even, that all turned out to be a huge waste of time for everybody. So it's like, okay, so that's like a completely, one-sided way to frame it. And then the flip side here is Stephen Miller's like, well, Donald Trump said, that the only retribution is going to be success. It's like, okay, well, he did say that. But then he also said several times that no, retribution was going to be in the form of, I'm going to throw all these people in jail and investigate them. So it's like, no one could just have like an honest conversation. It's like, well, I mean, he said both those things. No, we don't know what that's going to look like. Obviously, the Kash Patel nomination doesn't doesn't push you in the direction of success being revenge, right? So we'll just have to wait and see.
They've kind of set up a social dynamic though, where they can really go after people for big things. I think if they just kind of drudge up nonsense,
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's gonna look bad. And I think they know that. So I don't mind people, especially this guy who's on Trump's side, coming out and saying, this is the playbook. We're gonna just let success be our victory and let bygones be bygones. Because the more people say that, the more it kind of traps Trump into taking that path.
I mean, I understand the logic, and I wish that was true.
Mhm.
I don't think enough people watch things like this or care about this anyway. Like, it's not going to matter because you're going to have a scenario where if Donald Trump doesn't go after any people, you're going to have all, the Trump fans are going to go, ha, we told you, all the people on the left are hair on fire, idiots saying that Donald Trump is going to do all this crazy shit. He didn't do anything crazy. They're all liars. And then if he does go after people, they're going to say, well, obviously those people deserved it. They're all corrupt.
Well, yeah, but people are going to look at whatever the specific thing is.
I don't think so. I mean, I wish that was true. I don't think so. Skeptical.
I mean, if they go after someone based on unpaid parking tickets, I mean, obviously people are going to roll their eyes. What are you talking about? Shifty shift?
Well, they're not going to
He's
go.
definitely got to be in bed with China.
Right.
And you're going after him on parking tickets?
Well, they're not going to go after them for unpaid parking tickets. They're going to go after them for saying that he, something about, with the election, something about January 6th, something about China, something.
Saying something?
Yeah, like, no, I'm saying they're going to go after them for some accusation related to claiming that they lied about the election, claiming they lied about January 6th investigation, claiming they lied or did something nefarious about this, and they're going to investigate them. And it's not going to be a scenario, which, by the way, personally, I mean, I'm fine with investigations because I would like to know this information. But the problem is, like, people aren't going to say, oh, they're investigated and they found nothing, so it's okay. Like, there was no nefarious thing. They're going to say, oh, well, they obviously just didn't find anything there. They were too good at hiding it, or the deep state, concealed it, or they, use obfuscation tactics to sort of hide things from the law. Like, it doesn't, like, everyone's mind is completely already made up on all these, claims already.
So you think they're going to go after them on parking tickets, and people are going to say, well, that we can't get them on the Burisma stuff, so we're just going after them on parking tickets.
Yeah.
In lieu of that.
Yes. I mean, that's literally what happened to Bill Clinton with the Monica Lewinsky thing. They weren't investigating Bill Clinton because they're like, oh, well, there's accusation, you got a blowjob in the White House. They're doing some investigation to him and Hillary about some kind of like property tax
Whitewater
scheme. Yeah. And then they couldn't find any, there was no there. But the one thing they did find was, oh, well, you lied about having sex.
Right. I mean, I do think a big part of why Trump won is the economy, people being in dire straits, the affordability crisis, as people are coming to call it. And I just think spending a lot of time focusing on getting Hunter Biden and not much time focused on inflation is going to be a losing strategy. So, well, maybe they can do both.
It's weird because I like half agree and I had half disagree because, this is something that Bernie said, which I think is true or true-ish. Humans are creatures that understand information through narrative storytelling. And part of narrative storytelling isn't just conflict and drama and stakes. It's having a protagonist and an antagonist, a hero and a villain. And I think, that's what people want to see is they want to see the villains go to jail. And this was one of my big criticisms against Obama. And I think this is actually Obama's fault, sort of part of the world that we live in now, and people's, backlash against institutions and populism right now is the fact that after the 2008 housing crash, the villains, the banks and the heads of the banks never were penalized. No one ever went to jail for that. Or like one person went to jail, but it was for nonsense. It wasn't someone who should have gone to jail. And so I do think that there will be people that will be hungry to say, okay, my life is not doing well right now. I want to make sure that the people responsible go to jail for that. And people can project that onto Shifty Shift or Hunter Biden or Joe Biden or Liz Cheney or any of these people.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to to trace a causal relationship between the Burisma stuff, though, to your own personal
It's a vibe. It's not
financial
like
situation.
you're correct,
Yeah,
but it's a
like
vibe.
why
Yeah.
I can't afford a house. You know, if you're in a I can't afford a house, you know, I don't make enough money to take a girl out. Like,
Right.
how are going after the Bidens over Burisma that's going to make a causal connection? I mean, in the housing crash, it seemed like a 1-for-1 connection
You're
that
correct.
people
It was
could
much more
see and
direct.
understand. Yeah.
Well, we'll
So
see, I guess.
I could see this easily being spun as,
Mhm.
you know, you can't afford groceries. You know, Trump kept talking about groceries, yet here he is going after the last administration on fucking whatever. So
Right.
I
Well,
just think
I mean, that's how the Democrats will 100% frame the issue.
yes, yeah.
Right.
But the question is whether or not the public will take to that.
Right.
And my guess is that they will. Like my thinking is, and this is obviously just my gut intuition of the situation, but I feel like people think that there's an exciting opportunity here to make some dramatic change in government, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Trump squanders that going after his political enemies, I just think people are going to be super mad at Trump. And I think Trump is aware of that. So
I hope you're right.
I think the forces, and this guy even saying this stuff is a testament to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't he not hedging?
Right.
Why isn't he hedging?
Because he knows.
Why isn't he saying so? Like, our constituents really want us to get to the bottom of this corruption. He could say something like that.
Right.
Why doesn't he?
Well, I think so.
Why does he say the success
Doesn't Kellyanne
line?
Conway say that later in this conversation?
I don't think she does.
Oh.
Kellyanne
Okay,
Conway,
we'll
I don't think would.
I thought she said something. Maybe I'm misremembering. We'll see.
Very clear weaponization of the DOJ against President Trump, against a political opponent. We've never seen anything like this in history. We saw the first 4 years with President Trump. There were no attacks. There was no going after Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton or any of his other political opponents. But we did see that.
Lie.
We did see that under Joe Biden. It's going to be
what
in the
was the
second
lie?
Trump term.
Because
Just
what
like
did
it
he
was
say?
in the
Because I'm assuming he should know this. And someone actually, I think, brings it up. Donald Trump did try to go after Hillary, did try to go after these people. And his, the FBI and the attorney generals and the White House legal counsel kept telling him no. So I like, well, he didn't do it. It's like, well, no, he tried to, but people stopped him from doing the action. So
Right.
you don't really get points for that one.
No, he doesn't remember going after them because he always says, I didn't go after them.
Of
He
course.
constantly
Okay,
says
you're
he
right.
didn't go after them.
You're correct. He does say
Which is
that.
a good thing.
Those are
right?
words he does say. Yeah.
If he doesn't even remember going after them, you think he learned his lesson, Sitch?
Oh yeah, he forgot. It just like, just ran right off of him.
He just
Mm-hmm.
You're just waiting for Trump to slip up. It's hilarious. You're just waiting for him to jump in there.
It's not even a question of that. Listen,
Sitch is like TikTok.
If Trump, doesn't go after any of these people and it just tries to fix the economy and the world, I'd be like, okay, fantastic. Super based, ultra based. Okay, 100% on board with that.
You said you were cautiously optimistic. You sound like you're cautiously pessimistic to me, a little bit.
I was cautiously optimistic. Cautiously optimistic. But, his reaction, the video we watched the other day, his reaction to Kash Patel and Kash Patel's statements made me not optimistic. Or he's all like, oh yeah, success. That's how we're going to win. But Kash Patel, he's going to do what he's going to do, right? He's going to do what he thinks is correct. I'm going to put the guy who's like the number one foaming at the mouth to go after these people in charge of the FBI. And I'm going to let him do whatever he wants. It's like, okay, well, obviously that's a signal. Like that's the classic move that a boss does in order to be the bad guy without being the bad guy. Right. They put the person in charge that's going to act the way they want them to act without like directly telling them to do the thing.
You find the most paranoid person you possibly can.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, look, everybody's saying Kash Patel is misunderstood. So, and I've misunderstood so many people, and so many people in this environment are completely misunderstood. So
this is okay. Hold on. You put everything about the partisanship aside from Kash Patel. This is a guy who completely lied for no fucking discernible reason that I think is that he's ever given, that I've seen, about the U.S. government getting communications about being able to enter Nigerian airspace in order to save a hostage. And the fact that he lied about this and no one found out that he lied about this until the middle of the operation, so that the fucking SEAL Team 6 had to circle their airplane in the sky for 40 fucking minutes and almost missed their rescue window to save the hostage because Kash Patel, for no fucking reason, just lied about this, is insane. Like, how? Like, that has nothing to do with partisanship. Like, how is this guy anywhere near government after that? How's he near any sort of leadership role after that?
Right. That's just a fatal error in your estimation. That
Yeah,
should
what is the point?
banish him from.
Yes, literally banish him forever from that. You
Mhm.
almost got someone killed for something that makes no fucking sense. Why would you lie about that? Why would you not just pick up the phone, do your fucking job, call the State Department and say, hey, get in contact with the Nigerian government and ask them if we could fucking fly an airplane over their country? It's like, that's your job. Don't lie. And then if you don't do it, you say, hold on, I got to do this. You don't lie about it.
I agree that that's obviously something horrendous, right?
Yes.
People do make bad decisions, and obviously if it was up to you, you wouldn't have him involved in any sort of administration. But
I would
that's
have pressed charges against him for that. Like, what the fuck?
Right. But that's not the case. He is involved in the administration.
Yes.
The question that I have is, I mean, I guess it's just one thing, but you're saying there's no possible way that he can make other good decisions. I mean, people make mistakes all the time, right?
No, okay. I was reacting to the comment that you made where you said someone was saying Kash Patel is misunderstood. And I'm saying this is why I will give him zero charity until or unless he can actually explain his actions there and why he acted that way, and there's some sort of justification for it. Then no, he gets nothing. He gets no
it could have
charity from me.
I have no idea what happened there, obviously. I know in life, sometimes people have wins and sometimes people have losses. So, and maybe his decision making will be better going forward. So, but you're saying his decision making can't be trusted at all.
No,
based on this one thing.
Yeah, that's a big thing. It's not just like, it's not like someone's like, oh, I made a decision and I made a mistake. It's someone lied that almost got someone killed. And it's also like, why did you even do that? It doesn't even make, I guess logically doesn't even make sense why you would even lie in the first place.
Yeah, look, and I know you're focused on this one thing. When I'm building a profile on people, I don't focus on one thing. I think, does this
really?
person
So if
have
he was a
pattern
pedo,
of making?
If he was a pedo, you'd be like, well, that's just one thing.
Well, look, pedo is a pattern of behavior. It is fucking totally a pattern of behavior.
I don't know. I don't know. Okay, whatever.
A lot of people make mistakes and they're like, oh my God, I fucked up on that. I won't ever do that again. Isn't that a part of learning? Isn't that a part of the growing process?
You are correct, but
this is where he who is without sins casts the first stone.
You are correct, but
that idea comes from.
But there's a big stinky but here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You are correct, but you have to, as a person, acknowledge the mistake, explain the mistake, and move on. He's not acknowledged or explained it.
Right.
And this is while he is trying to make, and also, I mean, this is a guy trying to make, all this money off of selling, merchandise and stuff.
But with your,
so just the whole thing seems sketchy to me.
He could be a complete shit show. Okay. Like I've not seen enough to know. I'm just saying that with your model here, where you're like, I'm going to keep going back to this one thing over and over and over and over again. The guy could end up completely turning around, completely being an epic success, and you would still be going back to this one thing over and over and over again and be forced to deny all the success that he was having or creating. Okay, so you'd stop going back to that.
Yeah, it's I guess this one thing where he almost got someone killed for no reason was just a bizarre outlier.
So then why not Why not stop going back to that now and let's see what he does?
Okay. I only brought it up because you said someone was like, "Oh, he's a misunderstood person," and I'm like, that sounds like cope and bullshit to me. When this is what
Right.
he's done, okay, it's not like this is not even a partisan question.
Right, but that one thing is like the defining thing for Kash Patel in your mind.
Yes, that's a big thing.
That's it. That's it. That's all it is.
It's a huge thing. Yes.
So he could do like 20 good things, and then that one fuck up would just be like, oh, he's irredeemable.
Okay, that's not what I said.
Well, look, I don't.
If he stops a
maybe he's
nuclear
done
war,
20 good
if he
things.
saves Earth from alien annihilation, I'll say okay. I guess the fact that he almost got that hostage killed is okay.
Look,
right?
it's bad, but I literally know nothing else about this guy.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay.
Like for all I know, he's given half his money away to cure cancer.
Donated half of his organs to dying people he just randomly met.
I don't know. Look, this is like one data point.
Okay.
I think it's.
Well, you should look into him then, so you could paint a better picture for your mental model.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll read his book. Maybe I'll get a little more.
There you go.
Maybe I'll read a book from someone that hates him. Maybe I'll get a little more data on this. So, I mean, this is something that you read, just a story that you read, right? You got this from some article, right? Correct?
Yes, this is
okay.
No one has ever denied this. This is not something that's like, oh, it's a media lie or something. No one has ever denied this.
No, look, I'm not denying it. I'm not trying to deny it. I'm saying, look, this is just one metric about Kash Patel and the only thing that I know. So I would like to know some other things. I would like to build a profile of maybe 5 data points or 10 data points, right? Look, there are plenty of people that we could take their worst possible moment and just say they're completely irredeemable, right? Right? Do people change?
This is cope.
Is it cope? Is it cope?
Yes.
I mean, I know so many people that are like have done terrible, detestable things, but they turn their lives around. So maybe Kash Patel is one of them.
Maybe he's one of them.
I just look. Next time Kash Patel comes up, can we bring up one other thing that he's done?
No.
Why not?
Because to me, that's the defining thing.
Okay. So you don't even want to hear any other stuff.
I mean, listen, no, first of all, when we talked about him the other day, I did go through a list of things, okay? Of shitty things, weird things that he was doing. And I mean, another thing, because for some reason you're like, well, it's one thing, right? Which I think is kind of like a ridiculous metric because it depends on what that one thing is. And this is a very bad thing. But obviously the fact that he's just so like, anyone that thinks that Bill Barr is a deep state actor, a guy who's literally still supporting Donald Trump to this day, just because he wouldn't suck Donald Trump's dick on the election stuff. Yeah, that person is like has an unhinged view of reality or a stupid view of reality.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. It's funny since you literally fucking hate Bill Barr.
I don't even exactly. That's why he's the perfect metric. I don't like Bill Barr. I don't like him at all. And yet he still has the integrity to be like, listen, even though I'm like very ideological in one way, like this is a step too far. And for people to just have an insane reaction to him, to me, it's like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. It's a perfect metric to see where someone's like headspace is, to be like, oh, okay, is this a person who has like a trustworthy worldview or not? Do you disagree? What are you laughing about?
What is there to disagree with?
Okay, whatever.
Someone in the chat said Kash Patel is a children's book.
He does have a children's book, yeah.
Look, he likes
you want to read? Yeah, that's the book. Is that the book you're going to read of his? You're going to read his children's book and be like, Sitch, he's a wizard. How can you hate him? He's a wizard who warned the president or the king, King Donald. Obviously, he's a good guy.
Look, first of all, I never said he was a good guy. I said I fundamentally object to judging people based on one fucking data point.
Okay.
Like, unless that person is Adolf Hitler and you're pointing out the Holocaust, like, people change.
Okay.
Anyway, we can move on. I know nothing about Kash Patel. I'm like, let me keep an open mind going into the Kash Patel thing. And we'll see. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
First, justice will apply equally to everyone.
I just want to say we've been joined by Kellyanne Conway, who was Trump's 2016 campaign manager and remains a political consultant. Van Jones, just sticking with, sorry, Anita, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Maggie. Can I just
Please,
jump in for 1 second?
Anita Dunn.
You know, I think many things have been said about Merrick Garland, and people have been criticizing him from both sides. You know, Judge Garland, he was a judge before. But I think the one thing that people really would not say about Merrick Garland is that he has been a political attorney general. The only person who's been convicted by this Justice Department who had a special counsel was the president's son, the president of the United States. And Jason, I just have to say that I think that when you look at this Attorney General, this Department of Justice, that of all the things you can say about it, the one thing you really cannot say is that it operated as a political arm of the White House. I can attest to that.
Respectfully,
Jason Miller responded.
Anita, did you miss the last 4 years? Did you miss the illegal raid on Mar-a-Lago? Yeah. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the illegal raid on Mar-a-Lago?
That's not what the American people think.
Right.
Even if you go to the poll.
What does that mean? He says it's an illegal raid. How is it illegal? Illegal raid.
What was an illegal raid?
He said the FBI going into Mar-a-Lago for the documents case was illegal. How was it? Why was it illegal? I mean, you could say that you don't like it. You could say you think it was, you know, politically biased or whatever. But how was it illegal? What does that even mean? It was legal.
I'm not sure what he means by that.
And no one challenges on it. Like, what does that even mean?
Well, and not Republican or Democrat. I think it was maybe 3 months ago. Independents believe the greatest threat to democracy was Joe Biden getting reelected. And that was independents, not Republican or Democrat. So what you say, you can believe, but that's not what the American public believes.
There's a difference between what the American people think and what's true. Right. So the idea, I don't know why, I don't know what we are, why the defense of Merrick Garland, sure. Donald Trump lied about an election being stolen and then sicked a mob on the Capitol. And it's funny that you roll your eyes at this, Kevin, because you're the one who went down and resurrected him. You want to know what happened just now in the 2024 election? Is we elected the most dangerous, criminal human being, corrupt human being that America has ever elected. And Kevin, you helped him. You're the one.
That's neutral. That's unbiased reporting right there.
Oh, what did she say? I'm trying to find this poll that he was talking about. What did she say?
Nothing.
Who went and got him after.
You're
after.
welcome. Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Kevin McCarthy. That's hilarious. You're welcome. You're welcome.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah.
And in doing so, you enabled this. And so Joe Biden, the idea that Joe Biden's justice.
He's like, you enabled this. He's like, look, he's happy with the outcome. He enabled what? You mean I got what I wanted politically? Oh, thank you.
Department is the problem here, as opposed to Donald Trump and the fact that he tried to overturn an election and sick people on the Capitol. I don't know if people let you get away with that in rooms all the time, but you should never be allowed to get away with it.
So
Wow.
you do
Stop,
realize President
Jason.
Trump.
You should not be allowed to get away with that. Not in this room. Not in this room while I'm sitting here. No.
Right. I got my own narrative over here. And look, they put a microphone in front of me. This woman we're going to have to cover more of her stuff because she is fucking crazy.
Sarah Longwell.
Yeah, it's great.
When they cut to her, when they cut to Kellyanne Conway the first time, she looked like she was like holding back this biting rage to just punch Kellyanne Conway in the face. And I was like, what's going on here?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Kellyanne
like
Conway's like laughing in her face over here. Every time they have a double shot of them.
I know.
Kellyanne Conway's like, oh my God. This is the TDS.
Was this the woman you sent me a Bulwark podcast?
Yes, I did. That's her.
There was a guy who was basically, it was kind of funny. He was like,
did you listen to some of that? It's great stuff.
I listened to the whole
isn't
thing.
it?
Yeah. He was like, because there was so many of the Latin community who voted for Donald Trump. He was like, okay, we should just, the Democrats should just stand by and allow mass deportation of every man, woman, and child in America, just to wake up, just to shock, the Latin community into not supporting Donald Trump and the Republicans. And she was like horrified by this idea.
They had done a bunch of focus groups, and there were people in the focus groups that weren't legal citizens, but their kids were legal citizens. And they were like happy that their kids had voted for Donald Trump, which is very fucking telling, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, because there was that clip, we watched it too, where they asked the people like, you have illegals in your family. Why are you voting for Donald Trump? And they're like, oh, well, he's only going to go after criminals specifically. Like they don't think that their family members are going to be threatened.
Right.
So,
well, we'll see. I mean, I think they're right. My prediction is they are correct. So,
I think that's fair. Or
I think the
likely.
Business community, and there's enough corporate insiders that Trump is putting in his senior positions that the idea they're going to go after someone who's been here for 10 years is just crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to go after everyone who came in under Biden's presidency. All those people are gone. Yes, of course. And it sounded like from the podcast that those people, those illegal immigrants, that's the people they wanted him to go after. Mm-hmm. They're like, the guy on the bulwark is super chapped because he's like, why can't we just leave the border open forever for everyone? Why are they so selfish, these immigrants that came 10 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Won the popular vote.
Stop.
I do.
And the American public weighed everything in consideration, looked at his first term, they looked at the disaster of Biden and Harris over the past 4 years, and they reelected President Trump with historic numbers.
I wonder.
That's because they want the
I
economy.
put a pin on this. I think the question really was about the Justice Department being politicized. That was your assertion, Jason.
Yes.
I think the real issue here is that it's hard to make the argument that the Justice Department is politicized for one particular party when the party in power's president's son was the one who was also prosecuted. So one could make the argument, maybe both sides make the argument, that there has been some politicization or maybe over-politicization in the prosecution of Biden's son. I understand the argument that you're going to make, but it's very difficult to say that the Justice Department is politicized in one direction when the son of the president. But let me just two more things, real quick. I just want to finish.
Stop.
Quick.
Stop.
You also made the point. I just want to put a pin in this. You said it's very convenient to be able to pluck one thing that Donald Trump says and say that is the thing that he said. He said retribution will be his success. He also had talked about putting Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad. He talked about hanging Mark Milley. I mean, so it's convenient to.
It's annoying that the one person who calls out him says, you're bullshitting about saying this is the only thing that Trump says. Her first example is a fucking fake news example that she uses. Oh my God.
What was it?
He's gonna put Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad. That's not true. That's not true. Right. That was so obviously not fucking true. Why? God damn it. No. Come on.
Right. That's hilarious.
Oh,
I was going to compliment her I was going to go, look, Sitch, look at this. Multiple data points here. She's like, let's look at a lot of data points.
I know. I don't remember
it sucks that one of them is fake, but what?
It's the first one. It's the first one.
Yeah, at least get your first data point correct,
Come
right?
on.
How is this? Look, I think, is right-leaning, too.
Oh, is she?
I think she's right-leaning, so it's surprising that she fell for that.
Mm-hmm.
She's on PBS, though, so.
Oh. I mean, there was some comment. Trump made some comment about Milley. I don't remember the exact context. Did something treasonous, and then in a bygone era, treason was punished by death or something. So he just say crazy shit about Milley. But the first thing, the firing squad thing, is just completely fake news. That comment was, all he was saying was that she was like a chicken hawk, that she was she's fine, advocating for war as long as she's not out there, with guns pointed at her. That was what the statement was.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, she's a chicken hawk, basically. She's fine other people dying for her cause.
Right.
Yeah. wasn't put her in front of a firing squad. It's like she would change her tune if she was in combat, like Tulsi Gabbard.
Right.
Yeah.
To pick the definition of retribution. But he has said so many things, Jason, you can't just pick one of them. And then the issue, the final thing is President Biden's attack against the judicial system undermines the confidence that all of us have in the nonpartisan nature of justice. So in the pardon of his son, he should never have undermined the justice system in the same way that, frankly, those of us who look in appallment at the Trump administration were looking to Democrats to uphold a standard of a partisan and nonpartisan nature in Justice Department. And so that undermines the entire system, the integrity of the entire system for all Americans.
Great point. Democrats said they were the ones that were going to hold the line with democracy and the justice system. So
I mean,
out
it's
the
true.
window.
It's true. I think it's an over-exaggeration. Everyone's hair on fire about this. It's true-ish. But like I don't know. It's really like, oh my God, he pardoned his son. It's over. It's over. It's Jova. It's like, oh, whatever.
What is an acknowledgement that people like to think the justice system can't go over people for frivolous stuff. Too many people have their careers at stake, but now everyone's like, no, they do that all the time. Fucking sucks.
No, but I know, but you get into this position where it's like, this is kind of like the annoying psychological thing where if someone is like, oh, I'm a good person, you should support me. I'm going to do good things. And someone's like, I'm a piece of shit, but I'm going to do crazy shit. People are like, well, the guy said he was a piece of shit. So, my expectations are very low. He can do whatever he wants.
I want to move on to a related but different topic. And again, back to Anita. Was President Biden right to run again in the first place after suggesting that he would be a transitional figure to a new generation? And did he drop out too late?
The correct answer is he dropped out way too late.
Yes,
and hell no, he shouldn't have run again.
Right.
That's the correct answer, right? So you agree?
Of course. I mean, we were saying
let's see.
We were saying like, oh, of course Biden's going to drop out. He can't run. He's not going to run. He's not going to. Oh my God, he's running. Oh no.
I mean, I was watching Dean Cain. Dean Phillips. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he said that once. I'm going to go back to to what Margaret just said about you can take one statement somebody says one time. He said that one time in 2020, and like any president, once he got in there, he discovered there was a lot to do. Let us not forget, Maggie, he said
it once, and like any president, once he got into office, he's like, hey, I was lying. Come on, guys. Come on.
Yeah, why would you say it one time?
Don't hold it against me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Extremely successful first 2 years in terms of extraordinary legislative accomplishments, including the infrastructure bill that nobody had been able to do for years, including the Inflation Reduction Act, poorly named, but monumental in terms of what is going to accomplish for the American people, and a number of other things. And then a midterm election that was far more successful than anybody believed was possible given the overall economic status of the country. So given that, his decision to run, which was his decision, because people make that most personal decision themselves, was not one that was really controversial within the party at the time, and it was a pretty logical one for him to make. There were things that he felt he still needed to do, and he thought he was the right person for the job. That's why people decide they want to run for the presidency. So, the way it unfolded, I think people will spend the rest of their lives kind of looking at this election. But I'll say that the decision that he made was not not a decision that was really a tough call for him, I don't think, given the fact that he felt he was a successful president with a vision of where he wanted to lead the country, and he had just led his party through midterms that no one predicted would be as successful as they were.
Van Jones.
Look, I think winning the midterms cost us because it gave a false sense of confidence to Joe Biden and to a lot of D.C. Democrats. Most people in the party didn't feel that way. People were shocked that Biden wanted to run again and disappointed, and the polls showed it immediately. It wasn't like there was some big mystery about that.
It also gave him a false sense that the abortion issue was really going to be decisive in the presidential election, which I'm not sure it was. So
right. or
Look,
decisive enough to carry, to overcome Harris's terrible.
Yeah, they had all the talk of the
everything.
red wave in the
Yeah.
in the election. I do think the abortion issue kind of stifled that red wave in the midterms. So
look, this is a party that loves Joe Biden. Loves Joe Biden. You never hear people talk about a politician with as much love.
there's a bunch of insiders who fucking love Joe Biden. Like when he's talking about the party elites, right? Sitch? He's not talking about the party. Like I think the party rank and file are fucking pissed at Joe Biden and think he's a fucking cost him the election. That's
I don't know.
what I think.
There's like this weird thing, and I see this from some pundits. I see this from some normies. I've seen this from my parents, where even like on one hand, they like seem like there's a universal agreement. When I talk to Democrats, they're like, yeah, Joe Biden should have dropped out, and it kind of hurt Kamala. But there's like this cognitive dissonance where they're like, Joe Biden was such a great president. Oh my God, he did so many great things for the country. Like they really, really, really hardcore believe that. So I don't know. Maybe he's correct. That's how they perceive it. It's weird.
Oh my! I can't like imagine such a thing.
No, I know, because I would imagine that at least in history, like the fact that he didn't drop out, that's gonna be like his legacy is completely tarnished because of that. That's all anyone's gonna talk about in the books. So
as they do, but people were disappointed that he decided to run again, and the red wave didn't show up. And
disappointed is a nice way to put it. I would use furious. I think that would be more accurate, especially since most of the people have like rampant TDS now and are terrified of Trump.
In the midterms, but it sure showed up later. I also just want to say, stuff we were talking about before. Look, man, people now are scared, Jason. I mean, you're very confident in President Trump, and I appreciate your confidence. I got people who are literally terrified because people take the things that he says seriously when he says he's coming after folks. Every one of the people who just mentioned are people who are hiring lawyers, people who are thinking about leaving the country. And so if he didn't mean it, then I wish he would come out and say that. And I hope you tell him to do that. And there's also been reporting, he didn't go after Hillary Clinton, but there's been reporting that he did go after John Kerry and others, and he was being restrained. So just understand there is a level of concern on.
You know about that? How Trump
I don't know about
stand John Kerry.
I'd never heard that. No, what's the John Kerry thing?
He's just basically wanted to go after John Kerry legally. I can't. Maybe it's Bill Barr talked about it in his book. I can't remember where I heard it before, but he definitely has a thing. Well, an anti thing for John Kerry. So
that's so random. Is it like is John Kerry even in politics when Trump was president?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it started. Obviously, something happened, right?
Here's the article. Former President Trump's Justice Department pushed for criminal investigations of former Secretary of State John Kerry, an ex-U.S. attorney revealed in a new book. The push for investigation.
What's a U.S. attorney?
I'll see if the article tells me.
Oh, okay.
The push for an investigation of Kerry was one of several instances in which Trump's Justice Department pressured the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan to take action against then-president's critics, according to Jeffrey Berman. Is that the book? Jeffrey Berman, the former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Berman was fired by Trump in June 2020. In May of 2018, the Justice Department told Berman's office it would be investigating John Kerry's Iran-related conduct. Berman details in his new book, Holding the Line. The request came days after Trump publicly attacked Kerry on Twitter over the Iran nuclear deal. Oh, okay. It's about the nuclear deal, which he helped negotiate as head of State Department in the Obama administration. Trump withdrew the U.S. from the accords around the same time. The conduct that had annoyed the president was now a priority of the Department of Justice, Berman wrote. After Berman's office declined to prosecute Kerry, the request was sent to another U.S. Attorney's office in Maryland, which also declined to prosecute. In another case of what he described as a clear and outrageous pattern, Berman said the Justice Department referred a case against Gregory Craig, former White House counsel for the Obama administration, to his office. Berman claims he was asked to charge Craig prior to the midterm elections in order to even things out. Oh, that's not good. That's true.
It's got to be fair. Everything has to be even.
We need it. Yeah, there's too many lawsuits against one side. We got to even the scales here. The case was similarly shuffled around another U.S. attorney's office after Berman declined to prosecute. Well, I mean, what is the case against Kerry? You could say you didn't like the deal, but like, what would be the criminal activity?
Not sure, but it sounds like it was over the Iran
Well,
nuclear
yeah, it was obviously
deal,
over the Iran deal, but
which I think the Obama administration was trying to normalize relationships with Iran. We had a bunch of sanctions on Iran, economic sanctions. So getting rid of those economic sanctions gave them money to restart their nuclear program secretly. And I think Trump's criticism is, yep, you knew you wouldn't be able to trust them. You should have just kept the sanctions on. Instead, you gave them a bunch of money, and now they're developing nukes. And, I mean, aren't they... They're supposedly pretty good at drone technology as well. I think all of Russia's drones are out of Iran, which is kind of crazy, right? You don't think of Iran as, we're the drone manufacturers of the world.
right. So
I guess you would, though, since they're all into weapons and stuff, right?
You would, yeah. So the accusation, I don't know if this is what the accusation Trump made against Kerry is he's claiming, I don't know if there's any evidence to support this. I've never heard this before.
They looks like Lurch.
He's claiming that Kerry violated the Logan Act and was continuing to negotiate with Iran once Trump was president. And Kerry was not in the office anymore.
Okay, look, that makes sense.
Well, does it?
That's
I mean,
why
that
he's
should be
pissed at
why
him.
would John Kerry even do that?
Because
be
they're
the point of
worried
doing
about
that?
Trump. Like a lot of people were worried about what Trump was going to do, right? They
No, but
thought
John
he was
Kerry,
working for the Russians.
why
They
would
thought he was a
Iran-
national security threat.
No, but why would Iran listen to, they're not going to listen to they're not going to listen to someone from the previous administration. And be like, well, who cares what this guy says? He doesn't have any power.
Why wouldn't you? You don't know how much power he has.
But what? Why? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you listen to a former Secretary of State who's not in office and his party is not in office at all? If he's trying to like do some sort of foreign dealing, like, well,
Because they
what
might be
authority?
in
You have
office in
zero
the
authority.
future. I would listen to them because they might be in office in the future. And it would
Okay.
be dependent upon what the person said. Obviously,
That's true.
Kerry's he's in with the Obamas, he's in with the Hillary, like he's in with all the Democratic administrations. You'd be like, okay, well, if Kamala Harris was president right now, Kerry would probably be instrumental to talk to. So,
Okay, that's a good point. That's fair. Yeah, no, that's fair. But I guess the question is, did any of this actually happen?
Did he actually talk to them?
Did he actually talk to them? Yeah.
What year was this? Because in 2016, the entire Democratic Party was convinced that Trump was a Russian asset.
Right.
So, I mean, why would they be worried?
So apparently this stems from Kerry saying, okay, this stems from, in an interview, Kerry said in a book that he had met with Iranian foreign minister 3 or 4 times since leaving office, and that they had talked about the scrapped nuclear deal, and said that every Secretary of State, former Secretary of State, continues to meet with foreign leaders and goes to security conferences around the world. So there you go. I don't know what any of that means.
He's still talking to them.
Right. But is that a violation of anything? Are you not allowed to talk?
The Logan Act.
Oh, okay. No. The Logan Act, if he's actually trying to make policy. If he's just talking like, oh, hey, guy I used to talk to. Yeah, it sucks. America dropped out of that, nuclear deal. I think we should have stayed in it. Oh, well. Is that against the law to say that?
Not sure.
So anyway.
On this side. The last thing I just want to say is that, there's a reckoning inside the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris promised us freedom. Well, she delivered it to us because now we're free from having to run anything in Washington, D.C. That's not what we were signing up for. It's what we got. And I hope the party takes a chance to look at the fact that we pushed all our rebels out of this party. We had a rebellion in our party in 2016. It was called Bernie Sanders. You had a rebellion in your party in 2016. It was called Donald Trump. Your rebel won. Our rebel lost. And then since then, the rebels in our party have been pushed out. RFK was a rebel inside of our party. He wanted to run against Joe Biden fair and square. The DNC wouldn't let him. Pushed him out. You can walk down the list. Don't forget, Elon Musk was a Andrew Yang, Democrat, 4 years ago. He's out. You can walk down the list. Joe Rogan was very favorable toward Michelle Obama. He was a Bernie guy. He's out. So there's something that's happened in this party where the rebels in this party no longer feel like they have a place. And we've got to be able to talk about that stuff honestly. I love Joe Biden. Joe Biden picked me out of the puppy pile and gave me a chance to be to work with you guys. I love him. He should have walked away and let other people in this party step up to the bat. He didn't, and we paid the price.
Well, Van Jones says a lot of trashy shit, but that was totally true about them losing a lot of really important players in the Democratic Party, which there was no reason for any of that.
Right. No, it's very true.
Van and Alexis McGill Johnson, just answer a question of how Democrats could have won. What could they have done differently? I mean, Van sort of answered this by saying not have Joe Biden, but given the race that was over the 3 months, what could have been done differently, if anything?
You know, look, I mean, I definitely hear how the midterms gave us a false sense of hope. I do think that the fact that
this is it's like, why is the CEO of Planned Parenthood on this?
Well, you're correct, but also it is interesting to see like what their headspace is, right?
Of course it
like
is,
what
but
kind
it's
of
just it's
propaganda, you know.
It's so weird that the CEO of this nonprofit organization is like a big player in politics.
That's probably more common than, you know, either of us would be comfortable with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with it.
No.
I tell you. It's super weird too that Planned Parenthood has all of these trans treatments and stuff like that available as well. It's like, what does that have to do with
anything? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
What is that? I mean, that just makes it seem like a completely partisan organization.
Yep.
So
it's very true.
Ridiculous.
the midterms coming on the heels of Dobbs, right? The power and the anger and the outrage that people had really was underestimated, and I think we continue to see that through 24. I think abortion made not only the midterms competitive, clearly, but it also kept Kamala Harris competitive because she stepped into that role, and for 2 years has been an incredible surrogate and messenger, meeting with folks across the country to really understand the impact and really frame the conversation around freedom. I do think that the economic messaging as it relates to it, abortion was not the only issue. It was a central issue, but connecting, even using abortion as a way to talk about the economic constraints that families were experiencing and understanding the decisions, the daily decisions that they were making, from, buying a box of cereal to, making decisions about if, when, and how their families would survive, I think was critical. So I would have liked to have seen a little bit more on the economic messaging that would have helped ground folks in and connecting more, obviously, to men and men's concerns, which I think came a little late.
On that note, Anita Dunn, if President...
Well, I guess to be fair to them, it is interesting since, part of the conversation was, is the abortion thing going to be this, powerful issue that's going to, rocket Harris to win. Like, it would make sense they'd have someone represent the, abortion question, be on the panel.
A perceived expert on abortions.
Right. Right.
Not how people feel about abortions.
Well, someone who's going to be, deep in the mire on those sorts of issues. So that makes sense.
Right.
That makes sense.
Biden had stayed in the race, do you think he would have won?
I don't think anyone has any way of knowing. Okay. And I think that for everyone who can say, if this person had been the nominee, if this had happened, if that had happened, those of us who've done presidential politics know a lot of things happen in presidential politics you can't predict. I think that the contours of the race didn't change as much as people thought when you had President Biden step down and the vice president become the nominee. And I do want to say something about the vice president. She did a terrific job. Okay, she just did a terrific job. I thought that she was a leader.
Yeah, lies.
What?
I obviously hoped she would win for a number of reasons, but one reason I truly hoped she would win was because I thought a great legacy for Joe Biden would be having put a woman in the pipeline so that when the opening occurred, a woman was the natural choice for people.
Cringe.
Which is, of course...
I know. This
so
is
cringe.
So elitist. So fucking out of touch.
Mm-hmm.
People can't afford basic necessities. And you're worried about a woman being president for Joe Biden's legacy. Like, I have the biggest fucking middle finger for you. And this is why all of you elitist scumbags lose. Because you don't care about your fucking constituents. You care about your historical legacy. You're interested in writing the history books. You're not interested in the people that are having to live through this period. It's just fucking disgusting. Totally disgusting. You're all fucking rich pieces of shit. That's the way I look at it.
True.
Look, and you're not rich and useful. Like, what the fuck do? You're a political fucking consultant, right? You're not making better cars or better cell phones. You're fucking leeching off of people.
Something that I think is helpful to everybody. Having said that, I'm going to actually...
Look, something that's helpful to everyone, Sitch. So helpful to everyone. We've written your history books, people. Aren't we magnanimous? Don't you feel helped? You can't afford a house. You can't afford to get married. You can't afford a car. But look, we're so helpful for you. God, listen, I hate these people. I fucking hate these people, Sitch.
But I'm sitting there looking over the grocery bill, and I'm like, okay, how much am I going to have to cut back on the food that I normally eat in order to pay rent? Okay, I'm going to look at this, and I'm going to look up on TV, and I'm going to see Harris's smiling face and say, but at least.
Yeah, but at least
for my potential future daughter, okay, there's a woman right there showing her that she can become president.
Right.
She may be malnourished. She may be homeless, but at least she'll know there's a woman in office that she can look up to and say, that could be me.
I know so many women that are personally repulsed that they put Kamala Harris up as nominee because they think it just made women look bad. It's taken women off the table electorally for fucking ever for president. They're not happy about what happened at all. So I don't think you can categorically say women feel one way or another about this. But you are exactly right, Sitch. Yeah. Fuck these people. Fuck these people. It's so funny. God.
Your core question. What could have been done when you have a race as close as this one was, and it was not a landslide. I mean, the president-elect has less than 50% of the vote now and is going to win by 1.5 million popular vote, which is a victory. He won.
And more decisively than either of the previous two elections for either winner.
That's not Joe Biden won by 7 million votes.
But not in the Electoral College.
But I'm just saying he won. Okay, but when you have a race this close, right, when there's 250,000 votes across 7 states, then you can spend a huge amount of time saying this tactic, that tactic. But I think that going to something Van said, that it's an opportunity for the Democratic Party to take a step back and to, in a way that we have not for a while, and it's a healthy thing, to actually ask ourselves, not just how did we communicate our message, should we have been on Joe Rogan, but what are we saying to people? And are we listening to them, or are we expecting them to listen to us? Because the
fucking irony. Oh my God, the fucking irony is off the charts here.
I know.
Off the charts. What fucking morons.
I do think that the party itself needs to look at these results, look at what happened in terms of voting groups. And I know you're going to get to that, but I think that this is, it was not a wipeout the way 1980 was, or 1994 was, or 2010, or some of the, I'm old enough to have been around for, Ronald Reagan carrying 49 states. It wasn't that. And we even probably picked up a little in the House, so the House will be super close. The Senate is what it is. It was not that big of a victory. However, It is a message to this party, right? And you want to say, no, we got wiped out. We did not get wiped out.
I didn't say. I'm just laughing.
I did.
Yeah.
I said you got
You
wiped
want
out.
to say we got wiped out.
Kellyanne Conway's over there. Yeah, I'm laughing too.
That's pretty funny.
This is hilarious. The cope is real.
Mm-hmm.
Don't yell at me.
It's a wipeout.
So there are ways to
It's a Major
evaluate.
Garrett.
President Trump increased his vote total in 9 out of 10 counties in this country. All right. In the places where the race was most closely fought, the battleground states, things were relatively close, but not all that close. The margins were bigger than they were in 2016 and 2020 on the Trump side. In places where the race was not thoroughly joined, Illinois, New Jersey, California, where people had
New York.
just a general sense of direction and attitude, they voted for President Trump. That's an important thing for Democrats to ponder and to look at. When you're collapsing in New Jersey, when you're collapsing in Illinois, you're coming to a near collapse in California, there is something that you need to address and take seriously. One thing I would like to say about this question of justice being politicized. I've never covered a member of Congress or a governor or a senator who thinks any investigation from any U.S. attorney wasn't politicized, straight up. Matt Gaetz thought that the Trump Justice Department investigation into him was politicized and said so, okay? Politicians always run to politicize justice when they're in the dock, all right? What President Trump said to the country is, political popularity should immunize me from these charges. That was the question he laid before the country. The country gave an answer. You have to respect that answer, whether you agree with it or not. He said, I will put this in the forum of politics. I will delay everything judicially, as is my right under due process. Delay is a tactic. It is a long-running tactic of Donald Trump. Everyone who brought these cases should have known that delay and then a political appeal would be the playbook. That's exactly what happened, and he got the verdict politically that has immunized him now legally.
Kevin McCarthy, we're going to say something.
55 counties flipped to Trump. Some have not ever voted for a Republican. Lake County, California hasn't voted.
Whoa. I was told, okay, if a county normally votes for one candidate and then it doesn't, and there's a flip, that's evidence of voter fraud. That's what I was told. Okay. So obviously, obviously 2024 voter fraud. Harris still got it. Okay. We got to do it in full investigation.
They were the bellwether counties, though. That's the argument. Okay.
The bellwethers switched for Trump. They voted for Biden. Now they voted for Trump. Obviously, shenanigans.
Look, but the argument is a bellwether county selects the winners, right?
Yes.
So the bellwether county always flips to the winner's circle. So, and the argument in 2020 was that Trump won these bellwether counties, but lost the election.
I understand.
So it's completely different than what you're saying.
No. Hold on. There's two different arguments. Okay. There's the bellwether argument, which was a different argument. There was an argument, which is it's funny because he's saying the inverse of now, which was that there were a bunch of counties that were not the bellwether counties. There were a bunch of counties
but they were not bellwether counties.
But that normally voted Republican. And they were saying, how could these possibly vote for Biden in 2020 when they normally vote Republican? Obviously, this is an example of fraud.
Okay, well, I hadn't heard the normal Republican counties flipping for Biden. I heard the bellwether counties.
The bellwether counties
getting it wrong.
The argument with the bellwether counties is that they voted for Trump, and that that Trump obviously lost. So therefore, the bellwether counties were proven wrong. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Voted for a Republican since 1984, if you want to remember that. So no, it wasn't close. This was an amazing vote where it took place. When you look 2 years ago, Democrats should have looked 4 years ago. When Joe Biden won, he only won by 48,918 votes. And for the first time since 1994, not one Republican incumbent lost in the House. Everybody thought they beat 15 Republicans. We beat 15 Democrats. So it was 4 years ago you knew you had this problem. In the last election, you had abortion, the Supreme Court, nothing to do with Joe Biden, and you had a redistricting, which made fewer competitive seats. So it wasn't something that Joe Biden did to make some election. And you lost the House. So I don't know when you lose a House as somehow you were successful in an election. To Merrick Garland, you're saying he did something he didn't go after. No, he let...
well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The argument was that, there was supposed to be this massive red wave because everyone was so unhappy with Biden, and the fact that there wasn't a red wave was indicative, of something, right? About the country's
saying, look,
feelings, right? But he's saying like, well,
he
you still
lost the
lost.
House.
But he's saying, well, you still lost, so how's that a victory? It's like, well, that wasn't really the framing. The framing was, yes, the Democrats lost. Everyone thought they were going to lose, but they expected this massive blowout in 2022, which didn't occur. And so that's changed the Democrats' behavior, and that changed, everyone's behavior and how to perceive the upcoming election, which is true.
Isn't that interesting how the expectations are just like they set everything because the expectation was that they were going to win by 20 seats.
Right.
If they only win by 5, it's a loss, even though they totally won.
Expectation is everything. Yeah. No, it's a great point. That is very true.
That's the thing on that campaigners podcast. Kellyanne Conway and David Plouffe both fucking hate all of these polls because they think most of them are like push polls,
right?
That are just manipulative. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be painful too. Like if you're sitting on internal polling and you just know these polls are fucking full of shit, but you can't say anything because it's like they go into it. They're basically getting polling data that's owned by the campaigns and the whoever's running the campaign or the campaign principal. So they can't share it. It's confidential information. Yeah.
Right. And when you say push polling, you're talking about like this concept of no one wants to be the outlier. So they all sort of, move their numbers. There's like statistical ways they kind of move their numbers to sort of match the average, match each other.
No. Push polling is when somebody publishes a poll that is meant to move behavior. So if I publish a poll that says some candidate is going to win in a landslide, it often depresses turnout because everyone's like, well, why should I even show up? My candidate's going to lose.
Right.
Or why should I show up? They're going to win anyway. They don't need me. So it does depress turnout. Yeah.
Well, I think the complaint, I guess, I'm thinking of the Nate Silver complaint was that he was complaining that like everyone was just copying each other and that there was not actually any real polling at all. It was all just fake. Yeah. Which, the election was, statistically was pretty close. So I don't know if you could say it's fair to say all the polling was fake.
Mm-hmm.
Like the numbers were, they were all within that like 2%, margin of error. So the polling was probably correct on that mark.
Push polling has also been used nefariously in campaigns when they call up. I think famously they used it against John McCain. George W. Bush did when he commissioned a poll where they called everyone in some swing county and asked if questions about he had some illegitimate daughter or something like that.
Oh my God.
Would the fact that John McCain has a illegitimate daughter that he had out of wedlock, would that change your view of the election? That's a
I don't know, what do you
question,
think? Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So that's push polling to manipulate behavior, right? Everybody's getting calls about this illegitimate daughter. It's like, oh, interesting.
Right. Well, that's putting this. Yeah, but that's even different because it's like putting something that no one probably even knew about. Like,
right. But it is trying to drive behavior in the election,
of course,
obviously.
Of course, yeah.
Had the whistleblowers from the IRS not come forward to the Ways and Means Committee, Hunter Biden would not have gone forward to be prosecuted because he was getting a plea deal. He was getting waved away the last 5 years. They didn't go forward. So Merrick Garland got pushed because whistleblowers came forward, not because he was some holy man as an attorney general. And the last thing I would say, when you look at this election going forward, she was always going to lose. If you look at the pardon, the way he wrote it, if you look at running for re-election, I was on the other stage a year ago. And I talked about why Joe Biden should not run by mental capacity of personal experiences I had. The vice president came on a few people after me. and criticized what I said and said his age had no determination of going forward. These decisions of the pardon and running again were all decisions made with this president, with his family. And every time he's sitting with his family, he's made the wrong decision. And nobody on this table would have thought that he wasn't going to pardon him. So we thought he was lying to us the entire time, and I knew they were lying to us about his mental capacity every time I met with him.
Look, it's extraordinary that you had
John Carl.
You had a situation.
I mean, it definitely seems to be true that last part. Every time Biden is meeting with his family to make a decision, oh my God, these are not good decisions that are coming out. Like, come on, that's really not what you want from your president. So.
No, not at all. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Look, and he's like, look, I met with the guy and I knew he was off his rocker. Why were people? And he's chapped at Kamala Harris because he pointed it out and she said, look, you're wrong to point this out.
Right.
So
yeah. Well,
go ahead.
I'm very curious when more of these, books and everything kind of get written is.
Oh my God.
Like how many people really thought, oh, he was going to drop out, and they're just kind of waiting, like, okay, he's going to drop out any day now. He's going to drop out any day now. And he's just not. And they're like getting more and more nervous as it gets closer to 24. They're like, Joe, come on. You're going to, right. You're going to drop out. And he's like, nah, I'm fine. Cracker Jack.
Right. Yeah. You should listen to that podcast because David Plouffe is totally on your side and that it was completely up to the Bidens and nobody could do anything to push them out. I mean, I don't agree with that perspective. Obviously, they ultimately pushed him out. So I think whatever they did to push him out, in the end, they could have done earlier. So I think obviously I'm more apt to blame the people who still have their cognitive faculties about them and not the guy who's completely being manipulated by everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we had this, because I remember we had this conversation like months ago in terms of how, was it planned? Like, I think, I mean, you'd agree that the idea that this was a plan, that Biden like there was a plan for Biden to stay in and then drop out at the last minute and anoint Harris, that seems to be completely like debunked, right? You agree that doesn't appear to be the case at all.
That there was any kind of plan? No, I don't think they were doing any kind of plan. No.
Right. No, because that was an area that some people were talking about. They thought like this was intentional in order to get, Harris selected, was to do this like wacky plan. And
no. And I think most people didn't want Harris to be selected. Yeah.
Yes. So that seems to be completely off of it. And then the thing with like David Plouffe and talking about how, it was up to Biden and whether they should have pressured him out and everything. I mean, obviously they should have tried to pressure him out, and maybe they did. The question is, in terms of could they? I mean, we're probably never going to know exactly what Nancy Pelosi said to Joe Biden. It's probably what everyone thinks, which was some kind of threat of,
25th Amendment. Yeah, exactly.
25th Amendmenting out of office. But the whole thing is that I don't think that threat could have been leveraged against Biden until after the debate at all. So I think maybe they were kind of stuck with their hands tied. There was nothing they could do until that bad debate performance, because they have to get the people, to go along with it. And I don't think they would have gone along with it otherwise.
Right. Yeah. That threat was delivered to Jill, that 25th Amendment threat.
Joe wasn't even in the room. It was
Probably. Yeah. I mean, people can sniff out who the power base is.
Mm-hmm.
Where 70% of the country was saying they didn't want a Trump-Biden rematch, where the majority of Democrats were saying they didn't want Joe Biden to run again. And nobody really stepped forward. Now, in terms of the promise to turn over to the next generation, be a bridge to the next generation, which he said once in Michigan after the primary in 2020, with Kamala Harris on the stage, with Gretchen Whitmer on the stage, and with other potential, people seeing as the bridge to me. I know, and I'm sure other reporters here have heard that some of those took it as a promise. They thought Biden was really going to do one term and out, regardless of whether he's, and he did, to be fair. He was asked in the election whether or not he would commit to serving only one term, and he did, and he said no. Yeah. But look, Biden took specific steps to ensure that it was going to be extremely difficult for anybody to challenge him. He changed the primary calendar.
Yep.
He took some of his potential rivals and put them on his campaign committee. This is the stuff that any incumbent president preparing for re-election to do. Absolutely. And then made it clear that there were going to be no debates. And, there were going to be no debates. So they were shut off. But ultimately, it's on those future leaders of the Democratic Party, and the bench was deeper than it had been for a long time, not to ultimately step in and say, I'm going to take him on. Nobody stepped forward to take him on. And that's the question the Democrats have to ask. But it's not whether or not Biden should have dropped out first, but why nobody other than Bobby Kennedy, Marianne Williamson,
Dean Phillips.
None of these major figures, the governors, came forward and said, I'm going to take on Joe Biden.
But there was something else going on.
Wait, there was one person who stepped forward and said, I'm going to take on Joe Biden, that this guy didn't mention.
Yep, Cenk Uygur.
Cenk Uygur, yeah. That's right.
Well, he means like the big personalities. But look, the big personalities.
I'm teasing.
They have too much to lose. They definitely have too much to lose. They're thinking, look, I'm going to win in 2028 when I'm not going up against an incumbent.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's super risky because, if
you look like a traitor.
Yeah, if you come out against Biden and then he doesn't drop out, obviously they're going to punish you. Or if Biden doesn't drop out and then loses, it's like it was all your fault because you put this idea in the public's mind, right? But then if he does drop out and you win, then you're the hero. So people don't want to take that risk generally.
They punished Dean Phillips. They punished RFK.
Yeah, of course. How'd that work out for them?
Terrible.
What else going on at the time?
Now finally we're going to get someone intelligent going to talk now.
There were articles where Democrats were saying, please dump Kamala Harris from the ticket, change your vice president. That's a parlor game that's played every time there's an incumbent president who's eligible to run for a second term. But let's all be honest, and Van Jones and I talked about this at Milken Institute in early May. Let's be honest. Part of the reason that President Biden could not step aside is people didn't have confidence in the competence of Kamala Harris. And then all of a sudden we're supposed to believe that she has worked hard. She does speak well. The American people saw it differently. And I'm glad I'm relieved to hear that very few lessons, it sounds like, have been learned by my Democratic colleagues.
Oh, wait, I'll get my turn. Oh, wait.
I hear yours, but let me just say this. Maggie, I think that this election was also about moments that Donald Trump has this sense of the culture. He just gloms onto a cultural zeitgeist and leads it. So I think him, rather than banning TikTok like Joe Biden did and Kamala Harris did, by extension, he got on it. And Forbes magazine wrote an article.
Come on, that's bad. That's not a good thing. We need to get rid of TikTok.
We need to get it in the hands of American companies.
Yeah,
that's what we need to do.
You need to get in the hands of Americans or get rid of it. So
don't get rid of TikTok. Take it away from the Chinese.
If the Chinese will sell it, which they're
going to be forced to sell it,
or they might not. They might not.
Yeah.
So maybe Donald Trump will reverse the executive order.
Right.
2 weeks ago, tops, saying of the 10 top TikToks of 2024, 8 came from the Trump campaign, 5 in the last week alone. So he's in the garbage truck. He's at McDonald's. You're watching Joe Rogan live, but
he does have a sense of virality, does he not?
He does.
I mean,
that is true. Yes.
The garbage truck, the McDonald's. He's just like toying with them.
Then other people are watching it through TikTok. He goes to East Palestine before any official in the Biden-Harris administration, before the Secretary of Transportation, before the sitting senior senator, now the ex-senator of Ohio, Sherrod Brown. And he's honoring the police officer who's slain in Massapequa, New York on Long Island, while Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden are all at Radio City Music Hall at a fundraiser. He beats Kamala Harris to Georgia and North Carolina, where people are in pain, where everything that they've had and loved ones have been washed away literally, and Kamala Harris in the San Francisco at a fundraiser. So people see this. They know what they see, they know what they hear, and I think the big distinction in this last election, two I'll say quickly. One was the Democrats would have won if they got away with convincing Americans to believe what the Democrats told them was real and true and authentic, rather than what they saw with their own eyes and heard with their own ears, what was real and true and authentic. Everything from a sitting president's obvious mental and physical lack of acuity, agility, ability, but even the vice president.
It's so true. It's so true. And this is like so many David Pakman videos you would see. And it's all tell, not show, right? He just go through the metrics of the economy and just tell people how, oh, you're totally wrong. Everything is fucking great. It's like such bullshit.
Well,
you got to show people.
The cognitive decline aspect, that is definitely huge, especially when, the Democrats' message was, Donald Trump is untrustworthy. You can't trust him in the reins of power. It's like, okay, well, you have a doddering old man who everyone's lying about, very obviously, it's saying has this, the ability to lead when he very, very clearly doesn't. And, going back to Pakman, I think that's why you would see so many of, what was Pakman's #1 videos? It'd always be, no, it was actually Donald Trump who has cognitive decline, right? Look, here's a video of Donald Trump, spazzing out. It's a 1-second clip where if you blink, you'll miss the spaz out, right? And you're like, oh, really? This is it? This is the thing that I'm supposed to look at? Okay.
Yeah, it's so true. Basically just lying to people's faces. So yeah, that didn't work out very well. So
whose official schedule that they stopped publishing a while ago had little to nothing on it most weekends and then most days. So you can't just, you can't create a candidate out of somebody who is going to eat and own all of these things. The second thing I want to say is, very quickly, I listened for 26 minutes, very quickly, is that putting Harris on the ticket, I think also sealed Biden's fate, and him thinking that he was FDR, hanging out with John Meacham, and instead of realizing you're here to be the post-COVID caretaker, you're here after George Floyd's murder. The idea that he was going to govern as Bernie Sanders, who had already been pushed out of the party as somebody who beat Hillary Clinton, folks, in 23 contests. That's a real primary opponent. And this is the election where Americans are saying, no more. You are not going to pigeonhole and narrowcast me and tell me what to think, for whom to vote, and how to feel based on my age, my gender, my race, my sexual orientation, my religion, my political party registration, my past voting behavior. And whether it's Ann Seltzer's phony poll or phony focus groups of junk saying that Kamala Harris is going to win, attacking people like Kevin McCarthy.
Notice who she's pointing to when she says the phony polls.
Terrible.
She's pointing to someone on the panel here sitting next to her.
Ooh.
Thank you so much for having the courage in 2022, you and President Trump,
did you see that blank?
And the RNC, to have run these candidates in California and New York, because without that, we would not have had the majority in the House of Representatives. You had the courage to go into blue states and go into purple districts and do that. I think they misread the mandate, Maggie, in 2022 of the midterm. A lot of those terrible candidates fell short. They should have. They weren't great candidates. But the Republicans won 3 million more of the popular vote than the Democrats. They misread a mandate for Joe Biden, who wasn't even invited on the campaign trail. They sent out Barack Obama, not Joe Biden, to campaign for candidates. So you've got to, we have to level set with the public and stop pretending that these counties didn't flip. And last point, every state.
How many last points you got to do?
I got this. Well, they're all good ones.
They are great.
I'm not here spinning. They're really great points, and I'm not here spinning and pretending that this election. A lot of this conversation, respectfully, sounds like the election didn't happen yet. We talked about.
Dang!
Oh wow,
She's out for blood.
She pulled the Brianna Wu. Respectfully, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, like, exactly.
Okay. Thank you. They respectfully softened the blow.
About the same stuff over and over again. The fact is this. I said it a year ago. I'll say it again because it was just raised. The Democratic Party right now, every day they wake up, it's still January 6, 2021 on the calendar. They get an electric vehicle. They get an abortion. You're out of touch with the public. This election was a rejection of wokeness, and people, every state went more red except Nebraska and Washington State. That is a sweep. That is a mandate. That is President Trump coming into office and the American people saying, please please make my life safer, more secure, more affordable. Please get us out of these foreign engagements. And I think the always wrong, never Trumpers who had unlimited money cost the Democratic Party, which they say they're not even a member, another presidential election.
Van, hang on one second. I'm going to let Sarah Longwell respond.
Yeah. So
Yeah, Van, shut up. But
Sarah's been rolling her eyes the whole time.
I know she's out for blood. Look at that! Look at that freeze game. Ooh.
She's so chapped about everything Kellyanne Conway just said.
I know. Well, the one thing that she said that I disagree with, or the one thing I want to point out is the whole people can just get in their electric car and drive to get an abortion. I mean, that's silly. The abortion issue does have a profound effect on the election. Just because she didn't win doesn't mean it was negligible. Like, if abortion was on the ballot, Donald Trump could have swept by like fucking 10 points or something. So I don't think it's wise or correct to just be like, oh, well, because someone didn't win, it meant this issue didn't matter. That'd be like saying, well, if it wasn't for Israel, Harris would have won. It's like, is that true? I don't know, but it had some impact on the election. But
Trump did a good job of neutralizing the threat that people felt around abortion. So I do.
Right.
I mean, I have to give it to Trump.
I agree with that. I'm not sure I agree with
I mean,
he did the best job he could.
This is more to what Kellyanne Conway was saying about them telling people what to believe over people believing their own eyes. Like Trump kept coming out again and again saying, look, I'm not going to ban abortion nationwide. And every single Democrat said, oh, yes, he is going to ban abortion nationwide. They tried to pivot to this Project 2025 thing, which he kept saying, look, I didn't even read it. So
first of all, every politician tells the American people some kind of framing that they want the voters to see, including Donald Trump.
Look, you can't say there is no way I'm going to pass an abortion ban and then do it. Like, you're literally making a campaign promise that you won't do it.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I agree that Donald Trump did the best he could to soften the blow on abortion, by saying, oh, I'm going to leave it to the states, being pro-IVF and all this stuff. I'm not disagreeing with any of that.
Okay.
Okay. What I'm disagreeing with is just Kellyanne Conway, and some people are making it out like that wasn't an issue, like because Harris lost,
it totally
that proves that it just had no impact on the election. And that's like blatantly not true. It just shows you that there were other issues that were more important or more pressing in people's minds that affected their vote. And that maybe there's not people that would have, because of the economic conditions, because of the immigration conditions, that those could override, some group of people who are maybe these swing voters from showing up.
Well, and I'm saying Trump neutralize abortion as an issue, and that if Trump would have been wishy-washy, we'll have to see what happens, like if he didn't come out and say categorically that he's not going to do an abortion ban, then it would have been a different story because people would have been nervous about it.
I don't know. Well, okay, I don't agree with saying neutralizing. I think that's way too strong a language. I will say he did a good job. I think the best any Republican could have done in his position.
Right. Look, there are obviously people.
It definitely had an effect. I'm not going to say
there are lots of Democrats who believe in their heart of hearts today that Trump is going to pass an abortion ban.
Right.
Like, they believe the Democratic hype, right? The Democrats are saying this is going to happen. There's no way this is not going to happen. They believe it, and they're voting based on that. So I would be shocked if Trump signed an abortion ban, right? Like, why would he? What's the incentive for him to do that?
Right.
So I think it's a bit of gaslighting on the Democratic side. Sarah Longwell here probably still believes he's going to sign an abortion ban because she's just like got TDS coming out of every orifice here. So, but I think obviously if Trump didn't do what he did, it would be a different situation. So, but I agree with you that Kellyanne Conway is not necessarily, and abortion is probably a bigger issue to Kellyanne Conway too. I think she's Catholic and pro-life. So.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So, first of all, thank you for pointing out that I do a lot of focus groups. I do, and
you like that?
It's like, thank you for pointing out, you bitch.
So she pointed to Sarah. Kellyanne Conway pointed to Sarah when she said, "There's a lot of bullshit polls out there." And her response is, "Thank you for pointing out that I do a lot of bullshit focus groups."
They didn't say.
We all do. We just
they didn't say Kamala Harris was going to win.
Hold on, like it skipped for me.
Yeah. So first of all,
her comeback is so amazing in the context of the polling for campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
She's basically accusing Sarah of being one of those push pollers.
Right.
thank you for pointing out that I do a lot of focus groups. I do, and they didn't say.
We all do. We just
they didn't say Kamala Harris was going to win.
Trump.
Okay.
No,
you have stage 5 Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes, I get it. Sure.
No one is figuring.
Yeah, that's right. I think you guys are bad people who are bad. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is so fucking good. We got to back it up. What'd she just accuse her of?
Stage 5 TDS.
You have stage 5 TDS. I'm sorry, there's no vaccination for it. Jesus. Is that what she said?
First of all, thank you for pointing out that I do a lot of focus.
Why is she coming out so hot? Why is Kellyanne Conway coming out so hot? It's like she's the one that started this, like this back and forth.
Because she doesn't like all the fucking lies about Trump.
Okay.
She doesn't like all the fucking lies.
Groups, I do, and they didn't say.
We all do. We just
they didn't say Kamala Harris was going to win.
Trump.
Okay.
No,
you have stage 5 Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes, I get it. Sure.
No one is figuring.
Yeah, that's right. I think you guys are bad people who are bad. Yes, are bad for the country. Yes, that's right. To attack.
Who is you guys? The country. Saying you guys are bad for the country. Who's you guys? The country. The country.
Do you hear the moderator like listen? We're all adults here. They're like, no, shut up. Shut up.
I'm trying to listen to them. This is the most fascinating engagement right here.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a thing. I think Kellyanne Conway talks about this on that podcast with David Plouffe. It's just the Democratic Party, they like to insult people. They do. They like to fucking insult people. And that's just not good politics. It isn't.
Bro.
They do. What are you talking about?
Bro.
That's their favorite thing to do.
That was literally the thing that made Donald Trump famous in 2016. Was that he was insulting all the he literally insulted all the Republicans out of the primary to win.
Yes. There's a difference between insulting politicians that you're running.
You're talking about insulting the voters. Okay, I understand.
Yes.
I got you. That is true.
And look, this is a perfect example. She's pointing out, who's you guys? Who's you guys? The country? Is that who you're talking about? The country?
Well,
and that's who they are talking
about.
Wait a
minute.
Constantly.
Wait. Hold on. Hold the phone a second.
Nobody gives a fuck about little Marco.
Let's go back a second. Hold on.
About crooked
Hillary.
Hold on.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop. Okay. So yeah, I agree with you about don't insult the voters, and the Democrats obviously have a bad track record.
They do. They fucking love to insult the voters.
But let's go back a second, because I thought when she said "you guys," it seemed pretty clearly to me that she was talking about Kellyanne Conway and like Trump pundits. She didn't mean the voting base. But let's see.
I do, and they didn't say.
We all do. We just
Van, hang on one second. I'm gonna let Sarah Longwell respond.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for pointing out that I do a lot of focus groups. I do, and they didn't say.
We all do. We just
they didn't say Kamala Harris was going to win.
Trump.
Okay.
No,
you have stage 5 Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes, I get it. Sure.
No one is figuring.
Yeah, that's right. I think you guys.
Of course, there's no vaccination.
Wait, stop! You cut it the right.
I love it. She's like, of course, there's no vaccination.
Oh my God.
Didn't say Kamala Harris was going to win.
Trump.
Okay.
No,
you have stage 5 Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes, I get it. Sure.
No one is figuring.
Yeah, that's right. I think you guys are bad people who are bad. Yes, are bad for the country. Yes, that's right. Who attacked the Constitution.
Stop.
Donald Trump.
Stop.
Yeah.
See, she 100% says Trump. When she says you guys, she's 100% talking about Trump and Trump's team. She's not talking about voters. She even said you guys are bad for the country. So. Kellyanne Conway's trying to do a little sneaky. Listen, Kellyanne Conway's trying to do your girl here. She's trying to do a little sneaky sneak. Okay, she's trying to spread the blame around. Be like, listen, she's attacking everyone. She's like, am I really? No, I don't think so.
Well, I think she is definitely. She does.
That's not what she said.
She has total disdain for Trump voters.
That's not what she said. And I'm not going to read her mind, okay?
Well, look, I'll believe it when I see it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to judge anyone on one data point.
Yeah, I was about to say. At least you didn't get anyone
I'm
almost
not.
killed.
Look,
All right.
I'm not. Look, this is like an epic. This is an epic fight here. I love it.
So here's the thing: the voters.
Just let it, Kellyanne, let her.
No. I'm gonna. Just because the thing is I actually agree with a number of the things Kellyanne said about the actual voters, which is that, and here's the thing: most of the independent voters, they were double haters, right? They don't love Donald Trump. Most of them.
Look at Kellyanne Conway shaking her head.
Wait, that's literally true. What she's saying is
She just called the
literally true.
voters fucking haters.
They wait.
hate Donald Trump,
Wait,
actually.
stop.
But they
Wait,
also-
you're like, you need to like actually listen to what she's saying, because that's not what she's saying. There was a very clear polling and data on this, that there were double hate voters that hated both or did not like both Trump and Harris, but they didn't like Harris more than they didn't like Trump. That is a fact. Okay.
True.
Okay.
So, and this is an indictment of the Democrats. Okay. Joe Biden should not have run. He was too old.
You agree that hater is like a derogatory characterization, right? You could say that there are both people that were unhappy with their choices in the election, right?
If someone's going to get their panties in a twist,
it more friendly.
Okay. I guess you could frame it more friendly. If some voter out there is going to get their fucking panties twisted, they're called a hater, I'm going to tell them to grow a fucking nut. Okay. Grow some pear and, get on with their lives. Like, give me a break. They call me a hater. It's like, okay.
Well, how do you think she defines the people who are against trans women in sports? And there were a bunch of transphobes.
Okay.
Of course she does.
This has anything to do with this specific conversation. So,
well, it makes the point that there are nicer ways to refer to people, and there are more caustic ways.
That is true.
There are ways that will get you a smile out of Kellyanne Conway, and there are ways that will get you an eye roll. And hater is the term that she rolled her eyes at.
And every voter said it. It was in all of the data that Joe Biden should not be the nominee. He should have been a one-term president who was a bridge and let the party have a primary. That is the only thing that you can retcon at this moment and go back and say what would have been different. Kamala Harris coming in with 100 days left wasn't going to do the trick. And I think that she did. She so exceeded expectations, though, in terms of where the low expectations for her were. She increased her favorables, and that allowed Democrats to sort of go back to something.
Oh, my God. There's Kellyanne Conway's. I listened to this. I didn't get the reaction shots. Like when she says that Kamala Harris completely exceeded expectations, Kellyanne Conway's eyes just like bug out of her head. She's like, what the fuck am I listening to?
That is not true. Yeah, that is some kind
exceeded expectations. I mean, maybe if your expectations were low as fuck.
Listen, the expectations for Harris were so low that they were going to find new sources of fossil fuel. Okay,
right,
underneath the earth. Right,
of course. Yeah,
so I guess they did exceed those expectations. Yeah, right. So they did exceed those expectations. That's true.
Look, she can read a teleprompter.
Well, no, because you understand the expectation was she was going to walk up on stage like drunk and stumbling around. And
I forgot. I forgot about
knocking
that.
people over and shit, just giggling. And they're like, listen, she got sober for the race. Okay.
This is great.
Expectations were exceeded.
That's right. She only drank 3 glasses of wine.
There you go. Before 12.
They were able to make it extremely close in the House. The Republicans are still losing House seats right now. It's going to be like a 3-seat majority. They held on to a lot of places in the Senate where Democratic senators overperformed Kamala Harris. And so Donald Trump didn't have the same coattails. But what was happening? Is it because there's some great, thing about Donald Trump, or were people so angry about inflation, so angry about a lot of COVID? There's still a lot of COVID hanger. They were so angry about it.
What? Oh,
what happened?
Immigration. Democrats have no answer, no plan on immigration, and voters really care about it. And so, I think that, and when I say, there's a lot about what voters think that comes from the fact that people lie to them. right? They were lied to about the 2020 election being stolen. It's interesting to hear Kevin talk about 2020 right now and essentially in the frame that Joe Biden won, because that is not a given in the Republican Party. They lie to people all the time. Donald Trump is a professional liar, and as a result, but they are better at working the media channels. Democrats
are stupid. You're sitting here saying the American people are stupid.
No, I'm saying you guys are better at talking.
I don't think you guys is. It's like
football team. The Trump campaign. The Trump went everywhere.
Ridiculous.
JD Vance went everywhere, right? They went on every podcast. They talked to every person, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris didn't.
But isn't that a different point, Sarah? I mean, there is a point.
I got called on 15 minutes ago. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Van, hang on just one second. I just want to address that though, because I do want John Carl to speak to this, and Major and Margaret after Van talks. But we're getting a little behind here. The issue of the media approach is actually a really important one.
Yeah.
The issue of the issues, immigration and coronavirus, which we haven't even discussed yet, and I want to get to. But Van, please.
It's so weird that they don't even focus on, what were the arguments people were making in the election? It's like, oh, they went on the right media platform. Just, I think obviously, if you look back at the election, a lot of people didn't know what the fuck Kamala Harris was going to do. Like, nobody had any faith that she could accomplish any of the things that she said she was going to do. Everything was super nebulous. I mean, Trump, you kind of had a clear vision of what he wanted to happen, at least.
Yeah.
And none of that has anything to do with the fact that he went on Joe Rogan.
Well, I think that the difference is, this is what, and people just can't see this, and I don't really understand why, is they think that the fact that the American public didn't have a clear perception of Harris is because she just wasn't in a place they could hear, when I think to both of us, it's like, no, people could hear her. They just didn't like what they were hearing because she was such a bad communicator.
Yeah,
And people just
totally.
can't
That's exactly
understand.
it.
And it's just weird. People just don't, like on the left, they just do not perceive it. Usually, like sometimes they perceive it. You had Axelrod talking about her, going into word salad and stuff. But that's why I keep saying Harris is probably the worst politician who's run for president in my lifetime that I've ever witnessed. And I don't think people appreciate that.
Yeah, look at the situation with the houses. So she had this housing policy that she was going to build more houses. She was going to give $25,000 to first-time home buyers, right? Like anytime that came up, it was just like a 1 or 2 line thing in some other speech about how she grew up middle class, right? Like there was no detail. There was no further conversation about it. So that gave the impression that, that's a big fucking maybe, right? Like when Trump is questioned, when Trump says, look, I'm going to tariff the shit out of people, like I'm going to bring jobs back home by threatening other countries with tariffs. And then he gets into a detailed back and forth with some reporter for, 20 minutes over tariffs. You think, okay, well, he is really going to do this tariff thing, right? Like it's just a completely different impression that you get. You don't have any of those types of situations with Kamala Harris, which makes you think she's not going to do any of this shit. She's just saying it. She's just talking.
Yeah, no, that's all 100% true. And then you combine with the fact that she just can't tell a story in a narratively compelling way, that, there's just no belief for anything she says. It's all vague. It's all nebulous.
Yeah, hugely.
To make your point.
Okay, so look, guys, a lot of the stuff we're doing is the same stuff we do all the time. We got a chance to talk real here. I want to talk real. You guys shouldn't be as happy as you are because 2016 people voted for change because they were fed up and sick of it and gave Trump a chance. 2020 people voted for change because they were sick of Trump. 2024 they voted for change. They're probably going to vote for change a bunch more times because something is off, man. There's something really going wrong for real everyday work and folks in this country. And I'm not sure either party has an answer yet. We know how to beat each other up when the other one's in power. But can we solve any of these problems? My perspective doesn't come from the focus groups. It doesn't come from sitting on CNN next to my beloved Anderson Cooper. I was on the ground supporting folks in Philadelphia, trying to get folks to vote. I was trying to help Jewish voters get to the polls in the Philly suburbs. And I'm telling you, we are way off. The entire political class is way off. First of all, digital is a new door knocking. You got to understand that. We were laughing our butts off at Donald Trump for suspending his door knocking campaign and letting Charlie Kirk and Elon do a bunch of stuff online. We said, these guys are idiots. These guys are stupid. Then you start knocking on these doors. You know what people come to the door with? Their phone in their hand. They're in a 24-hour digital surround sound that has nothing to do with CNN, has nothing to do with any stuff that we do. I asked my son, I got a teenage son, I asked him, who are the most influential people in the world today? I'm thinking to myself, he's going to say Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z. He says, Kai Cent, Aiden Ross, Jinxie, and Sketch. I don't know who he's talking about. I said, what platforms are you on? He goes, I'm on Twitch, Kick, and Rumble. I said, that sounds like you need to go to the hospital. What are these platforms? I'm telling you guys, the mainstream has become fringe, and the fringe has become mainstream. There are platforms, there are people out there that are getting 14 million streams, and we're on cable news getting 1 or 2 million. And so there is a whole world out there. Kellyanne
Still, none of this has to do with messaging. I don't disagree with any of this, though.
No,
but
wait,
still.
But this is, I mean, he's 100% correct.
Oh, he is one. Yeah, look, I agree with everything he's saying. He is 100% correct.
Yeah.
The mainstream, the megaphone is broken. They don't, speaking to the voters through mainstream media just seems niche these days. But none of this is about the message of the campaigns. So,
well, yeah, but it seems like mainstream media has basically become a place for like news junkies who have probably already made up their mind on elections. And so, you know, are those really going to be effective mouthpieces for getting people to show up to vote for you? And those are the people who are going to show up anyway, right?
Yeah.
To agree with her, but I do a lot of times. Donald Trump understood that and we didn't. And that's not just Democrats that don't. The entire political class is way off. And I'm going to tell you something else. Men are hurting, man. Men are hurting. And the feminist culture tells you, don't cry because you're the problem anyway. And the masculinist culture tells you, don't cry because boys don't cry. So you just aren't able to talk about how scared you are you can't provide for anybody. You can't talk about how scared you are that you don't understand your kids and what's going to happen to them. You can't talk about anything. So at least Donald Trump lets you have an emotion besides shame. And so, guys, we can sit up here all day long and do this talking point gumbo stuff that we do. But I'm telling you right now, you guys are going to be in trouble next. Because until somebody fixes these problems for real people, there is a rebellion in this country. And anybody who comes out and sounds like they aren't pulling their talking points out of Cracker Jack box will get a hearing, whether they're right, wrong, or otherwise.
All right, hang on one sec. Margaret Hoover, to ban...
So that thing he said at the end, I think that's so true about like how men feel. And it's very interesting. I think it was actually very wise the way he framed it, where if you have one side telling you, you know, you shouldn't feel bad, or you shouldn't feel bad because you're the blame, and the other side saying you shouldn't feel bad because that makes you weak. It's like, okay, who's the only person that's letting you feel something, right? That's not shame, that's not fear, that's not anxiety. And like usually that's going to materialize as feeling anger. And you're going to go side with a person who's saying, oh, you know, I'm allowed to be angry, right?
Well, I think a lot of people voted for Trump because of economic. He gave them hope he could turn the economy around, and I do think a lot of this comes down to economics. So,
of course, right.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about like, you know, like how a lot of young men are feeling in society right now, there is a lot of anger, and a lot of men have been left behind, and the mainstream culture has basically told them to fuck off.
No, I totally agree. Look, and it's powerful that he uses the word shame, obviously, because a lot of people, you know, they want to take responsibility for their own actions. So even if it is just a shitty economy that you really can't get ahead in, nobody wants to blame somebody else for their troubles. That's just, that's a complete cop-out for a lot of people. So it's like a no-win situation. You can't complain about it, but at the same time, you've been dealt a really shitty hand. So, and a lot of people have economically And it's so interesting. This last campaign was so fascinating because it is, I mean, just the whole optics of the Kamala Harris campaign. Like, it seemed to be completely against that. Like, the words coming out of her mouth seemed to be, yeah, I understand that people are struggling, but not, right? Like, at the same time, she's saying, yeah, people are struggling, but things are getting better. And, that's because Biden was in charge. So, I mean,
Right.
it was just a completely mixed up messaging. And
Right.
the messaging from Donald Trump was just so clear. The economy's shit, and I'm going to fix it. It was great when I was president. We're going to turn things around.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
because she, for whatever reason, loyalty or
Yes.
whatever,
Yeah.
wouldn't
Serving two masters.
Yes, wouldn't throw Biden under the bus, and
Yes.
that
Yeah.
didn't work. That didn't work for her, obviously.
She couldn't serve Biden and her own political aspirations.
Right.
This point about the media, mainstream media becoming fringe, which I'm not sure I quite agree with, but
You can't. Actually, given our surroundings,
right.
that's
But
yeah.
it is certainly true that the mainstream media does not have the impact it once was. What do you, John Major, see as the future for what reporting looks like as we go forward into the next Trump administration? And what is the approach that the mainstream media should take, considering controversies of the last term?
The underpinning and the foundation of a representative democracy, it relies on a free press. It relies on transparency. It relies on people observing what is happening amongst those who hold power and then reporting it. And not just reporting it. I mean, reporting, we don't have to think of in the traditional sense, but look, video cameras are everywhere now. We don't have to wonder whether, somebody was held down for however many seconds. We have a video of it. I think being able to see transparently on camera what is happening is part of the story. So I do think digital isn't not just the new door knocking. Digital is the new media. I mean, digital is how we hold those in power to account. And people who are in the digital space, who are capturing the moments where people who hold power, which is the trust of the public, that is how we hold people account. And then, so this is, and in New York, by the way, we're all doing this because this is not being broadcast on cable news. This is not being broadcast on television. This is being broadcast by digital. And so we're all moving there, even if we're a beat behind. But transparency is, reporting and telling the truth and transparency is how we hold those in a power to account.
Alexis Michael-Johnson.
Yeah, look, as an organization that reaches millions of people every single day to have conversations around bodily autonomy, we are all on digital, right? So the idea that the Harris campaign was not on digital, that the IEs like Future Forward were not on digital, and spending millions of dollars to reach those folks, to hire influencers, to bring them to the DNC, right? And have a totally different kind of outreach to young folks and people of color much differently than we have seen in the past. It doesn't mean that we need to know who Tank and Please and all the folks are, but they are out there and they are having those conversations. I think that the difference is, and I listened to Kellyanne talk about the rejection of wokeness. We also saw a closing argument.
I think there's an element here that maybe Van Johnson articulate exactly, I think, correctly, which is that I'm sure if you went back in to 1970, okay, that there was, most kids, most young adults, they're not there's only whatever, 5 channels, there's only, whatever, handful of news stations. But I would suspect if you asked a lot of people that were in their 20s, were you really paying attention to, I guess let's say past Vietnam, because obviously that, they're paying attention to that, but past Vietnam, were they really paying attention to news and all that stuff? And probably not, because, you look at voting records historically, and that's always been the age group that's just never really been paying attention to news, that's not really been voting, that's been paying attention to politics. People start to tend to pay more attention to politics or news as they get older. And that's just sort of like the natural occurrence, natural way people work. So I think the big change isn't really for his kids I mean, he's kind of like ridiculous that he thinks his kids are going to tell him that fucking, Obama or Oprah or like, the influential people in the world. Like, you have to be really detached from your children to think they would ever give you.
No, it's
that's like a ridiculous answer, right? Yeah, it's a completely insane answer. But what I think is the more pressing issue for the media right now, it's not, when you talk to your kids, who do they follow for news? It's when you go talk to your neighbors, when you go talk to people that are boomers, you go talk to people that are in the 40, and up range and say, where you get your news, more and more of them are going to be telling you from Facebook, from
TikTok,
X,
yeah,
from TikTok, from Instagram, from some social media site, not from sitting down and watching the news, which less and less people, most people nowadays, they consume content on their phone or by listening to something while they're doing something else.
Yeah, totally. In the car, everyone's multitasking. They're like, sit down and watch a news program. Who has time for that?
Right. Like, I don't even have cable. I don't even
neither do I
have cable. I don't remember the last time I've sat down and turned. I think the last time I sat down, turned on the fucking TV. No, I was literally in a hotel, for Thanksgiving, and I didn't even turn the TV on once. Because what the fuck was the point? What's the point? What's the point? And see, that's like the real thing that I think is just this pressing issue that they have to address.
Yeah. It's just, this is so elitist here. Just everything they say rubs me the wrong way. Just her like, we don't need to know what the commoners like.
Right.
Okay. We have people that tell us what they like.
Yes. Well, because I mean, this is what makes this conversation interesting, is that these are those people, right? This is the Beltway. This is the elite, pundits and politicians, and it's sort of like seeing how they perceive reality and how it seems to be detached from, what's actually going on the ground. So,
but this is what cost them the election. This level of detachedness.
Yeah.
And we could see it the whole time in Kamala Harris's campaign.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, look, she's surrounded by celebrities. She thinks these celebrity endorsements are going to win her the White House. Fucking crazy. Look, someone might believe a celebrity when they're going to try some new kind of hand lotion. Okay. It's not the same kind of investment in the next president for 4 years.
I think it's slightly different than that. It's now, again, I don't know how much it matters that you like reach the kids, because they don't come out and vote. And I'll be curious to see, like, in the next 10 to 20 years, when the people that are 20 to 30 now or even younger grow up, like what their media consumption habits are. Because right now with the children, right, the people that, or the young adults, the people that like maybe celebrities would have some kind of impact on, it seems like the model has moved away from, Taylor Swift. I mean, obviously they're still very popular, but it's not so much like Taylor Swift and Oprah and all these other people. It's more like everyone has their parasocial relationship with their internet celebrity that they watch on stream, or that they watch on Instagram, or they watch their makeup videos or whatever, right? And so if those, that's why people were talking about Trump, doing the thing with Aiden Ross, like that is a celebrity endorsement. It's just a different type of celebrity endorsement. And people were saying that type of celebrity endorsement they thought was more effective. Same thing with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a type of celebrity endorsement. So I don't know if it's that celebrity endorsements are gone. I think it's just, it's all, the environment has just changed dramatically.
It would be much harder for those celebrities to endorse the candidate if they showed up and just were completely obnoxious or out of it. So,
well, yes, obviously they have to.
And I just think that was Kamala Harris's MO. Like, she just showed up and was like completely obnoxious and out of it. So maybe it was a celebrity endorsement, but I do think, I just think people were more moved by the interaction between Trump and Aiden Ross. And Trump didn't look like some cringe lord. So
yeah,
that's how he got the celebrity endorsement.
Well,
like, it could have gone completely differently, right? If Kamala Harris would have gone on Aiden Ross and was just completely foolish, it wouldn't have been an endorsement.
No, that's completely correct, because we talked about this, Harris's inability to come off as a real person.
Yeah, authentic.
And be authentic. And yeah, like, I don't know, like the Joe Rogan thing, it might have been too late. But if early in the game she could have sat down and done streams or interviews or Joe Rogan or anything and just give a sense of like a real person that was physically there as opposed to this empty suit, then who knows? The outcome could have been wildly different.
This is why it's laughable when all these people say, oh my God, Kamala Harris completely overperformed for what she was given.
No, yeah, that's like insane. That's insane. Yeah.
It's totally insane. Because look, if she goes on Aiden Ross, if she goes on Joe Rogan, like it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. It's just going to be cringier and cringier and cringier. She couldn't even go on the fucking View where it was like a friendly atmosphere without saying something that she put her foot in her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Like where could she go? I tried to listen to a little bit of that, like Who's Your Daddy or whatever podcast it was. Oh God, it was just so vapid. I'm like, who is listening to this?
Yeah.
There's like zero substance in any of this. The argument over tariffs, which I believe was on like CNBC, was more interesting than anything she had to say.
Mm-hmm.
God, oh my God, she just sounds like an infomercial. She sounded like a QVC host.
Yep.
It's just completely nerve-wracking.
Argument that was grounded in white nationalism and supremacy and patriotism.
Oh my God, what just happened?
Oh, wait. How do we end up here?
Don't you love the woman that makes sure that all of your daughters are on birth control is bitching about white supremacy?
I know.
On the on the New York Times book deal summit.
Mm-hmm.
The rejection of wokeness. We also saw a closing argument that was grounded in white nationalism and supremacy and patriarchy and the Madison Square Garden fiasco. The idea that
somebody watches Jonathan K. Parr.
This person is insane. The Madison Square Garden fiasco? The fiasco? She mean like the guy that told the joke? Like, what is that? Or just having the Madison Square Garden rally in the first place?
She is her whole experience with the Madison Square Garden thing is watching that one MSNBC hit piece by Jonathan K. Parr on how the Madison Square Garden rally resembled a Nazi rally from the 1950s.
Right.
Look at Kellyanne Conway.
I know.
Kellyanne Conway is like, these are the Democratic elite.
Mm-hmm.
Republicans are going to rule Washington for the next 50 years.
I mean, but this is like, so this is Alexis McGill Johnson.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Where's her ideology from?
CEO of Planned Parenthood, Adam. The fucking O.
Millions and millions of your tax dollars go straight into this woman's pocket.
This person's a fucking retard.
So she can sit home and watch MSNBC.
Yes.
And nurse her stage 5 Trump derangement syndrome, hoping for a vaccine someday.
That is what people are accepting, that young men are accepting that because of shame of their masculinity and how they are engaging. That's the emotion that they're leaning into. I think is way more problematic in terms of what we need to be thinking about and bringing the next generation into this. So I don't think it's just a critique of mainstream media not giving the information. I think we are living in a very digital society, but one that is so polarized, right? That is created, like wherever you're getting your media, it's not like your media, the people who are listening to Tang are not the same people who are listening to Joe Rogan, right? And so how do you actually bring them together and create the structures? That's what the parties need to be thinking about. That's certainly what the Democratic Party needs to be thinking about. How are you bringing people and fighting the polarization that seems to be locked into a different structure and one that is reinforcing, some very problematic identities, identity politics and othering politics that are very focused on hate and division. And that's what I'm deeply concerned about.
It's like, oh my God.
I know she's saying basically anyone who listens to Joe Rogan, fucking Nazi.
No, but it's like insane because like these people are so fucking delusional. Like in one breath, they're like, oh my God, there's all this hate and division in the country that we need to combat. And then like the next second, they're like, we need to stop all the Nazis from taking over.
I know.
And the other rising politics. And you're like, what the fuck? Listen to yourself.
Right. Well, they mean the other rising policies are the Nazis going after Planned Parenthood.
I know. They can
for
only perceive
transing
it.
the kids.
Yeah. They can only perceive it in against them in one direction. So
I know. It's sad. And hilarious.
I want to, speaking of polarization, turn to Kevin McCarthy. Do you have something you want to say about polarization?
I thought you were going to let Jonathan talk. Okay.
Jonathan, do you have something to add?
I was just going to make a point on the media coverage. And there's been so much attention, Donald Trump's vilification of the media, enemy of the people, opposition party, fake news, all of that. But it was interesting to see the way Kamala Harris engaged with what the so-called mainstream media, which was for much of the campaign not at all. She came out of a very successful convention, and then almost went into hiding to prepare for her first major media engagement, which was a 20-minute interview with her running mate on CNN that came and went like that, and then went in to prepare for a debate. And she didn't not only did she not engage with Joe Rogan or all these alternative media you're talking about, she didn't engage with the major broadcast media, with the New York Times. And the complaints coming out of the Democrats were almost as strident as the ones coming out of the Trump campaign about the coverage, and yet there was so little engagement. Tim Walz was chosen in large part, got on Kamala Harris's radar screen because of his effectiveness on cable television. And then he went into hiding. Did anybody hear from Tim Walz after he became the Democratic nominee for vice president?
Yes, we saw his disastrous debate, and I'd like to.
Well, you saw the debate, but my point is, Kellyanne, my point is, he didn't go. He didn't go.
So okay, wait.
I don't think that line.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Okay, I think that's wrong. I think she's wrong in this analysis.
The disastrous debate? No, she's right about that.
We watched a debate, and I think we both came to the conclusion that it helped J.D. Vance because they both came off as like fine and likable, and yet that was what J.D. Vance wanted. He needed to fix his image. Tim Walz needed to attack J.D. Vance's image, which he didn't do. So I'd just say a disastrous debate implies that Tim Walz, took a shit on stage or something, which he didn't do. He just didn't attack JD Vance. It doesn't even make sense. I think the issue.
Look, he had that frightening look in his eye. He looked terrified, and he kept jotting down crazily notes.
I agree. But I wouldn't say disastrous. But anyway,
he looked up several times.
I think
terrified.
No, I completely wildly disagree with you. I think Harris did 1,000 times worse than Tim Walz did, and everyone thought she destroyed Donald Trump. Okay, because she had these weird, smug fucking looks that looked completely phony on her face, right? So obviously,
so you thought Harris did worse than Tim Walz?
Oh yeah,
okay,
easily. Right. Okay, the issue with Tim Walz there are two issues. Number one, they started hitting him on all the weird lies or things.
Oh yeah,
he said, right. The military stuff, the China stuff, and then remember the whole thing about whether he was a veteran or no, what was it when he dropped out of the military and when he served, and it sounded like he was, or he may even said directly as if he was served in Iraq or whatever when he didn't. And remember, Tim Walz gave that really shitty, sometimes I'm like a goofball and I say bad things, right? It was he gave this terrible explanation for it. And that was when they stopped putting Tim Walz out there. So obviously that attack had been very effective. Maybe not in the vote. I don't know if it was effective on the voters' mind, but it was effective on the Harris campaign's psyche, because that's when they started hiding Tim Walz. Okay. It was when all that stuff.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. Right. So it had nothing to do with the debate. It was all the stolen valor stuff. That's number one. Number two, and this was interesting, I think I saw Joe Rogan tweet about this. I didn't get this interpretation, but I did hear other people get this, that they would watch Tim Walz and something about his vibe disgusted them on a very visceral level.
Really?
Yeah, because they would feel like he was doing the sort of, I'm a not, this is how they would perceive it. I'm a not scary, non-threatening white male, right? There's white males out there that are scary, but I'm one of the good ones. And people kind of perceived it through that lens, and they everything that he would say, they would just immediately be turned off on. So I don't know. I don't know if they did focus testing and maybe that was some of the internal polling from the Harris campaign. Maybe that's why they started to hide him. And maybe, I don't know. Or it could have just been the stolen valor stuff.
It was probably the combination of all, but that's a great point. The stolen valor stuff was just, oh, how did they not know that ahead of time? I guess they just didn't have enough time to vet him. So,
right. But I think that was all way more than the, yes, the squirrel look that he gave in the debate wasn't great, but I would not say it was a disastrous debate performance.
Good old tampon Tim.
There you go.
J-Mac nickname totally stuck.
Thanks so much, J-Mac, for $100. Says, asking if I should do something, and then my advisors tell me that it's not a good idea isn't really the same as me doing something and then being stopped. Trump could have steamrolled and been completely petty, yet he didn't. I'm almost surprised that's not what he did. Okay, so let me be more clear. I don't know with the John Kerry thing, because I don't know enough about that one, but with the trying to get them to go after Biden and Obama and Clinton and all these other people, this wasn't an issue of Donald Trump asking his advisors, hey, should we go do this thing? And they're like, no. And he says, oh, okay. That's not what happened. Donald Trump said, and actually that is what that person said in the Kerry story. I don't know if it's been confirmed by another source. Well, Donald Trump said, go do this thing. I want you to go investigate my political opponents. I want you to try to get them arrested. And people said, I refuse to do this and I'm going to quit. And everyone's going to quit if you keep pushing this. That's very different than you just suggesting something and your advisor is telling you that's not a good idea.
Well, okay.
So Philip Kogan's for $20 says it's not just Kerry conducting foreign policy with Iran, but the number of Iranian plants in the state that worked on the Iran deal. Yeah, see, to me, that would be like the real thing. That should be like the big investigation, right? If that story is true about the Iranian spies being involved with the Iran deal and being planted in the American government, which I haven't really heard much of a peep on from either Democrats or Republicans, which is surprising. You would think that would be a story that the Republicans would have trumpeted from like the mountaintops, right? Because it would make the Democrats look fucking horrible. And you think that'd be something that Donald Trump would have like slammed when he was running. Like, oh my God, fucking the Democrats let actual Iranian spies into the government to do this deal. And no one really seemed to push on that button that much. I'm not sure why.
Maybe it's not accurate.
I don't know. Maybe. Philip Combs for $20. Thank you. Says, let's not forget that it was Joe Biden's idea to charge the incoming national security advisor for Trump for having a conversation with his Russian counterpart during the transition period from Obama to Trump. Was that Joe Biden's idea to do that? I mean, I know that it happened. I don't know if it was Joe Biden's idea to do that. So that was the Flynn thing. So they're really trying to get him over the foreign registered, not being a registered foreign lobbyist. So it's fair. It's definitely fair to criticize for that, because I think that was really, the charge itself wasn't the issue. It was just, they just didn't really trust him at all, whether right or wrong. They thought he was some kind of foreign plant. Dr. Fire for 20 Canadian says, at this point, honestly speaking, after 10 to 15 years now of accusations and shaming, them wanting to speak about men and young men problems now come off as disingenuous to me. I hope I'm wrong, but I suppose we'll see. We will see. I mean, I 100% get the feeling. 100% get the feeling. The question is, it seems like there's a lot of people, I think, that have basically been cowed into silence for 10 years or were cowardly and afraid. I guess the question is, are you going to grow a fucking spine or change face? Who knows? I mean, look at Anna. Anna definitely changed her position on a lot of things. So I think maybe some of these people will have a wake up moment and will have an honest, change in their thoughts and opinions, and finally, have the dust swept from their eyes and be able to see what's going on here.
Yeah. People can change.
So
you got to give them more than one metric. There's another $100 JMac super chat. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, is there?
I think you skipped it. Yeah.
It's not showing up on my
JMac for $100. I hate to say it, but that's a failure from Van Jones to not know about those shows' apps. If you have kids, it is your responsibility to know what all that crap is. You think I want to watch Skibbity Toilet and the Rizzler? Hell no. But I need to know for my kids' sake. Well, that's because you're an excellent father, obviously, J-Mac. And Van Jones is off gallivanting across the Beltway to try to get Democrats elected. Actually, I'm sure Van Jones is a great dad too, but
Right.
he probably just doesn't let his kids even have any of access to that stuff.
Well, two things. First of all, you are completely correct, J-Mac. Good job.
Well,
You're
except
a much
for about
better
the Skibbity
father.
Toilet thing, obviously.
But no, I was going to say number two.
Want to watch?
I was going to say number two. How dare you insult Skibbity Toilet? Okay, Adam is a big Skibbity Toilet aficionado and fan now.
Look at
right?
this.
So how dare you?
How dare you? Yeah,
Yes.
you can watch Skibbity Toilets for hours.
There you go.
We should just have Skibbity Toilet running in the background of our. We
should.
can add some commentary to Skibbity Toilet. We should do some reviews.
We'll do some
Skibbity
Skibbity
Toilet reviews.
You know, I never thought to look that up. I bet you.
Are there
Wait,
reviews of Skibbity Toilet?
Skibbity Toilet reviews. Okay, I'm curious if there's been like million view watch Skibbity Toilet reviews. Let's see. No, well, there's some reviews. It's mostly just people explaining it. It's not people like reviewing individual. You know what that means? Okay, there's a whole market here, Adam. There's a whole market of react to Skibbity Toilet content that we should be, just making bank off of these stupid kids. I mean, these kids.
Yes.
There are, okay, it's funny if I type in Skibbity Toilet reaction, there are a bunch of channels that are like, it's so funny.
Of course.
They have
freebooting Skibbity Toilet content.
Yeah, it's so funny. They have like the Skibbity Toilet, and then they have the white guy making the meme of the white guy going like, oh, with the big O face, like the O shocked face. There's a bunch of white guys making the shocked O face as the Skibbity Toilet stuff in their thumbnail, which is pretty funny.
Nice. Yeah.
Yep. So there you go.
We'll review some of that. We can't let our death of a franchise channel actually die. It would be too ironic.
That's true. That's true. Got to do some Skibbity Toilet stuff.
Anywhere, even he went and he did his speeches. Even the little traveling press corps that follows the vice president or the running mate had almost no access to him. Didn't engage. Didn't take questions. I interviewed J.D. Vance time and time again myself during the campaign. He was everywhere. Tim Walz was in hiding.
Transparent and truthful. But I'd like to thank ABC News for giving a platform to Vice President Harris because The View definitely did her in.
So one thing on the media.
Go ahead, Jason, and then Major.
Yeah, I think we're talking about a lot of very important issues, and I think Van probably made the best point that I've heard so far today, that the reason why people are frustrated is because their wages aren't growing. And they see the rich getting richer, and they see that they're working very hard and nothing's improving in their lives. Now, obviously, that a very good 4-year run with President Trump, and what I think it's a big part of the reason why he was voted back into office. But it's not just the fact that on their wage growth, they're also looking and seeing those clips on TikTok and on other places of the border being wide open. They're seeing the horrific and disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Some very serious things that people take as personal offenses that are impacting them while they're struggling to cashing out 401ks to even pay the rent just to get by. And they see illegal migrants being put up at hotels and being given their own communities. That makes people mad. And I think one other thing, too, on the media point, going to what John said, when you talk about President Trump and essentially his flood the zone approach with media being everywhere,
see so many people you tell that story to on the left, and they give you some talking points about how all that is in your imagination. All that is just Republican hype. None of that is really happening. Immigrants are hard workers. They contribute to this nation. They're not be given free stuff. It's just they go into this tirade that just it doesn't help. It doesn't help. Well, just why can't you just say they shouldn't be coming here?
I was going to agree with you, and then you just added a little something. I have to disagree with.
I stopped before I said that they can vote. I stopped short of saying they're not voting, but
no, because this actually happens a lot where there's some claim that's true, and then for like a political purpose, it gets broadened to like a a bunch of different things by one side or the other. Maybe it gets broadened by the other side defensively and dishonestly. So like, if you just say to someone, hey, did you know that they're like putting the asylum seekers in schools, and they're filling up schools, or filling up, public spaces, blah, 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 blah. And then they like respond with what you're saying. And that's like, well, that has nothing to do with anything. That's like completely ridiculous. Right.
Yeah.
Because when people talk about like the immigrants being hard workers or whatever, they're not talking about, they shouldn't be talking about people that are stuck in this asylum process that should probably not be granted asylum, that are just wasting everyone's time and resources and energy, or most of them are going to get declined. And they're just kind of hoping to get lost in the system because it takes so long in the process. They're talking about people that have been in the country for, X number of years, who are working a job or whatever. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately, those two things kind of get conflated by a bunch of different people and a bunch of different circumstances, when they should really be not talked about in the same way.
Okay.
What?
That's not too bad. I mean, that's great.
We're talking about a lot of critical issues, but the thing that hasn't really brought up is the authenticity issue. And as a candidate, people wanted to have a beer with and talk about their economic future with somebody who doesn't drink and somebody who himself is a billionaire, because he was authentic, because he could speak to them in direct and plain spoken and without a filter. And when you look at the way that Biden and Harris,
I have a different view of the authenticity thing, because I don't think it's the authentic. Just because someone is authentic doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get people's votes. The authenticity, I think, adds to the idea that they're going to keep their campaign promises. It makes them seem believable. But if they're pitching a bunch of campaign promises that nobody wants, I don't think the authenticity helps you. So, but obviously, Trump was pitching a bunch of campaign promises that people did want. So they were into his policies, and his authenticity made people believe that he would at least attempt to get them done.
Right.
Yeah. So, I do think the authenticity thing, there are some policies that I think Kamala Harris pitched that people would like. Obviously, she mirrored the no tax on tips. I think people do want more houses built and stuff like that. But the lack of authenticity just made you think, oh, she's talking shit. She can't get any of this stuff done. She's not even going to try to get any of this stuff done.
Right. Well, also when it comes to like how people perceive authenticity, especially with this election where we are right now in politics, we're at a time of like very, very high distrust of politicians and institutions. And so that's going to make the authenticity of a candidate like even more important than normal.
Yes. Yeah, very, very much so. Very true.
Harris tried to hide, then President Trump cut through, and it was very clear.
Major Garrett and then Anita.
So, Matt, you asked a moment ago about press coverage of the incoming Trump administration. Kellyanne knows this. John knows this. When we covered the first Trump administration, I told a lot of reporters, do not get emotional about this, and do not fall into this trap of critics saying you're normalizing Trump. The presidency is an institution. The country confers the normality of the presidency. Full stop. The occupant of the presidency is the president. And you cover the president, and you do it with curiosity and clarity and accuracy, and that's it. And if you get emotionally involved in it, not only is that journalistically erroneous, Trump will manipulate you. Trump understands your emotions much better than you do. Figure that out, people. Trump is someone who possesses, within the political context, supreme emotional intelligence, especially where reporters are involved. So that's one thing to level set. Kellyanne made a mention.
This is so true, and I just wish I dream of the time when reporters were strive for objectivity. Like that was the ultimate goal. That was the telos of their job, instead of this just activism. Like I have to put my politics before my reporting, because lives are at stake. Marginalized people are at stake.
Well, it's interesting because this is actually very telling. This guy's name is Major Garrett, and he's the chief Washington correspondent for CBS News. And I wonder, like, because it sounds like what he's sort of the implication is, he's like the boss on Washington for that select, for those stories in CBS. It makes it sound like he's the old gun. He's kind of the old journalist with this kind of old view of journalism. He's got a bunch of young, woke journalists that are exactly kind of had the mentality that you're talking about, where they're like, oh, I need to go fight for the press people. I need to go have, everything has to be opinionated. Everything has to be through my kind of political lens, as opposed to sort of trying to be a neutral or objective journalist. And he's like, he's like trying to tell these like kids, like, you're fucking not only wrong and it's immoral to do this, but also you're stupid because you're going to just become, manipulated by Donald Trump, which 100% of the media, completely fell prey to. This guy's 100% correct.
Yeah, yeah. It's so funny. It's just, look, if you want to be an activist, go fucking be an activist, okay? That's not your job, right?
Right.
It's like you see a burning building, you don't run in there. You're not a fucking firefighter. It's not your job, okay? That's someone else's job. You do your job. Your job is to report on the president accurately and without emotion. So I dig everything he's saying. So, but it's not going to get through because so many of these people think, well, my job is my job plus activism, right? That is my job.
Well, it's difficult because I wonder if it's not going to get through because so many people are so, like, I think so many people that get into journalism nowadays specifically are getting into it for politically ideological purposes, first and foremost, number one. And then number two, the way that like all these papers and media outlets make money, I question what the future of neutral journalism would even be profitable going forward, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's like a giant problem. But the problem is in every single vocation, right? It's in education, because you're not just an educator, you're an activist. It's in medicine.
That's the
you're not
critical
just
theory
a doctor.
Yeah.
You're a fucking you have to fight for marginalized people in your doctor's practice. It's like, no, my job is to save lives, okay? Let's make it very simple. Let the activists do what they do and let me do what I do. It's just as soon as you get that biased perspective and you start tribalizing every workplace, it doesn't end good.
No,
it doesn't end good.
No. I mean, this is one of the big differences between liberalism and socialism, or the critical justice model. Because liberalism in America, at least, was sort of based on this idea of like, okay, you go do your job, you go be a doctor or whatever. That should be divorced from your politics completely. And you should be objective and neutral. Colorblind even, political blind even in, your job, like there's nothing to do with your politics. And then you have the critical justice lens come into play, and they say, no, every single aspect of society in your life has to reflect your political purposes, your revolutionary purposes. And you have to use whatever your job is as part of the fucking leftist revolution.
Yeah. Fuck. People hate it.
No, it's terrible.
Of culture. I just want to refer to something that Tony Blair used to say. Tony Blair said, when economic times are convulsive and people feel dislodged, they don't move left economically, they move right culturally.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It was true 20, 30 years ago when Tony Blair said it. It's true now. Mm-hmm. And I've done a little bit of reading about Grover Cleveland because they are now matched historically.
You needed the punch on one of the questions I was going to ask you. So
it is not historically coincidental that the two times we have had non-consecutive re-elected presidents were times of tremendous economic dislocation. Mm-hmm. All right? The digital age is what we live in now. The Gilded Age was occurring during Grover Cleveland's time in office and others. Massive dislocation, massive convulsions, people feeling as if the world they knew is not only changing, but may never be there again. And they are uncertain about things. One thing I'll say about Grover Cleveland, when he was nominated in 1884, the seconding speech in Chicago said, the people love him, quote, because of his iron will, but they love him most for the enemies he has made. Now, that was in a completely different context. That was about Tammany Hall and Grover Cleveland's New York political life. But you could say that about Donald Trump, and you could say that about Donald Trump from 2015 onward, the enemies he has made. And the American people keep looking at the people that are enemies of Trump and say, you know what, there's something about that that makes me side with him, despite all of the misgivings you, Sarah, have given voice to. And that's just a fact.
I need it done.
So good.
So I think the thing about the enemies that he said, I think that's completely true. Is like who doesn't like Donald Trump? Oh, if it's the people that I hate also hate Donald Trump, then he must be doing something right.
Of course, yeah.
Like that's like a very classic way for people to sort of look at this. And I think this is goes back to the narrative model of like how the politicians are supposed to be persuasive by telling a story where, Donald Trump is levying, like, I think some people might think that the antagonist, if we think of politics as a storyline, okay, some people might think of the antagonist as the other candidate, but I think that's the wrong way to think about it. I think you can look at the other candidate as like they're not Thanos. They're like the secondary villain that's working towards some other, evil, some problem above them, right? Because these political elections are really trying to figure out like who's competent. And so trying to cast Donald Trump as the central antagonist in the political narrative story, I don't think is that effective. And that's why I think Trump, he would obviously criticize Harris. He'd obviously criticize Biden, but it was never like they were the chief antagonist. It was more like they were the person that was allowing the problems to continue through incompetency or malevolence, right?
Yeah,
that's a good point. They're not necessarily like the creation of it. They're just allowing this thing to come into fruition, right? And so for him, it was, immigration and jobs being shipped overseas and crime, and they're just allowing this thing to fester and grow through their incompetency and their stupidity, or even their malevolence, even their own, evilness. But with Harris and I think the Democrats, they didn't have that villain because they made Donald Trump the villain, and that doesn't work. There needed to be, this is kind of what Bernie Sanders was saying, there needed to be the villain, and for the Democrats, the classic villain is, the rich, the big corporations. I mean, it's hard.
They even fell down on that.
They did.
The military-industrial complex.
The military-industrial complex, right? It's weird. I mean, I get why, because like a lot of the corporation heads have sort of, gone woke, at least temporarily. I don't know what's going to look like in 5 to 10 years from now. And so, Democrats were kind of maybe trying to play nice with all of them. But they needed their antagonist. They needed the person to say, okay, this is why things are bad right now. And even though I think like Harris's retarded price gouging policy was stupid, I do think the intuition is there that people wanted to blame, companies for raising food prices, whether it made sense to or not. People they want someone to blame, and you can't really blame Donald Trump, especially when he hasn't been president for 4 years. But like that makes even less sense.
Yeah, I love the framing here because it does make perfect sense. All of this narrative articulates the problem. Like this is what the problem is, and this is what we need to fix. So it also has an implied strategy along with it.
Right.
And Harris, like she did try to latch on to this with the price gouging thing, but I think a lot of people just intuited that wasn't the real issue going on. So even in that case, she was against the, how do we fix it? Like it didn't imply a good strategy to solve things. So
I don't know if I don't think she talked about the price gouging thing enough for
I don't
it to
think
even
so. Yeah.
like register in people's minds to have an intuition about it one way or the other. And I think that's because it was a very ill-conceived policy that was retarded, and no one knew what the fuck to make of it, including it wasn't like, to me, it was a fake policy. It's like, we're going to make them do something. It's like, we'll make them do what exactly?
Yeah.
Right?
Look, I completely agree. Like if she started going to the mat and started calling people out saying, these people are price gouging and we're going to fix it. I mean, all they would do is come out and say, look, our margins are fucking 0.1%, right? Let's look at the financial industry, what their margins are. They would have just completely turned it around on them. It's like, you want to talk about price gouging? Why don't you go after an industry that is actually price gouging people?
Yeah, but like
whether it's she'd get in trouble with donors, like all kinds of shit.
No. Yes, obviously she would get She would get in trouble with donors, but putting the donors aside and putting the legitimacy of the fact claim aside, right? Of the price gouging thing. Because you're right, like they're going to come out, the food people are going to come out and say, oh, we have very small margins, blah, 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 right? I don't know if that actually matters at all, because it's kind of the situation of like, Trump comes out and says, they're sending us their rapists and their criminals. And it's like, okay, well, people see immigrants, right? They see all the asylum seekers in the buildings and in taking up the public spaces, and it bothers them, even if they're not seeing crime, immigrant crime.
Mm-hmm.
And so when people say, oh, well, the immigrants statistically, they commit way less crime than, citizens, it doesn't matter, right? Because they just see some aspect of it is true. They just see there's a lot of immigrants. And I think you could have the same situation with Harris. Is like people go to the grocery store, they go out to eat, and they see like food prices are very high. And so maybe it would have worked if Harris had come out here and just been like completely vague, because, Trump is very vague with a lot of his policies, have been completely vague. And it's like, the food industry is evil and they're, fucking us all over with these price gouging. They didn't need to raise prices. There's massive monopolies on chicken and eggs and blah, 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 blah. And when I'm president, I'm going to rein them in. Right. And she's just completely vague about how, she's going to do it. But it was just like pounding away. This is a villain. This is a villain. This is a villain. This is who is causing your problem. And if you like me, I'll fix it. And I think that narrative might have helped her a lot if she'd actually gone that route, even if it was completely factually incorrect.
Yeah, it might have. The only difference I can see is that she would be tangibly attacking people that can hit back. I mean, Elizabeth Warren went after Elon Musk, and Elon Musk, but ended up completely switching parties. And
right. But the Elon Musk thing is like, that's not really related to the issues that people are perceiving, like the food inflation prices.
Well, no, I'm just saying, look, if Trump is going after illegal immigrants,
you're right. Who's the switch?
Who
Right,
is going to step up and fucking punch back?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right?
Yeah. There's
like as soon as she starts going after, like I can think of a dozen people who could stand up, right?
Yeah. All the food people would turn against her and support Trump. Yes,
look, obviously. I work in they're going to be like, I work in the grocery store. I fucking, like, she's attacking people who are embedded in the economy and doing something. And look, and I think that's just a fake fucking thing.
No, but I could be completely fake, but I'm still saying, I think it would have been effective. I think something along those lines was necessary for the Democrats. To create a narrative.
I completely agree. I completely agree there.
And you're right. It would have
come up with a narrative that implies there's something that needs to be fixed and how we're going to fix it.
Right. There's some villain out there that they can identify and attack. And it would turn people against her. But I think you have one of those situations where you can't please everyone in these situations. You gotta pick someone out there, right? To say that's the bad guy. You got to get the mob riled up. Unfortunately, I think that's like the way a lot of politics works.
They're eating
but
the dogs. They're eating the cats.
That's the problem. They're not letting us eat the chickens. They're not letting us eat the chickens. They're gouging us on the chickens. She could have had a whole version of they're eating the pets, but for the price gougers, right? So,
right.
Though I will say I don't agree with what that guy said about that when there's bad economic conditions, people move right culturally. Like at first when I heard it, I said, oh, that's true. But then I thought about it, I'm like,
I kept thinking, what is that? What is
that true?
Right culturally?
I'm like, is it true? Because, after the housing crash, the culture didn't move right at all. It moved to the left, right? So that's not true in America. At least the last time there was some kind of big economic, problem. And now, even now, there is economic problems with inflation. It's not that the culture is moving right. It's just that the culture, I think, is starting to finally get fed up with woke shit. I don't know if I'd even call that moving right. Just people getting fed up with sort of the left being, filled with this nonsense that is not working and not really helping anyone, or helping the average person, I should say.
Yeah. Oh man, I say that podcast with the Sarah Longwell woman and some other guy, they were talking about immigration, and I mean it was so interesting because he kept coming to the realization that politics is transactional. I'm like, no fucking shit, dude. Where the fuck have you been?
Yeah.
They're like, he's like, I'm so sick of protecting all these people and we don't get one single vote for it. And I'm like, yeah, you fucking retard. What the fuck? Why are you doing that?
Right.
Yeah. Look, this is the whole idea behind populism.
Well, it's the whole idea behind democracy in general.
Yes, of course. I went and I listened to the Sarah, is it Longwell? She did a TED Talk, which is awful, fucking completely awful. Yeah. And she's talking about how we need a better narrative for democracy. And she doesn't even make a pitch for what the better narrative is. I'm like, look, you're talking about something I actually agree with you on. I'm in favor of democracy. But democracy is a system where you align the interest of the political elites with the interest of the population, where in most cases, and in most authoritarian regimes, they're obviously diametrically opposed. The elites are siphoning wealth off of the working class or the lower classes and vanquishing them into poverty. There's no middle class. There's just wealthy people and impoverished people. So democracy fights against that by aligning the incentives of both classes. And she can't even articulate that. I'm like, why are you such a democracy simp when you don't even know how democracy works?
Right.
So some of these people, it's just like a talking point for. Look at if you take that theory into the situation of the last election cycle, then you know why just appointing Kamala Harris without any sort of campaign, any sort of primary process is stupid and political suicide.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't care. They're democracy, rah, in name only. They don't actually care about the function of the system.
Right. It's funny that you say that because just by happenstance, it's like a couple days ago, I watched a video that just came up my feed that was about why TED Talks suck now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, yeah,
it's
they kind of do
because of
suck
activism
now,
thing, right?
And so I watched it, and basically what the guy was saying, which I didn't know was true until I saw this video, was he was saying that, you know how there's like TED and there's like TEDx talks?
Yes. Yeah.
The TEDx talks are not like real official TED Talks. They're just like any person can get a TEDx talk, essentially. You just have to, get like pay TED money or do something to get the big fucking red letters behind you. It's not like an official TED organization thing. He was kind of going through the history about how that like allowed, the entire brand of TED to just be annihilated by all these shitty TED Talks.
Yeah, well, her TED Talk is an official TED Talk, and I do think the official TED Talks
has
also
become
suck
indoctrinated
now.
with. That's true too. That is true.
Yeah,
They've become
look.
completely indoctrinated with politics, which we saw with
Coleman Hughes. Yeah.
Coleman Hughes.
Coleman
and the
Hughes.
colorblind
Coleman
stuff,
Hughes actually had a good TED Talk.
Yes.
And what did they do? They fucking buried it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, what are you thinking? What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
No wonder you suck now. The only thing that you can say is politically correct and boring.
Yep.
Boring shit nobody wants to hear. We already heard this script. It feels like a day in the progressive church. So off. TED Talks used to be amazing, but those days are gone.
Sad.
Those Jonathan Haidt TED Talk days. Oh, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to go back to what something Van said, but I think we've all touched on it and haven't really discussed it yet, which is that it is a change electorate, and that the people, and if you look around the world, the people who were in power after COVID and after we came out of the pandemic tended to suffer because there is economic dislocation and people are unhappy. But one of the disturbing things for the Democratic Party, and something that we as a party have to face up to, is that we have absolutely lost our credibility with people who are at the lower end of the economic scale. And that is, since the New Deal, right, what our party's identity has been. So right now we're a party that thinks that we are representing them and thinks we're talking to them, but we actually are not doing a very effective job. And I want to go to the role inflation played, okay, because we've touched on it a little. But, if you were to say to me, why'd you lose? The easiest answer out there is inflation and prices and the cost of rent. And, Jason touched on this a little, but it's absolutely true. People in this country remember 2019, okay? And they remember it was a time when grocery prices were a lot lower. when they felt like they could go buy a house because the interest rates were low. We heard this over and over again from voters. 2019, it was, and Joe Biden was elected president in 2020, losing the economy to Donald Trump. They still thought Trump was better on the economy, even as Joe Biden was elected. But it was a huge issue, and inflation is something that I think you can't message your way out of. And so if you were to say to me, what is the Democratic Party's biggest problem right now? Is that the people we think we're representing don't think we are representing them when it comes to the core issue for them, which is the economy and how am I going to make it? And I used to pay this much, and now I'm paying that much, and I can't afford it. And Van talked about this, but I think it is such a real thing for the Democratic Party that as we over the last 10 years or so, really the last 4 election cycles, the acceleration of this has just become serious.
Van.
I don't want to go quick. I want to go as long as Kellyanne. I got a lot to say. So look, I think that you're talking about something that's important for this party. Mm-hmm. Both of these parties are hypocritical. You have the Republican Party, that's the party of Lincoln. It's a party of, in its own mind, it's a radical anti-slavery party. It's a party of individual rights and individual dignity. And they have a bunch of white nationalists running around in there. Mm-hmm. That's a problem. Our party is supposed to be the party of FDR and working folks, but if you don't eat kale and go to yoga classes, you can't go to most of these meetings. And so that's a problem. So you have two parties that have fundamental hypocrisies built into them. We thought that their hypocrisy was going to blow them up. We thought that playing footsie with all these crazy people was going to blow up, but it's our hypocrisy that blew us up. And so...
It's so fucking true. It's so true.
I didn't sit up here and try and defend everything. I think an opportunity.
It's true that the left's hypocrisy blew it up. When he says that the right has a bunch of like Nazis or white nationalists running around, I don't even know who he's talking about.
Yeah, no, that part is way overstated on the left. Yeah. I mean, obviously you can point to some people, but I have always said that I think the right does a better job of policing their crazies because of the racism, and the racism is a taboo in our society, than the left does of policing their crazies.
Right. I mean, like those people exist. Then I don't see them as, I don't know who he's referring to. I don't see those people as, being in the Trump administration or being, the political figures that are having a significant impact on the political discourse outside of social media and Twitter and shit like that. So their hypocrisy that he outlines, I mean, the left is going to put those people in charge of stuff. Like they want a trans person in charge of everything for representation reasons. They want gay. That's like the thing. Can you imagine if it was the same on the right? Oh, we got power now. We need to get the white supremacists in every post. Right.
It's just completely
Wouldn't
different.
be good. Yeah.
The thing that I think is true that he said there is that their hypocrisy blew them up. Like they kept waiting, and as a strategy, they were waiting for the white supremacy to blow Donald Trump up. They just realized most of it was manufactured in mainstream media. It just didn't exist.
Right.
It wasn't real. He's not a white supremacist. That rally that took place was not a white supremacist rally. One guy making a racy joke about the garbage in Puerto Rico is not a tragedy, a world tragedy.
Yeah. Well, they're relying too heavily on the idea that everyone is going to perceive the anti-immigration stuff as racism.
Right.
And a lot of people are not going to see it that way. So that messaging isn't going to be particularly effective.
Yeah, totally ineffective.
Yeah.
Yes. And it blew them up.
Yep.
Community, because most people listen to this, the New York Times is going to be our people. So look, there's a bunch of stuff we did wrong. You touched one of them. People hurting economically, and we kept trying to tell them that, we're building cathedrals for them in 20 years with this Inflation Reduction Act. It didn't work. We also ran people out of our party on crypto. 50 million people bought some crypto. That's a bet on a future. They are trying to get to a better future. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, beating the hell out of crypto, beating the hell out of Silicon Valley people was not smart. Not inviting Elon Musk to the White House when you're doing an EV day because he doesn't have union workers was not smart. You're pushing people out of the party. That's a mistake. People are concerned about the health of their children. We used to own that. Michelle Obama owned that. We gave that up. RFK starts talking about it. He's a nut. There's a lot of people after COVID, a lot of our folks, suburban housewives and other folks who are very concerned. We could have talked about the issue. We didn't. We're pushing people out of this party. And the last thing I'll say is, I hate all these people, the anti-woke, the anti-this, the anti-that, but you got to look in the mirror at a certain point. We've had 5 movements in a row in our party that rely on dehumanizing binaries, where you're putting down some people to lift somebody else up. I love all our movements, but there's a moral flaw when every movement's got to put somebody down. Black Lives Matter, all white people are racist. That is not going to work.
Oh,
No, hold on a second.
Look, she's pissed. She's pissed.
Yeah.
The CEO of Planned Parenthood is like, oh no, I'm not going to take that.
Yeah. Well, he's 100% right about this.
He is,
Yeah,
of course,
yeah.
but she's like, how dare you say all white people aren't racist? None of the white people on this panel are racist, but they're the few good ones.
I'm assuming it's not. She's got her. I don't remember her exact complaint. I'm assuming her complaint is going to be something about that's not like we weren't saying everyone was racist.
She's the one that talked about white supremacy and patriarchy.
No, I understand that, but I'm assuming she's going to make some contention. She's not going to say all white people are racist. She's going to say, well, we didn't say that, and Harris ran away from all those messaging and blah 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 blah.
Oh yeah, she's going to go on the talking points.
She's going to go on the talking points.
She's going to run the script. Bring up the script. The script. Harris did nothing wrong.
Yeah,
everything is okay.
That is in fact a part of the ideology that subconsciously there's unconscious bias, and the way that lands though for people is you're calling them names. There's got to be a better way to say it. You walk through all of our movements. You look.
I'm glad that he called that out, because that's one of the few times I've ever heard anyone in the mainstream left really call that out. That toxic ideology. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, totally. But it doesn't mean that. It means that black people are oppressed and that finally their lives matter, and they never have. We're pointing it out that white people don't think black people's lives matter at all.
Right.
So therefore we have to have a hashtag to convince them.
We're not saying that you're racist. We're just saying that subconsciously you're super fucking racist.
I don't look, there's no, I don't know how you can slice Black Lives Matter in any other way.
I know.
To make it palatable. It's just it's so fucking, and look, Jones is very right to hit on this.
Yeah.
It's like, we got to start. And I just, even in the inflation thing we were talking about, Trump's solution is drill, baby, drill. Like, let's create more jobs developing fuel or energy at home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who does that put down? Nobody.
Right.
It's like a great solution.
Look at Bernie. I love Bernie. All billionaires are evil. Everybody, 99% is a victim. Oprah Winfrey's a billionaire. She's not evil. You look at the climate movement. All traditional energy is evil, including poor, sick coal miners. Environmentalists can throw ketchup on the Mona Lisa and their heroes. That doesn't work. Look at Me Too. Look at now, if you're Jewish, you're a colonizer. If you're if you're for the Palestinians, you can do whatever you want to. These things are landing very poorly because it's not Dr. King. It's not Nelson Mandela. It's not Ella Jo Baker. It's not Van Hamer. Progressives are at our best when we're saying we want dignity for everybody. We want to free the jailed and the jailers. We want to free the people who have been oppressors and the people who have been oppressed. We want to free everybody. When you stand for everyone's dignity, everybody's humanity, the whole world stands with you. When you do these dehumanizing binaries, even though we're well-intentioned, it lands poorly. So there's a lot of stuff for us to look at. I think we can take these same movements, love everybody, bring everybody to the table, tell white guys we need them, tell white guys we're mad at them because we need them. We're mad at them because we love them, we want them on our side. There's a different way to talk about this stuff. We've got to take these sub-movements seriously. We've got to, and look, you guys are going to beat me up, and I don't care. I'm telling you right now, there's a progressive movement that's available that if we take people's economic pain seriously, like you said, take women's fear seriously, like you said, but also draw this circle a little bit bigger, then when the thing comes back to us, not only can we win, we can govern and get something done.
I want to...
They got to exercise their crazies to be able to do that. That's the problem. Because the crazies are like running the ship.
They're so entrenched. That's the problem.
You got one on this panel.
Yes.
Fuck.
She's the CEO of Planned Parenthood.
I know. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Can you look, if Nick Fuentes was the CEO of some right-wing organization, it'd be something completely different.
Right.
Key off something you just said about Elon Musk and the lack of an invitation to him, and turn to somebody who knows him well. What is your sense of how much influence Elon Musk actually has over Donald Trump right now, and how long do you expect this love fest is going to last, Kevin McCarthy?
How long does it last? I think it lasts quite a bit. One thing I know about the two of them, they got together in the first term. Elon will not equate himself to be a Republican or Democrat. If there's something that drives Elon, it's the First Amendment. And you're right, you pushed him out, the Democrats pushed him out, offended him, is the biggest maker of EVs, and you pushed him out. Elon didn't set up to think that I'm going to support Donald Trump. He thought he would lose the country if these policies with the Democrats stayed in. And he had to leave California. He watched what happened to him in California. And he says, I have no other place to go. They'll make every state that way. So he called it upon himself to engage to try to save the country. He endorsed him when he watched the assassination attack because of the reaction that he gave. I mean, it wasn't in his mindset to go then. I think it lasts a while, but there's going to only be one president. So people get tired of one another, and I think it could be wearing. And but I think Elon has done better in the process now.
That's interesting. So after all that, he seems to sort of be hesitantly implying that maybe Trump is getting a little sick of Elon always being there.
Maybe Elon's getting sick of Trump. I mean,
yeah.
Trump reached out to Elon in the first administration, and Elon went to some thing that Trump had set up, and he just was not impressed with Trump at all.
Right.
So,
well, I still think a lot of this
of it.
Is just, and he didn't say it, which is kind of surprised, is just, so when he bought Twitter, the left went after Elon very hard, and at that time, very unfairly. And I wonder if so much of this is just like, oh, I need allies in Washington because the left is attacking me in such a crazy way and trying to destroy my businesses. And I need like political allies in Washington, D.C.
He's a man with a mission. Like, he wants all cars to be electric cars. He wants to have a city on Mars. Like, he has big, big aspirations. And he's got the kind of checkbook that makes one think that those aspirations are possible.
Right.
So if anything's going to get in the way, like a bunch of fucking Democrats, especially, I mean, Elizabeth Warren was going at him on Twitter. And that was just weird. That's just weird.
Right.
So, and they do, part of their philosophy, like you hear a lot of people on the left say things like, there shouldn't be any billionaires, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got Elon Musk thinking, well, fuck, I want a city on Mars. How much does that cost? Like, what the fuck? Who's going to buy the city on Mars if I'm not a billionaire? Like, none of these other people are talking about a city on Mars, right? They want to completely abandon the space altogether. Before I started working on it, like, we were drifting away from doing anything outside of the planet, right? So I look at that and I think that's what motivates Elon right there. Elon has goals that he wants to accomplish, and God bless him, because I think those goals are based and cool.
Yeah,
I want to see a city on Mars.
That's all true, but he also does need someone to protect him here in the present.
Yes, but protect him for what? I only bring it up because I think those are the things that are motivating Elon at all times, right? So I do think there could be some clash between Trump, because I don't necessarily know what Trump's goals are and what Elon's goals are. I think Elon can pitch to Trump, oh my God, can you imagine a city on Mars during your historic presidency, non-consecutive presidency? Like, we could call it the Trump colony.
Right, right.
And I think Trump obviously will be. So Elon is fucking 10 times smarter than Trump. So
right.
I just think Elon knows how to pitch things to Trump that Trump will be like, yeah, let's do that.
Well, I guess it's going to really depend on how the Doge turns out, because if it's something that's real and actually does have some sort of pull, which it might not have any pull, because I think it's basically just going to be an advisory thing, and Congress essentially has to do it. If it just like, if Elon gets a sense that he's been basically pushed off to something just to placate him, then I don't know. Then yeah, there could be a falling out. But if things actually change, then maybe not. Then it'll be like, the alliance, the great alliance will continue.
It's still fascinating because the Doge thing, he's already got an in with the Trump administration, and what's he going to do if he covers fraud, waste, and abuse in the government? He's going to publicize it, and he's got a huge platform to publicize it on. I mean, how can it go nowhere?
Because it depends how much of what, like, there could be recommendations that Trump can do as the executive, but a lot of the stuff might be reliant on Congress to do stuff. And obviously Congress is going to be Congress. So,
well, if he starts putting the spotlight on $1,000 toothpicks, it's just like it's people are going to have a throw the bums out mentality. There's going to be massive changes.
Right. If that's the issue, if it's something that's political, something that is, we're helping underprivileged communities, whatever, with those toothpicks. Okay. You don't understand. There's a, group of blind minorities making those toothpicks out of them, right? You're like, that's how all these things are always framed. So,
oh my God, it's just, I can't wait for this because it's just a fascinating storyline, right?
Right. It is. That is true.
Elon Musk knows how marketing works. Like, he doesn't spend any money on advertising because he knows how to he thinks the products themselves should be the advertising. And you see it in all of his work. So it's going to be interesting no matter how it goes. So I know you're like,
I'm what?
Well, we'll see. We will see what happens. It could fall apart.
I'm not making. Wait, hold on.
I think both parties have too much to lose for it to fall apart.
I'm not making any predictions here. I think it could go either way, completely. I'm just saying it has the potential to go in a souring direction, 100%. Right. If Elon has the sense that he's just been kind of shuttled off to some committee that accomplishes nothing. That's all I'm saying. So we will see, and it will be a very interesting storyline.
My sense of it is that Elon has a lot going on and is as committed as he can possibly be. And it's more a situation of that than it is Trump is sidelining Elon.
I don't know. We'll see.
But we'll see. Yeah, we're definitely going to see.
Now, in my conversations with him, all these decisions are not decisions that Elon would make, but I think he feels very fair about giving advice. I think Trump is really good about embracing, because there's a lot of things. What's unique about Trump? Trump is probably our last our television president. I mean, if you think about it, we've known Donald Trump from TV long before he ever ran. That's what helped him. But he's also the president that moved us to the digital. There's a lot of things that are happening from space, from everything else, that president doesn't know about it, but he trusts certain people. And I think that will be an education that would move on.
Talk a bit about, just staying with you for a second, Mike Johnson is entering this new Congress with a razor-thin majority. There is almost no room for error. Two things I want you to talk about. One is, how exactly is this going to work, and how much more important does it make the Senate, and specifically John Thune? And also, why does Donald Trump run ahead of the Republican brand the way he has consistently? And can any other Republican presidential nominee put together the coalition that Trump did?
Okay, to be fair, Van Jones, Republicans have problems too. We didn't win. Donald Trump won.
Hence the question. This is
and I would say before this election, whoever lost the election was the first party to correct themselves. I disagree with the election about Hillary Clinton. People were voting against Hillary Clinton in that election. And both parties have problems. Why you think the Bernie Sanders and the Trump rise up, they haven't solved the problems for all this time. You're 100% with both parties. So people are free to go to either way, and who's going to capture them. Republicans used to win when we had low turnouts. We now win when we have big turnouts, because what did President Trump do for us? He brought us people, lower educated. He brought us mass people. If you look at Hispanic population, we do best in those areas. So what's going to happen in Congress itself was the question. I think the power is going to rest with Thune, because how the next goes is how you finish this year. You are doing the president a disadvantage that he's going to have to worry about last year's funding.
Yeah.
When you think about the debt ceiling, I made the debt ceiling now. Why? So you could take care of it before the next president. If I advise this to Johnson, what I would do is I would finish all the funding, and I would do the debt ceiling before the next president takes in. He never got a honeymoon last time because you started attacking him. He's better prepared in transition. Why are you making him deal with last year funding when he wasn't even around? The top lines are already set. The appropriators know how to do it. Johnson's worried about a speaker's vote that will never happen to him what happened to me, because President Trump is there. You got adult supervision. Nobody else can win either. So you can't get to that point. But you're doing the president a disservice if he has to go deal with all last year's funding. The Senate is going to become the power. Thune is also central casting. He's the person that's going to confirm him. I think he's going to find that he's going to work well with President Trump. You got reconciliation, so the biggest fear you have of tax, that's going to get taken care of. But you want to bring SALT back, you're going to have to pay for that. How are you going to make the system work again? Again, if you end this year without funding the funding, the next year doesn't start so well.
Jason and Kellyanne, I want you both to address something. We've talked a little bit about what President-elect Trump has said about retribution, Jason.
I mean, maybe it's just his bias, but it's interesting that he is putting so much on Thune here, and Thune is kind of going to be perceived as like the Republican Party's babysitter of Donald Trump to make sure he doesn't go, too crazy. So,
He framed Donald Trump as the adult supervision
against the Matt
in
Gaetz coalition.
the Congress, yeah,
against the Matt Gaetz coalition,
right.
And I know he said, his only retribution or revenge will be a successful presidency, but he's also actually just said revenge. And he has announced that he is going to make the FBI director, if he can get him confirmed, and it would require either forcing Chris Wray, his other appointee for the FBI, to resign or firing him. He is going to name Kash Patel, who told Steve Bannon last year that it was imperative to, quote, go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media.
And Chris Wray already said he's stepping down, so.
Right.
To both of you, expect that is something that Donald Trump will follow through with? Jason or Kellyanne? Jason, dive in.
I think, well, first of all, I think Kash stepping in is going to bring reform to the FBI that's much needed. And I think too many Americans have lost confidence in the FBI, in the DOJ, American justice system, about where it stands.
Is that you coughing or someone on the panel?
That was someone on the panel. I think it's funny that he's saying all this, but that wasn't me.
I'm like, look, it's another data point, Sitch.
Oh yeah, this guy, Stephen Miller, is Jason Miller, I'm sorry. Jason Miller, really
senior advisor to Donald Trump.
Yeah,
he's
very
the one that said,
impartial take here. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking. I'm kidding. There really hasn't been a data point yet, but I'm listening.
feel that justice is being applied unequally. With President Trump, I think the only people who need to be worrying are people who leak classified information, people who have sought to undermine our justice system, people who have violated very serious laws themselves. Now, I know that many folks here in the media, and obviously we're doing this with the New York Times, take this very seriously. President Trump, being a strong supporter of the First Amendment, is always going to protect that. And I'm not concerned about that at all with this next Trump term. But I do think that there has to be a reckoning with the way that we've seen the leaks and the classified information, all the nonsense has gone on behind the scenes. That has to be fixed because Americans need to have confidence in this legal system and with the justice system.
It would be so bad if people were keeping
Sarah
classified
Longo.
information like in a bathroom.
She can't help herself. She fucking can't help herself. I knew it was coming.
I mean, it's not untrue.
So look, I wish
I just was gonna say it. Yeah.
I wish they would have turned the camera to her when he talked about the leaking classified information stuff because I could feel her eyes rolling like across the room.
Of course. Yeah.
Classified information. Oh my God, we have Trump on tape talking to reporters about classified information. Oh, she's so triggered right now. Just so fucking triggered.
Wouldn't be good, right?
I feel like it's 2022.
Kellyanne Conway, do you?
Kellyanne Conway's like, bitch, you lost.
Yeah, but that's not like it's funny, but that's not an actual defense of the point. Just say, ha, you lost. It's like, okay.
Well, no, but look, people are super upset about the classified material. Look, and I know obviously we've gone back and forth on the classified material over and over again. So,
well, no,
Biden took classified material. He worked with the Justice Department to return it. Trump did not work with the Justice Department to return it. So
we lied. That's the issue. But the thing that what Jason Miller's saying, which is, I mean, obviously Jason Miller is being 100% partisan advocate here. He's not going to be honest in sort of the conversation or approach any of this. Is when the statements that they were talking about, that they were, fearful for how is, Trump going to behave in terms of free speech, it was about, the threats of going after people in the media that they were talking about. They wasn't talking about people leaking classified information.
Right. Yeah. He just got some defamation suit against ABC, right? $15 million because they called him a rapist on the air and
oh, really?
It was technically incorrect. You didn't know about that?
I mean, that's fine. I don't.
Look.
But that's the same question to you about Kash Patel. Do you anticipate that he will follow through with what he had said he would do last year, or do you see it as Jason sees it?
Do you think it's a good idea to continue to go back to the classified document stuff?
What do you mean?
Just like that little snide remark she made, I don't think it's politically effective. And going back to the well of January 6th over and over and over again, like it just you tend to sound like I don't know. Go ahead.
It's weird because you're correct. Like when you keep going back to it, people get tired of it. It's kind of like, when we talk about like how the term woke has sort of lost its efficacy because it's been so overused. People have heard it like a million times. And it's kind of the exact same thing with this. But it puts you in this like weird situation. I don't know what the answer to it is, but it does put you in this weird situation where it's like, well, it's true that Donald Trump did all this, fucked up shit or whatever regarding the documents or regarding the electorate scheme and this other stuff. But do you just hand wave it away because it's not politically effective to talk about anymore because, people have just grown tired of hearing about it?
It's not hand waving though. It's you're basically acknowledging, okay, this wasn't an effective argument.
Mm-hmm.
We've had an election. People factored that stuff in. Sure. I mean, you can make the argument that a lot of people brought their biased perspective into interpreting that information, but it's still, I don't think bringing it up over and over again and hitting people with it is they're not going to change their minds on it. Like they've already made up their mind. The jury went out and came back with a verdict, and it's like you're going back to old news. It just doesn't seem like a good thing.
No, like in terms of answering Jason Miller, she should have instead gone for, you're obfuscating about what people are talking about, as opposed to, going back to the documents thing. Right.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with
Okay.
that.
Which is that
I see it as Jason sees it and as President Trump sees it. Kash Patel is qualified for that job. I hope he gets confirmed. And it's very clear, going back to household names, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, Bruce Orr, Nellie Orr, people don't have confidence in the seventh floor of the Justice Department. They saw how politicized our FBI became. That is nothing against the 35,000 rank and file men and women who work at the FBI and show up every day doing their jobs. I think that our relationship with law enforcement has taken a beating over the last however many years. Saying defund the police, three of the dumber words coming out of the Democratic Party, it makes people nervous to see that our military, our border patrol, our FBI, our certainly our local law enforcement feel under-resourced and under-respected in doing their jobs. And that is a big part of the Trump mandate and the Trump coalition. I want to say something else about the media. I keep open as a window on my laptop Jeff Bezos' Washington Post op-ed. I think that beyond, we're not going to endorse in the presidential race, and people had a hissy fit and quit and cancel their subscriptions because they have this expectation that the media are emotional about Donald Trump. Major that everybody will be Jim Rutenberg, one of your colleagues at the New York Times, who in August of 2016 wrote a piece basically saying, Maggie, listen, I'm supposed to be objective and fair and unbiased, but the prospect that we can even have Donald Trump as president means I have to stop this. I feel this time...
I'm sorry, Jim, you're saying Jim Rutenberg wrote a piece saying that?
Yes, in August of 2016. In other words, like...
That doesn't sound like Jim Rutenberg I know, and I can't say... I'd have to go back and look at what you're saying. But Jim Rutenberg's an excellent colleague and an excellent reporter.
He is. I'm not criticizing him. I'm saying that this time, I think a lot of people in the media took that mantle and they said to themselves, I have to stop Trump. It's my moral obligation to stop this person and call him names and so forth. Even as, Jonathan knows, I think you've written 3 books with Trump in the title. Like there's this love-hate relationship. There's this symbiosis of a relationship. But I think what Jeff Bezos says is important for all of us to digest, where he says, look, we in the media, he was talking about the Washington Post. He said, we in the media have a low approval rating. We don't have this.
Hold on. What was the accusation she made that got her? Wait, let me go back a second.
It got a huge laugh out of the panel. Everyone's like, oh, Kellyanne Conway is fucking torching everyone on this panel.
In expectation that the media are emotional about Donald Trump, Major that everybody will be Jim Rutenberg, one of your colleagues at the New York Times, who in August of 2016 wrote a piece basically saying, Maggie, listen, I'm supposed to be objective and fair and unbiased, but the prospect that we can even have Donald Trump as president means I have to stop this. I feel this time...
I'm sorry, Jim, you're saying Jim Rutenberg wrote a piece saying that?
Yes, in August of 2016. In other words, like...
That doesn't sound like Jim Rutenberg I know, and I can't say... I'd have to go back and look.
Sounds like it was stage 4 TDS, right? Or stage 5.
I wanted to go find the article because I'm curious. I'm curious as to who is correct in this interaction.
Did you hear his name?
Yes, I found the article.
Okay.
Trump is testing the norms of objectivity in journalism.
Oh, wow.
If you're a working journalist and you believe that Donald Trump is a demagogue playing to the nation's worst racist and nationalistic tendencies, and that he cozies up to anti-American dictators, and that he would be dangerous with control of the United States nuclear codes, how the heck are you supposed to cover him? Because if you believe all those things, you have to throw out the textbook American journalism has been using for the better part of the past half century, if not longer, and approach it in a way you've never approached anything in your career. If you view a Trump presidency as something that's potentially dangerous, then your reporting is going to reflect that. You would move closer than you've ever been to being oppositional. That's uncomfortable and uncharted territory for every mainstream non-opinion journalist I've ever known, by normal standards untenable. But the question that everyone is grappling with is, do normal standards apply? And if they don't, what should take their place?
Well, you cover it with some humility. Like you think, oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, this is really fascinating, actually, that because it really shows you exactly kind of how the perception of Trump in 2016 totally did break the media's brain and journalists' brains in terms of how they perceived, the most negative version of him possible, right? That he would be a threat, with nuclear codes, right? That he'd be some kind of Russian asset, all these things. And that, because that is the question. If you do believe all that, how, are you going to cover him, quote, neutrally or not?
I go back to it's your job to do that.
Exactly.
Like if you're the surgeon operating on someone you believe to be a murderer or whatnot, like it's not your job to fucking kill him on the operating table. Okay.
Well, what if it's Hitler? Are you going to save Hitler on the operating table? Say, hey, he's a patient like anyone else.
Save his life and turn him over to the Hague, right?
There you go. I like it. So he could stand trial for his crimes.
You get the point.
No, I do agree with you. I do.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just fucking, it's not your job, man. That's someone else's job. And look, the hubris to think, oh my God, my beliefs, my personal beliefs.
Right. That's true. Because a lot of that stuff turned out to be completely not true.
Yeah. What the hell? Have some humility. Who made you God?
Right.
Why? When did you become omnipotent?
It is interesting, and I'm curious as to why. What about it in 2016 was so unique? I mean, there's a lot of things about Trump that was obviously different than any other president in my lifetime. But what about it was so unique that it really had this reaction about his behavior?
He said, grab him by the pussy. You didn't hear it? Oh my God.
I don't think that was it.
No, I think that was definitely it. That was totally it.
I mean, I think it's a contributing factor.
Everyone lost
the
their
bulk
minds.
of it. No, I don't.
He argued with
Don't buy it.
Marco. He argued with little Marco about the size of his hands. And they all were like, oh my God.
I don't buy it.
Can you believe this? It's the end of the country.
I don't buy it.
Holy shit.
I don't buy
it. It comes down to what Trump said on that airplane, right?
Well, this is funny. Wait, this is funny now in retrospect. This is from 2016. Now that he is the Republican nominee for president, the imbalance is cutting against him. Journalists and commentators are analyzing his policy pronouncements and temperament with an eye towards what it would look like in the Oval Office, something so many of them viewed as an impossibility for so long. You can see it from the minute the television news day starts on the set of Morning Joe on MSNBC. A few months ago, media writers were describing a too cozy relationship between Mr. Trump and the show's host, Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski. Wow. Isn't it interesting how time has changed? Yet there was Mr. Scarborough on Wednesday asking the former CIA director, Michael Hayden, whether there were safeguards in place to ensure that if Mr. Trump gets angry, he can't launch a nuclear weapon, given the perception that he might not be the most stable guy. Then Mr. Scarborough shared an alarming conversation he said he had with a foreign policy expert who had given Mr. Trump a national security briefing. Quote, 3 times he asked us about the use of nuclear weapons, Mr. Scarborough said, describing one of the questions as, quote, if we have them, why can't we use them? Speaking with me later, Mr. Scarborough, a Republican, said he had not contemplated sharing the anecdote with the audience until just before he did. Mr. Trump has denied Mr. Scarborough's account. But when the MSNBC host Chris Matthews challenged him for raising the possibility he would use them, Mr. Trump said, then why are we making them? Okay.
Oh
this article was a lot about Scarborough. I don't know why. I guess because Scarborough, was a Republican or is a Republican. So
this is his op-ed about how it's impossible to maintain objectivity because we're on the verge of Hitler 2.0.
Well, I don't know. I haven't got to this is all just set up. I haven't got to what is the answer. I'm trying to get to the answer of the question here. He's just explaining a situation. It obviously sounds like he's leaning strongly on the direction of Donald Trump is a threat, so you shouldn't be objective, right? That's how it's reading to me.
Yeah. Look, the tangible threat thing never panned out. And just the idea that Trump is going to go nuke someone because he's like had a bad day. God, it's just so fucking ridiculous.
Right. No living journalist has ever seen a major party nominee put financial conditions on NATO allies, openly fight with family of a fallen American soldier, or entice Russia to meddle in the United States presidential election by hacking his opponents, a joke Mr. Trump later said that the news media failed to get. And while coded appeals to racism or nationalism are new, two words, Southern strategy, overt calls to temporarily ban Muslims from entry to the United States or questioning a federal judge's impartiality based on his Mexican heritage are new. Okay, so that answers the question I asked earlier. What
blah blah blah?
What were
We've heard all these?
Well, first of all, you can't just blah blah blah, but that is what kind of what got everyone's hair on fire about a lot of this stuff. So
yeah.
If you have a nominee who expresses warmth towards one of our most mischievous and menacing adversaries, a nominee who shatters all the norms about how our leaders treat families whose son died for our country, a nominee proposing to rethink the alliances that have guided our foreign policy for 60 years, that demands coverage, copious coverage, and aggressive coverage, said Carolyn Ryan, the New York Times senior editor for politics. It doesn't mean that we won't vigorously pursue reporting lines on Hillary Clinton. We are and we will. Blah, blah, blah. Where's the answer to all this? What's the end of this here? There's several examples of conservative media criticism on Mr. Trump this year. The candidate and supporters are reprising longstanding accusations of liberal bias. The media is trying to take Donald Trump out, Rush Limbaugh declared last week. A lot of core Trump supporters certainly view it that way. That will only
Rush was still alive.
Yeah, exactly. That only served to worsen their already dim view of the news media, which initially failed to recognize the power of their grievances and therefore failed to recognize the seriousness of Mr. Trump's candidacy. This, however, is what's being taken seriously. Looks like, as Ms. Ryan put it to me, Mr. Trump's candidacy is extraordinary and precedent-shattering, and to pretend otherwise is to be disingenuous with readers. It would be an abdication of political journalism's most solemn duty to ferret out what the candidates will be like in most powerful office in the world. It may not always seem fair to Mr. Trump and his supporters, but journalism shouldn't measure itself against any one of campaign's definitions of fairness. It's a journalist's job to be true to the readers and viewers and true to the facts in a way that will stand up to history's judgment. To do anything less would be untenable. So, okay, I don't like the way this article is written because it's obviously leaning very heavily on the fuck Trump side, but he's sort of trying to maintain some kind of level of impartiality at the end. So it's kind of like trying to have your cake and eat it too. So I don't like the way the article's written, and it's definitely up to interpretation. So obviously Kellyanne Conway can say, "Oh yes, her reading was completely accurate," and then the host can say that her reading is completely accurate. Though it does pose, this is kind of the difficulty of the question, and I think this is the problem, is that Donald Trump, especially in 2016, was routinely saying pretty unhinged shit. Or I should say, maybe you shouldn't say unhinged. I should say,
yeah, there you go.
Things that presidential candidates have not yet said before. Okay, saying very normatively breaking things that people did not expect, and so it's definitely. And this is, I guess, the difficulty is most people can't be the autistic robots. It's definitely fair, and what they should be is reporting on those things. But the problem is, because he was saying all these things that were outside the norms, it kind of bled into their headspace on every story covering Trump. Like, it created the framework and the lens at which they viewed Trump through. They couldn't escape out of that.
The dictator story that they always go to, which bugs the shit out of me, because there's two ways that you can frame that. There's he's cozying up to dictators because he wants to be one himself, or he's blowing fucking smoke up their ass so he can get a good deal for America. Mm-hmm. But they don't want to say, "Oh yeah, Trump is blowing smoke up these dictators' asses so they'll chill out and not fucking invade another country," because that makes Trump look good, right?
Yeah, but
why not say that?
Okay, I'll tell you why. The way that people form opinions about people groups is they don't usually, unlike our conversation with Kash Patel, they don't usually form it on one thing. They have like a bunch of little pieces that get woven together into a narrative. And then once that narrative gets set, it becomes the frame and the lens at which they view every action through.
No, I agree.
So,
yeah.
Right. So that's why I said it was very telling when I was kind of rattling off his list of things that he was, saying for Trump. It's like, okay, when you have Trump come out and say that they're going to put on a ban specifically on Muslims, right? That puts in their head like, oh, That sounds racist. And then you have Donald Trump say, oh, well, this judge can't be impartial because he's Mexican, right? Even though the judge ended up ruling in Trump's favor, like, oh, okay, so he's just being racist, right? That becomes like the pillar, one pillar in their mind, like, oh, he's racist. And then they have like the second pillar is, oh, he's openly fighting with some, American soldier's family who died, right? That becomes another pillar. Then it's like, oh, he's putting, like, on the same token, and to be specific with what you're talking about with like the Putin stuff, it's like they have the Russia investigation. So you have these accusations against Trump, and you say, okay, well, are those true or not, right? And that kind of exists in the space of who knows if it's true. But then you have Trump makes that joke, which I 100% agree was a joke, but that's not how they perceive it. That became that joke about telling Russia to hack Hillary's emails again. And then you have the whole him being hard with NATO, and those three things like kind of combine together. And if you already want to have a negative view of someone, that person just made it so easy to completely crystallize and say, oh, okay, that's how he is, right? To have that negative view. And then when you see Trump, doing the cozying up with Putin stuff, you're going to see this cozying up as opposed to blowing smoke in his ass because of all the previous things.
Look, I understand all of that. None of these people have any humility to think, oh, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Trump is just a guy who loves America and wants to fight to get America the best deal. Maybe he doesn't love dictators. Maybe he doesn't want to be a dictator. Maybe he just wants to get one over on these dictators so America can get a good deal in some trade negotiation.
Yeah, but why would they think that?
Why would they think that?
Why would they think
because they understand that they're flawed human beings and that they only have a very narrow perspective and that they aren't omniscient. And
no, I'm saying what information has Donald Trump presented that would make them think that at this time in 2016 when the story is being written?
What information has he presented that makes them think that he's like working with the Russians? Or he wants to roll over and become a Russian stooge?
I just
what
told
information
you,
were they going off of there?
In their operating lens space. Okay.
Yes, but all of the things that you're mentioning are all like a biased perspective on something.
Wait. Stop.
Where's the smoking gun?
Hold on. I'm not asking for a smoking gun. Okay. You said they should have a different view. And I'm asking you, what are the bricks that are going to build the foundation for that different view? When the bricks they have is Trump is attacking NATO, which no president has ever done before. When Russia has hacked Hillary's emails, and then he's making a joke about it, which, to be fair, I think is a joke, but also not something I think any other presidential candidate would have ever done before Donald Trump.
Let me just address the NATO thing.
Hold on.
Let me just address the NATO thing.
Let me just lay out and the last one is all the accusations from the Steele dossier. Okay. And so you have these bricks here, and I'm asking you, what are the counter bricks that Donald Trump has presented to the media or to America in 2016 to counter any of that stuff?
Was there anything reputable in the Steele dossier?
Yes.
What?
There was at least 6 out of the 12 things were true. There was Page did have a weird meeting with Putin or not with Putin, with the Secretary of Defense. I forget the guy's name in Russia. That Betsy DeVos's brother, Betsy DeVos, was on Trump's cabinet, did have a secret meeting with Russians in the Seychelles Islands, even though he lied to Congress about it. Okay. And there's 4 more that I can't think of.
Obviously
people didn't know the truth claims of any of those things in 2016. So it was all just accusations at that point.
Right. Does anything in the Steele dossier point to Trump as a wannabe dictator?
No, I don't believe any of the accusations were wannabe dictator. They were just accusations of a connection to Russia.
Okay.
They had nothing to do with race in the Steele dossier.
In the NATO thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like NATO is basically NATO member countries are supposed to spend a certain amount of money on their defense, and they're not doing it. They're hosing America. They're basically making the American taxpayer take responsibility for their defense. Trump is unhappy about that. He wants them to pay their fair share. How is that wanting to be a would-be dictator and not the narrative of a man who loves America and just wants the American taxpayer to get a good deal?
Because if it was in a vacuum, and that was the only thing, then yeah, you could say that. You'd say, well, why are you assuming he's pro-Russia because of that alone? But that's the problem, is that wasn't in a vacuum. It was in all these other things that build that mosaic in their minds. And so they're not going to, so when Trump says that it's about the economics of not getting American taxpayers ripped off, the people that have the mosaic, they say, well, yeah, but there's all these other things there. So they're not going to believe that.
It's just, look, and I completely agree with what you're saying. The mind creates a narrative, right? And then goes about cherry picking evidence to support that narrative. I just think as like a journalist, someone who's supposed to be impartial, you constantly have to say, maybe I'm wrong.
Of course.
Like here are the two possibilities about Donald Trump. Here are the two narratives. And look, this is what I am constantly doing. I've said this before when we've talked many, many times, right? I don't necessarily know on certain things, if Trump is snowing us or if he's like sincere, right? I don't have a crystal ball. I can't see in his head. I don't. So I try to maintain objectivity on them. And I want to keep an open mind about whether or not he's one of these things, right? A would-be dictator, the next authoritarian, like someone who wants to stay in office for forever, right? Versus a guy who just loves America, like the Kellyanne Conway version of Donald Trump, right? Someone who legitimately cares about this country, who wants to see the best for all Americans. I think that's the reason why people voted for him, right? They believe he's that Donald Trump, right? Nobody's going to vote for Donald Trump if they think he's a would-be dictator.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But look, so many people on the left, they believe people voted for Donald Trump because they want a dictator. They think Donald Trump is going to be a dictator, and that's what they want. That's what they desire. So I just think that's fundamentally incorrect. These people are, I mean, they're letting their imaginations run wild.
Okay, so I guess the thing that I'm questioning here with you, because I guess I didn't make my point necessarily clear, is I don't think Donald Trump is a wannabe dictator at all.
Okay.
In terms of like what they're talking about with Russia. And we even had that conversation with who was it? Was it, I don't know if it was Pisco or whoever. We just had that conversation like some months ago where they were all chapped about Donald Trump, cozying up to Kim Jong-un. And I was like, why? Like, if he's going to get something out of it or attempt to get something out of it, I don't see why it's such a big deal, right? Like they make it out like it's this thing, and it's because it kind of maps into the mosaic of sort of, he's the dictator, because that's kind of what they want to see, right?
Right.
And I think
totally.
now, and I would agree with you, like if we're talking in 2024, we've had a full Trump term under our belts, you can kind of look and see how, he's kind of reacting to things in terms of the foreign policy stuff. And I'd say, okay, like I think it's more fair to say he's not going to be a wannabe dictator, blah, 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 right? But what I'm saying is that, we talked a lot about how Harris is a really bad communicator. And we talked about how Trump is a good communicator in terms of creating a narrative. But a lot of Trump's good communication is at a cost. It is at a cost of being effective communication to a portion of the country. And the cost is it's driving half the country batshit crazy.
Well, I think that's about results, though.
Well, no. It's nothing to do with results. It has to do with, I think that's intentional in terms of how he speaks. And we've talked about this a lot, where Trump uses a lot of strategic ambiguity in his language to make it seem like, is he saying something really bad? Is he saying something kind of neutral? Is he saying something good? It can be very unclear a lot of times. And I think that is part of the intentional language. And what I'm saying is this article I'm reading isn't from 2024. People can look back now. This is from 2020. This is from 2016. Donald Trump is not yet even won the nomination at this point. Or no, maybe he did. I don't know when the primary was, but he hadn't won the race yet. He hasn't actually been president yet. And it's really, we cannot criticize Harris for her shitty speaking if we're not going to criticize Trump for saying, okay, he's not giving the left, he's not giving the media anything in terms of what he's saying in order to not paint that mosaic of like, oh, he's going to do like all this horrible shit.
You
especially in
though.
2016.
You can't. Look, he cannot. And this is why the results focus is important, because he's got to blow smoke up these fucking dictators' asses if he wants to get them to move. And
stop. You're not.
No. Let me finish.
You're focused on one point, and you just completely negated everything I said by not even addressing it.
What
I'm
other
not talking
point
about
is there?
This is before Donald Trump has had a single communication with Vladimir
telling
Putin.
you.
Okay.
I'm telling you. If you're going to prioritize results over what how the media spends it, you're going to have to behave in a way that's going to get results, and behaving in that way that's going to get results is what's going to drive the media crazy. So you're basically saying, obviously the media is dictating Democrats' strategy for dealing with these dictators by saying, this is how you deal with a dictator. Otherwise, we're going to say you're in bed with them.
Okay, how does Donald Trump going on stage and making a joke about Russia hacking Hillary's emails when her emails were hacked by Russia? Wait.
God.
No. How does that help with his negotiations with Putin? How's that him playing, this game with Putin? It's not. It's him trying to be funny and get votes at a cost. The cost is the left looks at that and says, "Oh, this is someone we were already suspect about." That's a joke that no other presidential candidate would have ever made.
Look, and maybe we could ask Trump, if you went back, would you look? He would never say he wouldn't have done it. I mean, you'd have to ask him.
Of course, he would do it. He'd do it again. In a heartbeat.
Yeah, but look,
No, you're laughing because it's been over a year, and we've
hilarious.
We've forgotten. We have forgotten that was something that no other presidential candidate would have ever said, in the context of the primary political opponent on the other side just got hacked by that country.
Right.
Okay.
What was the joke again?
I don't remember. Somebody just saying they should go hack her emails to find the deleted emails. Right.
If Putin can find those emails, maybe he can send them to me.
Something like that. I don't remember exactly what the language was. Right. And this is why I'm getting frustrated, because you're not actually tracking what I'm saying. You keep focusing on one thing.
I am tracking exactly what you were saying. Okay.
Then if it's
I understand exactly what you were saying.
Then
you're saying this joke completely changed.
I didn't
everything.
See. You're not tracking. No, stop. No. No, you're not.
You've got 3 points. You've got the joke. You've got NATO, and you've got the steel dust.
Yes,
that's my point. Tracking exactly what you're saying.
Yes. Okay. That's the point. Each one of these individual things on its own. Okay. You can say, yeah, maybe it's not a big deal. If Trump just makes that joke, who gives a shit, right? It's the pattern of him just walking into these things again and again and again.
What's the fourth thing?
And then,
so I can see the pattern.
And then you say, hold on. And that's why I asked you, because then you say, oh, the media, why couldn't they just see some other side of Donald Trump? And I'm asking, in 2016, what was the other side of Donald Trump that was presented, that he presented to the media?
What year was this? 2016 you want?
Yes.
The businessman that loves America.
Okay.
And just wants to see America get a good deal.
That's good.
No, the joke thing is, it's funny to me because it's like a joke. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously.
You think, let me ask you. No. Stop. You are blind to this, and people on the right are fucking completely blind to this in a way that's like baffling to me. Okay. If Joe Biden made a joke about letting illegal immigrants come into the country to vote for him, and then say, I was just joking, right? How would that be perceived?
That joke would hit. I would love that joke.
That joke would hit on the left. Do you think the right would have been like,
I would think that joke is hilarious. But
do you think Republicans would have been like, oh, that was just a joke, we'll never talk about this again, it's just a funny joke?
I want to ask you.
Stop.
Or do you think?
Question. No, wait. Answer this question. Or do you think that? Do you think that would have been for the next 8 years? All he would have heard was Joe Biden literally said that he wanted to bring illegals into the country to vote for him.
Yes, but that's why the joke would be funny. Because it would totally troll the right in the right way.
That is
correct. But
this is
this is the brilliance of Donald Trump, right? He knows how to troll the other side so his audience gets a good laugh
Correct.
out of it, right?
That is 100% correct.
So that's a good thing. But ultimately,
well, it's a good thing for him
would Joe Biden be serious about that?
I assume not.
Okay.
Yes.
So Trump, you yourself think Trump was joking?
Yes. Obviously he was joking. I don't think it was serious.
Here's the question that I want to ask you, okay?
Yes.
When Vladimir Putin heard that Hillary Clinton joke, what was his reaction?
He said, "Get on it." No, I'm just kidding. He probably laughed. He probably thought it was funny.
He laughed. He probably laughed.
Right,
you know,
right.
that's my take too. He probably thought, "Oh, that's pretty good. That's funny."
Right.
Yeah. Look, it's great to be loved by people you want to get a good deal from.
Okay. Wait. I don't think Donald Trump has a secret relationship with Russia. I don't think Donald Trump was trying to get Russia to actually hack your emails. I was making a very, very specific, very narrow point. It's the same point I was making with Biden. If Biden came out and made that joke, we would say that was a funny joke, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people on the right would say, "Oh my God, Biden said blah, 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 blah." And we would say, "Well, it was a funny joke." This is what I would say. I'd say this exact same thing. I'd say, "I think it was a very funny joke. I don't think it was smart. I don't think he should have said it. I don't think it's really a good idea to play directly into that." Yeah, maybe it's good for him politically, but I don't think it's good for like the sake of the country. And if everyone in right-wing media is attacking Joe Biden for it and writing a bunch of articles about it, he only has himself to blame.
Well, most importantly, it's not evidence of the stereotype that people are pushing.
Well, it would be.
It
would be 100%.
It would be, but it like you agree that it is a joke, so it's not actually evidence that that's a true stereotype that Joe Biden wants to get illegal immigrants to vote, or that Donald Trump really wants to work with Russia to get Hillary Clinton's emails.
No, because it would be the exact same situation. The right would say, "Listen, Joe Biden totally fucked up on the border, right? That's part of the mosaic. That's one of the pillars, right? The joke is just another piece of the puzzle that cements the lens in place."
Right. I get
what I'm trying to
there's a truth
say.
claim here.
Okay. No, what I'm trying to say is the reason the media's brain broke in 2016 was Donald Trump talked in a way that no other presidential candidate had ever talked in modern history. That's part of what got him elected, but they were like completely not prepared for someone to say shit like this and to kind of say things with a reckless abandon, I should say, that Donald Trump would communicate with. And that joke is an example of that.
The conversation you're having, though, is really about laying blame. And the conversation I'm having is really about what is the truth. Is Donald Trump the kind of guy who cozies up to dictators and wants to be a dictator for life?
I've already agreed in the beginning of this conversation that I don't think he is. So that's not the conversation.
Okay. So then the question is, should the media stop because they're not telling the truth?
They should stop now, I think. Yeah, they should stop now.
Okay.
Right.
But you're making the case that it's Donald Trump's fault because
it was
Donald
in 2016.
Trump is saying
it was 100% his fault in 2016 before anyone had anything to judge any of this off of other than what he would say, right? Because there's nothing else to judge it at that point. He hadn't been president. He hadn't had a term.
I think it's the media's fault because it's the media's job to find the truth, to report the truth. So it doesn't matter what Donald Trump says.
Well, obviously they shouldn't lie, right? And they shouldn't editorialize things that aren't there. But if they're going to say, okay, well, like Donald Trump's saying all this crazy shit, no presidential candidate has ever said anything like this before, and it's going to paint a narrative. And I'm saying here, like, yeah, Donald Trump didn't do himself any favors. It was at least in the media. Maybe, he won, so I guess he did himself a favor getting in office, but he didn't do himself any favors in terms of bringing the country together, in terms of making himself seem a specific way to the left. Like, he painted this picture of himself going into office that most people that are not objective enough were able to remove themselves from that frame and then view his presidency objectively. And you should blame them once that happens. I'm not saying that absolves them of blame, but all I'm saying is that Donald Trump is just as responsible as the media is for creating this negative picture of himself.
I mean, did the media do themselves any favors? They've kind of pissed away all credibility that they have. They've made Trump the second two-term non-consecutive president in the fucking history. Like, did they do themselves any favors?
No, they destroyed their entire credibility. Yeah.
They did. Yes.
Yes.
They had one fucking mission: tell the truth. And they couldn't even get that right.
Okay. Anyway.
Look at what you're saying. Jim Rutenberg's an excellent colleague and an excellent reporter.
He is. I'm not criticizing him. I'm saying that this time, I think a lot of people in the media took that mantle and they said to themselves, I have to stop Trump. It's my moral obligation to stop this person and call him names and so forth. Even as, Jonathan knows, I think you've written 3 books with Trump in the title. Like there's this love-hate relationship. There's this symbiosis of a relationship. But I think what Jeff Bezos says is important for all of us to digest, where he says, look, we in the media, he was talking about the Washington Post, he said, we in the media have a low approval rating. We don't have this vaunted position we once did. We need to win back the trust. I think many of our institutions do, including the FBI. And if anybody who is covering Kash Patel or any other nominee and did not do it with the same enthusiasm and accuracy when Alejandro Mayorkas told Congress under oath in 2021, 3.5 years ago, the border is closed, the border is secure, and since then, 10 million people have come here, government statistic, and since then, people open up their phones, turn on the TV, and they see people here in New York City getting debit cards, cash, cell phones, clothing, hotel rooms, your kid's seat in a New York City classroom, and they say that's not fair. And they don't think of themselves as xenophobes and racists. They just say, this isn't fair. When did this happen? And so I feel that every president has grace and latitude to put the nominees up that they want, to serve them well. I think President Trump is choosing people he thinks will do an excellent job in those individual posts. And one more thing, Maggie, he's chosen people who he knows are communicators. He wants his democratization of information back for America. Here's a man who, whether you liked it or not, by 6:02 every morning, you knew what he thought about for the day because he had tweeted it. People miss that transparency from their commander-in-chief from a White House telling us behind the scenes Joe Biden's actually a triathlete trapeze artist. We just can't see it. They want somebody to have democratization of information so that in this country, in this world, whether you're the stay-at-home mom, the plumber on the job looking at his phone, or a billionaire CEO.
You like those tweets a lot more than I do, I'll tell you that.
Everybody, I just wonder, you know what, good. At least we know what he's thinking. And he's choosing people in the cabinet who are going to do the same.
Kellyanne, you mentioned some important policy points, but there was a question that Maggie said about prosecuting the media. And I think specifically with Kash Patel, if Jason and Kellyanne could respond to the promises that Kash has made, not just to prosecute the media, but also to go after specific people who have been part of the Justice Department in the previous administration, including Bill Barr, John Bolton, Mark Esper, Joe Biden, forget HRC, Pat Cipollone, Alyssa Farah Griffin,
he has a lengthy target.
I mean, it's in his book. He published it in the appendix, all the people that he plans to prosecute if he's in charge. So, I mean, can you all speak to that?
Are you saying welfare is a bad idea, Margaret?
I'm sorry?
Are you guys
No, I'm actually wondering, you guys are previous colleagues. No, you and Jason.
No, this is a question to both of you.
I mean, this is somebody who, as you say, Donald Trump is only going to, nominate people who are going to prosecute his vision for government. Is prosecuting people who held those positions of power in the previous administration, his own administration, the proper way to go?
Are you suggesting that people have committed crimes?
Kash Patel has said that he will prosecute Bill Barr, Mark Esper, Mark Milley, John Bolton, Cassidy Hutchinson, Pat Cipollone, Alyssa Farah Griffin. Is that appropriate?
I think what's going to happen is he'll be asked about all of that in his confirmation hearings, and we should welcome those questions. He's a big boy. He can answer those questions. I assume he'll have pre-confirmation hearings.
God, I hope we're going to cover his confirmation hearings.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
I can't fucking wait.
Meetings where he could be asked those questions as well. I am very happy to see.
Kellyanne, you think that's a bad idea, though? I'm being honest. Here's the thing. I'm being honest with my stuff, and you guys aren't. You think that's a bad idea?
No, I don't think it's a great.
I mean, listen, that's a base call out right there. He's like, I'm being honest about the left fucking up, and you're just sitting here giving me bullshit. Okay.
How many cryptos has Kash Patel watched? I want to know.
That's a good question. Yeah, ask them that. How many meme coins has he?
That's a metric. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a metric I want to know. Everyone's gonna be like, but his meme coins are still going.
There you go.
How many rug pulls?
Yeah.
Great idea to prosecute people without just cause. I don't know all the facts. I do know some of the people you're mentioning were very difficult for me to deal in the White House as senior counsel to the president because...
But not criminals.
No, because they weren't very effective. They were obsequious. They always had their pom-poms out. And it was hard to give them any position of responsibility. He loses, and all of a sudden, they found anti-Trump religion, and they write their books, and they go on TV, and they do what they do. But I think everybody here is getting a little nervous because maybe there's some regret, maybe not here writ large, there's some regret of the way Donald Trump's been covered. And by the way, had people who are obsessed with Donald Trump spent an iota, I mean a scintilla of that time, not focused on Trump, focused on the Trump voter, the growing Trump coalition, Trump country that we have now, where these you look at the map, it looks red almost everywhere. Had you spent time focused on the Trump vote instead of looking down on them and telling who they should be and whom they should vote for and how they should worship their God and raise their kid and what they should eat.
I'm sorry, are we not going to just take a moment to be chilled by what Kellyanne just said?
Can we take a moment? People without just cause?
Is that what you just said? Because what I saw you say, actually,
just always off on some tangent.
We don't know
insulting
each other.
Kevin McCarthy.
Sarah should be able to.
Let Sarah talk.
Yeah,
Sarah, go ahead.
Insulting people by name.
Everyone is insulting everybody
you guys
by
have been
name.
insulting each other.
Oh my God, this is so good. This is so good.
You know what? They should just do this for. This should just be like the show for all mainstream news, right?
I know.
Just do this.
All the personality.
I want to see like the 5 late night MSNBC anchors and the 5 late night Fox News anchors sit at like a table and just yell at each other for like 2 hours over like the current news topics.
They need a fainting couch for Sarah so that she can go out front and go, "Oh my God, we're so chilled by what Kellyanne Conway just said. Oh my God."
Since you guys sat down next to each other, so don't say Sarah's doing it. That's just not fair.
Margaret, stop.
Yeah, and also, I don't know that it's an insult to say that Kevin McCarthy said that the election was stolen, that was a lie to the American people, that they now believe.
Can we keep this focused on Trump?
That's I don't know. You just talked. You brought up Orr and everybody else.
Sarah, if you want to respond to what Kellyanne said, please.
So the reason that I do focus groups all the time is because after Trump was elected the first time, I wanted to understand why. Because I was a Republican, right? I'd been a Republican my entire life. And I wanted to know why voters...
oh my God, we got to back up for this. Kellyanne Conway just did the most epic eye roll ever.
All the time is because after Trump was elected the first time, I wanted to understand why. Because I was a Republican, right? I'd been a Republican my entire life. And I wanted to know...
Oh my God. She's like,
is that true?
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Sure. Yeah. Look. Yeah. She's the never Trumper Republican.
Interesting. What's her name again? Sarah.
So many people. I think it's Longwell.
Sarah. Longwell.
Why voters liked this person that I thought was repellent and who was saying things like "go grab women by their genitalia."
Oh, look! Ding, ding, ding,
there
ding,
you
ding.
Go. Well, for
ding,
women,
ding, 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 ding. Someone was offended.
Doing all of this crazy stuff. Who's now an adjudicated rapist? There's a lot of things.
Whoa. Oh, that's what got ABC News in trouble. They had to pay $15 million because they call him a rapist. I wish.
And I just, there's a couple things that were in some of the answers that I think are really important going forward.
They settled out of court for $15 million.
Right.
Yeah.
So we don't know.
And then I saw something on Twitter, but I don't know if it was fake, about the judge coming out and saying, "Oh yeah, Trump is a rapist" or something.
The judge of what case?
But look, it could have been some fake headline that someone concocted on the left. So I don't know. I didn't look into it. But yes, the settlement was over. Some ABC reporter calling Trump a rapist.
George
Stephanopoulos. Yeah, exactly.
What did he say? Let's see.
And I can't remember, one of the ex-Fox News, Megyn Kelly went after George Stephanopoulos, I guess, because Stephanopoulos was Clinton's hatchet man on going after the women that went after Bill Clinton. Which I was like, what?
Ironic.
Really?
That's pretty ironic.
Yes. Yeah. So he basically went after all the women who came out against Bill Clinton to defame them. So, wow. Everyone's hands are dirty in this political game.
The one is, it's not just that
Hold on. Everyone remember, we're being chilled by what Kellyanne Conway said here.
people are being pushed out of the Democratic Party. There's actually a political realignment going on. And so the Democratic Party is now populated by a lot more of these college-educated voters, and there aren't enough of them. The Republican Party has built a multiracial, multi-ethnic working class coalition.
Funny for a bunch of racists, right? Oh, weird.
So
for a variety.
Here, wait, pause it. Okay, so I think I figured out what the thing that you saw on Twitter was. So it says, in August of 2023, a judge dismissed Trump's countersuit against Carroll. I guess this was
Carroll was
right, because she claimed that Trump sexually assaulted her in a department store like a super long time ago, and then the jury, even though it was all civil, it wasn't criminal, the jury found in her favor and awarded her money for battery and defamation. Okay.
Yes,
and then,
but they never had sex. So therefore,
we don't know, right? Or was the accusation that he didn't? I don't remember her exact.
She never made the accusation that they had sex.
It was just a sexual assault, just a grab by the pussy thing.
Yes, and so calling Trump a rapist, that was where he was like, well, I wasn't convicted of rape. Rape wasn't even part of the trial. So they're like...
Yeah, but is it really turn on? Okay, so it turns on whether if he said that he was convicted of sexual assault as opposed to rape. That's okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. But look, they want to go to Donald Trump's a rapist. Like so many people on YouTube are constantly calling Donald Trump a rapist. It's funny that I guess he could drop a lawsuit on all of them and shut them all up.
Well, okay, so it says the judge dismissed Trump's countersuit against UG Carroll that the claim Trump raped Carroll was, quote, substantially true. So that's probably what you were saying. The judge said it was substantially true. The judge wrote that Trump, quote, raped her in the broader sense of the word as people generally understand it, though not as it's narrowly defined by New York state law. Now that seems a little suspect, right? If the law says it's pretty specifically, I don't know, you can say like, well, people say in a broader sense. So
right. Yeah.
A judge
he raped her with his eyes.
Well, with his fingers, I guess, is what the accusation was, right? So
I'm not sure. I didn't follow the case specifically.
A judge in July refused to dismiss Trump's lawsuit against the network, writing that these definitions were different enough. He added that the case would turn on whether it's substantially true to say a jury or juries found Trump liable for rape by a jury, despite the jury's verdict expressly finding he was not liable for rape. Interesting. Oh, okay. So that's obviously a key part of the story. So,
yeah. So the judge comes out and says, oh, well, in the colloquial sense of the word rape, he did definitely rape her. But to the letter of the law, no, obviously he didn't rape her. So,
right. I have to look up because I don't remember exactly what the jury found Trump guilty of when they awarded her that money.
Oh, God. He's going to. This is like a big. It's so interesting. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped a lawsuit on Sarah Longwell tomorrow for this panel. Because she called him a rapist.
Okay, so it says the jury reached a unanimous decision on May 9th, 2023, after deliberating for less than 3 hours. Considering the preponderance of evidence, the jury delivered a verdict that first stated that Carroll had not proven that Trump raped her, and the next statement that Carroll did prove that Trump had sexually abused her. Okay, so I guess, there you go. Yeah. So you could say, all those people saying Trump raped her, they could say Trump sexually abused her. And I guess that would be okay.
They say he's a rapist. They love saying he's a rapist. It's a complete lie, but they love saying it because it makes them feel good, right?
Interesting.
They're journalists. They're trying to save the world.
Right.
It's very important.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
Anyway.
So there you go. Got to be careful, kids.
Right.
When you say someone's either a rapist or a sexual assaulter.
Is it simping to point out that someone's being wrongly accused of rape?
No, I think it's correct.
Oh,
it's correct. Yeah. And I mean, obviously they want to say rape because it has a much stronger connotation than saying sexual assault.
Well, look, some people
confused or convicted of civil sexual assault claim, 40 years down the road. So,
I mean, I'm not naming any names, but some people will cast this as Trump apologia because, people who are calling Trump a rapist are actually lying.
mm-hmm.
Bringing that up is somehow Trump apologia, but let's all just accuse everyone of rape, right?
Who would say that?
Who would say that? All kinds of people, man.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't say that.
Oh, good. I wouldn't either. Anyway. So
press the button.
You want to press the button?
I'm in like a million tabs away from the watch together.
You're in tab land.
I'm in tab land. I don't know where this. I'm looking up. So I was looking up Sarah Longwell too. So it says that she was the first female national board chair of the Log Cabin Republicans.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's interesting.
How many times do you think she gets called a rhino in one day?
Oh God.
Is it voluminous?
It's voluminous. Yes. Yes.
Is part of like negative polarization, right? A rejection of something else as opposed to an affirmative like. I don't think that
Kellyanne Conway has spotted the camera now, and she's doing those looks into the camera like they do on Arrested Development.
So that's funny. Yeah. So that Sarah Longwell person, I didn't realize that she's one of the core people that's been
the
like
Never Trumpers
of all the Never Trump movements. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, this is like sunk cost fallacy all the way here.
Right.
If it turns out that Trump is the next FDR or Abraham Lincoln,
well, then,
Abraham Lincoln, look,
it's over.
That guy didn't come close to the popular vote, right? I think there was like a third party candidate. I think he won with like 29% of the vote or something.
Oh, you're talking about Lincoln?
Lincoln, yeah. Abraham
Lincoln's
Lincoln.
First one, yeah. All right. Yeah.
So yeah, look, at this point, she's like, Trump better be a fucking dictator. I'm going to be pissed.
True.
I've wasted 8 years of my life. God, if Trump gives us Medicare for all, we're fucked.
So Lincoln got 180 electoral votes, but he only got 1.8 million votes. And this guy who only got 12 electoral votes got 1 million popular votes.
Right.
That was Douglas. So.
Yeah. Look at that.
And it was split because there was 4 candidates. Anyway.
They talked about Lincoln in Dictator's Handbook quite a bit because they go through like how small his winning coalition actually was, but how it was like brilliantly placed because Lincoln was such a smart dude.
Brilliant or lucky? I feel like a lot of the brilliance is just people getting lucky.
It's hard to say, isn't it?
Right.
Americans wanted tariffs. I don't think that Americans want a lot of the things that Trump wants, but they are rejecting. And just like in 2020, right, when you say never Trump, always wrong or whatever your thing is, right? We beat Donald Trump in 2020 because people thought he mismanaged COVID. They were tired of him. They were sick of him being in their face all the time, and they wanted the stability. But then what they got still was a bunch of things that they also didn't want, mainly higher prices and an open border. But I actually also want to go back to something Jason said, because I think it's important for Democrats to understand that the entire world has changed. And Van was saying this too. I had written down authenticity and had squared it, and then you brought it up. And I think it's deeply important. When I listened to voters in the focus groups, when I knew DeSantis was cooked against Trump, when they said, he seems like a regular politician. And the thing about Kamala Harris is technically she could be quite good, actually. I think surprisingly good compared to where Republicans had set the bar. But she did not feel authentic. She felt like a regular politician. Joe Biden feels like a regular politician. Voters don't want that anymore. And people are going to have to adjust to that terrain. When you give a good speech or even a good debate, and you win on points, that's not enough anymore. You've got to be able to walk in to all kinds of places, hostile places, and sit down and have a conversation. And if you can't do that, you can't win.
Can I?
Agree more. Van, go ahead.
Look, I think, Kamala's campaign went from brat to flat, and it was obvious. Like, there was a moment when she first got in there, she was loose, and she seemed to be saying F it, and people could relate to that. And then it seemed it got super professional, super slicked up. It became kind of talking point bingo, and people didn't stick with her. I think, what I found, the message that worked for Kamala Harris on the doors in the barbershops was a message she never used. It was, Kamala Harris wants to lift you up. Donald Trump wants to lock you up. We never prosecuted Donald Trump on all the stuff he wanted to do on stop and frisk. We gave him a free pass. Donald Trump said he wanted to bring back stop and frisk, a lot of stuff that scared the crap out of young black men. We told them. But the other thing that we were able to do with Kamala on the doors was, Donald Trump's a little baby billionaire. He's a little billionaire. You want to be rich? You're a young black man. You want to be an owner? You want to be an entrepreneur? You want to be a provider? Why are you following this little baby billionaire? Kamala Harris represents real billionaires. She represents California. She represents the biggest, hold on a second, the biggest.
It's like such fucking trash.
Yeah, this is a weird, I don't know. I mean, this obviously goes against all my intuitions in terms of what would be effective. So
yeah, this makes me think Van believes that people voted for Donald Trump because they see Donald Trump as
a winner,
as a rich person, and they themselves want to be rich people.
Yeah,
which I just think is which I think is a complete misread of the situation. Like,
I agree completely. Yeah,
and it does make the population seem like morons. Like, you're basically saying all these people think that they can be billionaires, which just, I think people are respectful of how much effort and energy and devotion it takes to be a billionaire. And they're not retarded enough to think, oh, if I vote for Donald Trump, I can be a billionaire too. It's like, this is talking down to the voters massively.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of billionaires in the world vote for her and donate her. And so you begin to link into the aspirations of these young men who don't like what Donald Trump says, but they like what he's been able to do with his life. And so
the aspiration is like, I want to be able to afford food and rent. That is like the aspiration.
I'm guessing because he's talking about, like, he has some personal experience where he's going around like door knocking and talking to people. And so, like, the feeling he's talking about here is probably something he witnessed in terms of people saying, oh, I don't like something that Donald Trump said, but people still wanted to vote for him anyway, or still felt like it made sense to vote for him aspirationally. But I think his analysis of the response to that, I mean, I can't imagine that working.
Yeah,
saying,
totally.
Donald Trump, he's just a bitch billionaire, but Harris, all the big dog billionaires support Harris. Like, I don't know. That goes against every intuition that I could have on the situation to think that would be an effective strategy.
It's way off brand for the Democratic Party, and well, not the not the elitist Democratic Party, which is formed. It's so funny. Someone on the panel is trying to stop him. They're like, "Man, you said so many intelligent things. Where are you going?"
Yeah, what happened? Yeah, this is like way off. So,
but he steamrolls over him.
There was a huge disconnect from what the campaign thought was going to work and what was actually resonating with young men. I'm going to tell you, young men of color are up for grabs. They don't like Republicans, they don't like Democrats, and they don't like their circumstances.
Kevin,
the one thing I will say, at times we overthink this.
Yeah.
If I just look at a city council race or any race, I start on election day and work backwards. What is in the voters' mind on election day? Kamala Harris didn't flip one county. Not one county. She did worse on the gender vote than Joe Biden did. And I would say this one question to any race. What's in the voters' mind on election day? She had more than $1 billion. And I'm being frank. I could not tell you the three things she was going to accomplish if she got elected. The only thing that comes to mind is she was going to give first-time home buyers $25,000. So that's a repudiation on the campaign itself. What was the campaign about? We could say all these other things, but to a voter out there, what are you going to do?
Well,
hang on one sec. I want to switch for a second to ask Anita a question here in terms of just talking about what's on voters' minds and a point Jason made about immigration. We're in a sanctuary city. We're in a city where the mayor, who has also been indicted, has been praising President-elect Trump a lot. He also angered the Biden administration by being very critical about the border policies. Did he have a point, given where things were and where the electorate has shown it was? I mean, do you think that the Biden White House was slow to react to what was clearly a crisis in the minds of voters, or anything should have been dealt with differently in the first 2 years?
It's a huge question.
It is, but
yeah.
Bitch.
I think that, I think that immigration was an issue that was seen as something to be managed as opposed to really addressed. And don't forget, every administration, and this one will be no different, comes in reaction to what has gone before. And what the 2020 campaign and what the Biden administration was reacting to were the policies of President Trump in his first administration: family separation, children being locked in cages, things like that, that were very powerful images for the American people. And obviously came into office, COVID, we had Title 42. So we had a shut border at that time. We had unaccompanied minors, which was our first immigration problem, solved it. But there's no question that the administration should have moved more quickly once Title 42 was no longer in effect to get control of what was happening there. And there's no question, quite frankly, that had we done that, New York, Chicago, cities where you saw a dramatic drop-off in Democratic vote probably would have looked a little different. So
this is another reason why you lost Elon Musk. Was what was happening on the border. This is another reason why you have 2 counties in Texas who have never in the history of America voted for a Republican vote for. It's another reason why we're winning the Hispanic vote.
Look, one of the central arguments against Trump was he's chaos. He's going to bring chaos back. And if you look at Joe Biden's approval rating, it actually went down well into his first year. It was with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And those images, which were more chaotic than any images, frankly, that we saw during the 4 years of the Trump presidency. So you combine that with the images coming from the border, which were, again, not only so many people coming, it's just the whole chaos around it. And Kamala Harris had an answer on the border, which was the immigration bill, which was an immigration bill that wasn't brought up until, almost 3 years into the Biden presidency. And she also said, and we had an immigration bill on the first day of our presidency. Well, that bill, which they never really pushed for, it wasn't going to go anywhere, was not a border security bill. It was the opposite. It was rolling back everything that Trump had done. So she really didn't have an answer on that, or frankly, on Afghanistan.
Anita, did you have something you wanted to say?
So that's interesting. That's the ABC News guy. I mean, that was everything you just said was 100% true.
And that's the guy who wrote 3 books about Trump. The one that Kellyanne Conway keeps calling out. She's called out somebody that's written a bunch of anti-Trump books, and I keep wondering who on the panel is she talking about.
Jonathan Karl, Chief Washington Correspondent. He did write 3 books on Trump. I don't know if they're I don't know if the last one's negative. It says Betrayal, the final act of the Trump show in 2021, Front Row at the Trump show 2020, and 2023, Tired of Winning. So those are the 3 Trump books.
That sounds anti-Trump.
Tired of Winning?
Yeah.
Why is that anti-Trump?
Well, Trump said
Oh, that's right. He said
you're
you're never
win
going to get
so
tired
much
of
that you're
winning.
going to
Yes,
get.
You're correct.
Well, no, he said you're going to get tired of winning.
Right. Yeah.
And that's sarcastic. Like, who gets tired of winning, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it sounds like his book title is sarcastic too.
You're right. Yeah. So
I am losing.
But that is interesting. It shows you, even if he's he's very, very anti-Trump. I mean, his analysis there was spot on, and at least
it was
completely honest about the shitty job that they did on the border. So
he's like, look, I'm here just grifting, trying to get my books sold. Okay. He's smart. He knows what's up. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
There you go.
Well, I think the one thing I would say is that the answer for Kamala Harris was we do need to be tougher. And I think that was an obvious one. Everyone would have accepted it. Yes, we need to be tougher. Yes.
And we should have been tougher.
Yeah, but was she the immigration czar? I mean, did she argue? I really wasn't that, but we all watched it at the State of the Union for him to say it.
We can do that. But here's, look, the minute those
let's just forget about that, okay? Let's move on.
Governors, those red state governors started putting buses full of folks in front of Kamala's house and every place else. We were in deep trouble. And if I had, to retcon, as you said, call those governors to the White House. Sit down and let's figure this thing out. There's an
Well, then they'd see that Biden had mashed potatoes for a fucking brain.
That's true.
That couldn't happen. What are you talking about?
You know what? That's actually, I wonder how much of that was just them hiding Biden.
Of course. Yeah. That ain't going to happen. Can you imagine Republican governors going into a meeting with Biden and coming out?
Oh, my God. Yeah. Oof.
They'd be like, holy shit.
The leaks. They'd be like, what the fuck just happened in there?
There was an opportunity to be bipartisan Joe on the issue, and he didn't do it, and we paid a price. Look, I think the freedom that we have now, it's not the freedom we wanted, but Democrats, I do think, because most of our people listening to this are Democrats who are miserable, who are depressed, who cut off the news, who are talking to 3 therapists a day. Guys, guess what? For the first time in a long time, we don't have to run institutions that most people hate or protect them. There is an opportunity now. These guys own it all. Donald Trump is the most powerful person in human history. He has the White House, the Supreme Court, the Senate, the House, the popular vote, a massive movement behind him, a massive media system that's tailor-made for him. He owns it all. And thank goodness, because people are going to figure out if his ideas are good or bad. Now, for the first time, we don't have to run these things. Let our rebels have a chance. Let people who got new ideas have a chance. Let people who are coming out of these neighborhoods have a chance. And let love have a chance. We can lift up poor black and brown folks without putting anybody down. We can lift up women without putting anybody down. We can stick up for the earth without putting anybody down. There is a condescension. There is a I'm right and you're wrong. There's a I'm better than you that we can just let go of, because there's going to be enough pain and suffering out there and people looking for real answers that if we let some of these new ideas come forward, new people come forward, I think we can actually inherit in 2 years a real movement, and that's what's needed.
Alexis,
can they really do that though? I mean, I'm looking at there's a new flare up in the everybody against the Young Turks saga, and it just it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder, can the left really engage this higher purpose, this like we can do things without putting other people down? Because I think a lot of that conflict is really, Cenk has come out and said basically what Van Jones has said, right? Look, we have to work. We're out of power. If we want to achieve any of our political goals, we need to work with the right. And everyone is like, oh my God, they're fucking demon spawn. How dare you?
Right.
So I mean, they're just in full demon mode. I don't know that they can, or demonization mode. I don't know that they can actually adopt this strategy that Van Jones is putting forward. God, I would love it if they could, but I'm skeptical.
I'm definitely happy to hear Van Jones be on board with the let's not be woke condescending pricks message for the left. And, obviously I would, very much hope that takes. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I mean, we've definitely seen a surprising, I would not have guessed this before the election, a surprising number of mainstream left outlets and people that sort of seem to be waking up to the, woke shit just lost us the election. Woke shit is bad. And, if they think it, a lot of people, and this is the way people work psychologically, if they think it's causing them harm, like if they're losing elections, then all of a sudden they'll be very easy to persuade that the stuff is bad anyway, right? Like as soon as they go, oh, this thing's actually causing tangible harm for myself or my party, then it's easy to persuade them that it's actually bad on an ideological level. So I don't know. I think the mainstream left might very well wake up to woke shit not being effective. I think even journalists might wake up to this woke shit not being effective. Now, will the internet pundit space wake up to that fact? Fuck no. Right. And that's what you're talking about with Cenk and everyone attacking Young Turks now. I mean, that there was no fucking way that the internet left will wake up to that fact. They're going to double, triple, quadruple down on this. But they have to kind of exist as they need to exist as a niche, like a niche that's different and away from the mainstream. So I don't know how indicative their views are going to be of like what the party's going to be at. Because remember, they were all like the Bernie bros, and now they're all like the woke bros. So
there's a giant conflict of interest with the pundit class on YouTube on the left because they are getting rich hand over fist.
Oh, yeah.
Dunking on Republicans and being, demonizing people. The thing that Van Jones is saying is bad for their political aspirations. Right. So those people, those content creators, it's so weird because it's like a vicious cycle because it leads to more losing, and that losing just leads to more demonization and them making more money. So I don't see how you're ever going to resolve that issue. And
well, there's going to
well, bless the Young Turks for trying to step out of that paradigm, but I don't know if it's actually possible.
Okay, here's the prediction. This is the next breakup this is the next like big divide on the internet left that we're going to see is sometime in the next 4 years during Trump's term, you're going to see a candidate emerge on the left of the Democrats who's going to be like a more Bernie-esque economic populist, but they're going to be anti-woke culturally. Or they're not going to be like directly anti-woke, but they're going to be dismissive of woke shit. I'm just going to say that's all bullshit, right? And it's going to cause this weird divide because right now, you have sort of like the woke socialist, the woke cultural socialists on the internet left are aligned with the economic populists on the left, right? You have the Hassans are sort of aligned with the Kyle Kalinskis of the internet. But I feel like that is a tenuous alliance because there's going to be a time where there's going to be that divisive candidate on the left who's going to be on one side economically and the other side culturally, and it's going to cause a big rift on the internet left. It'll be interesting to see which faction wins that.
Like they're going to be economically populist and anti-woke.
Yeah.
So
they're going to be the wait for the candidate who's like in favor of Medicare for all, but says woke shit is garbage. Like you could have what if you have like Fetterman come out and be like something like that or something. I mean, I don't know if it'd be him specifically, but you have some candidate come out with something like that take, and I don't know. It's going to be a really weird day at the Majority Report how they react to that candidate.
And we'll cover it definitely.
Oh yes.
1 second, Kevin. Alexis Michael Johnson.
Man, I love you. I love you dearly. Have known you for years, and I don't disagree that there should be love and hope and freedom to let the other folks fail, right? In some ways, but that pain and that suffering and that harm is real. Those are the people who come through our doors every single day. The undocumented folks, the women, the low-income folks who don't have any other place to get their care, right? And they may come for birth control, but they are leaving and they are worried that they are going to be locked up, that their kids are going to be grabbed from school, that they're going to be grabbed from the front job. Like
she kind of missed the important thing that he said, which is beyond the stuff that we just talked about. He had the whole, freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose attitude about that from a political perspective, from a strategic perspective. A lot of these elections, and he said this earlier, a lot of these elections are people running or winning against whatever the current system is because the current system is failing. And he's saying, the Democrats need to kind of position themselves that everything in the next 4 years is the Republicans are now the system. They have all three, branches of government. They are the system. If the system is failing you, then it's Republicans. And Democrats are going to be like the outsiders now. That's what he's kind of trying to position. Now, I don't know if that's going to work. And I don't know if the Democrats are going to do that. But she completely missed that key aspect of what he was saying.
Yeah. And she's going to you know, it's obviously all of this is the Republicans' fault, which is completely ironic considering if the Democrats hadn't have just let immigration get completely out of hand, the people that she's dealing with on a daily basis might not be in this like state of distress, right? Obviously the state of distress was caused by the Democrats. So
yeah, Biden's colossal mishandling of the border.
Yeah. So
yeah.
It's so bizarre. These people, she's like, I see these people every day. You know, they're terrified. Yeah, because you guys fucked up.
Right.
Like, take some fucking responsibility for it, right?
Right.
You're the one that let so many people in that these people are now scared they're going to be a part of some mass deportation. Dumbass.
The fear and the terror. And I think the challenge that I have is the idea that somehow the movement made this binary, right? It is the fight for humanity, right? The dehumanization it already existed. It already was happening, and it was being codified into policies just as it has with Dobbs. And so, you know, I see this as a rollback on, 50, to 100 years of progress that we have been making among communities of color, among gender, among, people who just want to live their lives. And I think we are overstating the multiracial coalition that Trump brought in. I really do, because I think there are enough people who stayed home.
This is like classic cognitive dissonance right here.
Yeah.
Just let's ignore reality. All of this isn't real. None of this is happening. None of this is our fault. We didn't do anything. Yeah, look, he sees the cognitive dissonance going on here.
Yeah.
He's like, oh my God, she's clinging to that narrative, that dying narrative that nobody believes anymore.
I think she's about to say something, and then Kevin McCarthy's going to retort, and it's actually it's like 1 second, and it's the most important thing anyone says in this entire panel.
Oh
yes,
my God.
For explaining the current political situation. Kevin McCarthy fucking nails it. I think it's Kevin, maybe it's the other guy next to him, like completely nails it in a way that the Democrats and the left just does not fucking
They don't get.
Yeah.
Right. Nice. Let's see it.
Who weren't inspired to come out because the Democrats didn't offer something, but they were still very consistent in their numbers, just a little bit of reach, which we would expect, but it's not some overwhelming, majority. And I think, when you start to take away rights from folks, right? You're not saying that they're equal, right? You're saying that they're not your peers, because you don't take away rights from people that are your peers. And you're allowing the dehumanization to flourish. And the reason we're all in therapy and worried is because of the pain and the harm. So we cannot just let a tyrant kind of be in an institution like the presidency without that, that fear and reckoning of what we need to be.
Let me ask Sarah Longwell a related question. What happens to the future of the Never Trump movement from here?
I mean, I don't think Never Trump is a relevant thing to talk about anymore. Like, Never Trump Republicans were something from 2016. We were all Republicans. We were never going to vote for Donald Trump because he didn't represent our values. And then we set out to beat him. And then we beat him in 20. We beat him and all the little Trump wannabes like him in 22, because we were able to move a bunch of McCain, Romney voters into the Democratic Party. They were unwilling to vote.
That's such a funny interaction, because she very clearly. Well, first of all, they're pretty genius for sitting the Never Trumper next to Kellyanne Conway. Like, they knew.
Oh yeah. There's lots of fucking friction here.
Right, but she coughed, and it looked like a legitimate cough. Obviously, like it looked like a real cough.
Right. Kellyanne Conway kind of turned away and coughed, and
yes.
Sarah.
But Sarah, like 100,000% perceived it as like a fuck you cough.
I know. It was great.
I was going to go back and look at that facial expression.
Because we were able to move a bunch of McCain, Romney voters.
Just like, that fucker.
Oh my God. Cough while I'm talking. Oh, this is great. two
into
hate
the
each
Democratic
other.
Party. They were unwilling to vote for not just Donald Trump, but Kerry Lake, this time, Mark Robinson. Like, you've got a bunch of insane people that the Republican Party has brought in because of Donald Trump. However, like I said, there aren't enough of those voters, right? The vast majority, like, there are just more sort of non-college working class voters. And Donald Trump, though much less non-Donald Trump Republicans, but Donald Trump himself can pull those people out in a general election. If I were Republicans, I would be deeply worried about a non-Trump future because Donald Trump uniquely, because he was on TV, I'll never forget when I was trying to understand why Donald Trump appealed to voters in the first place, how many people had watched The Apprentice. Now, I never watched The Apprentice, that wasn't it, but they all had. And so this idea of Donald Trump as a television, carefully curated businessman is just an idea that is locked in the public consciousness that gives him a superpower that other people don't have. They also forgive him many of his trashiest, most despicable qualities because he's on TV, because he was on Page Six. It's like a celebrity thing that they forgive, so they don't treat him. That's the reason there's a big asymmetry in how voters hold.
I think she's misreading the situation.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't think it's that Trump being a celebrity is why people forgive him. I think it's that, like, Howard Stern, well, no, Howard Stern's kind of out of that. Like, let's use South Park. South Park's a good example. Okay. South Park never got canceled by the woke people, the woke police, despite the fact that South Park was probably the most vocally anti-woke show in the mainstream. And yet they never really garnered any controversy about it at all. And no one really even tried to cancel them at all. And the reason for that is because everyone would be like, well, obviously that's South Park. That's what South Park's going to do. What do you mean? Are you retarded? South Park's been around for 20 years and that's all they do. They just fucking say crazy shit and gross shit and, insensitive cultural shit. Like, that's their role. And once you kind of like set up people's, like, have an expectation in their mind of like, that's the role the person serves, like, then they can get away with a lot of stuff. And I think that's like what was going on with Trump. It's not just that Trump was like, oh, he was on TV or whatever. It's that once he establishes the role of like the South Park person, the person that says the thing that you're not supposed to say, the person that says the incendiary thing, then that like, once that is set in people's mind, that grants a leniency for him to say and do a lot of things that most other politicians would not be allowed to get away with in the public's eye.
Right. He's not going to suffer for it electorally.
Yes. Right. Because they're like, well, of course he said that. He's Donald Trump. That's exactly what you'd expect him to say.
Right.
Politicians accountable versus Donald Trump. And so for never Trumpers, I think right now, like, there's no more, unless, I don't know. I don't think that Donald Trump, because in those tweets that he puts out, he said he would suspend the Constitution. He's obviously already flirting with the idea that he could run again in 2028. He's too old, I think, to actually do that. But
is he flirting with running in 2028? When did
I
this
don't
happen?
know what she's talking about, but
that would be like headline news, right? Trump vows to run again in 2028.
Right.
Like, maybe he made a joke or something.
Maybe she's referring to the meme, the meme post, the picture of like the
she said he's all
forever.
She said like he's got a campaign committee going or something.
I don't know.
He's flirting with a 2028 run.
I don't think there's another time to sort of resist Donald Trump. I think for a lot of us now, we became very focused on democracy, right? We became very focused on how do you preserve the things that are the best about America that Donald Trump wants to tear down. It's funny when I listen to these guys say, oh, well, they don't have faith in the FBI. It's like, oh, well, maybe you guys called them the deep state for a really long time, or they don't have any faith in the media. Well, maybe you guys have been calling them the enemy of the people. And I'm not saying some of that didn't exist already and Donald Trump was able to tap into it, but he has exacerbated. He has torn down people's
what is
faith.
The trap that we now fall into, though, is because of that. And I don't want to take away from any of the pain that was just spoken to. We should have started with, honestly. But the only blessing in this massive curse is that we can now dream beyond just defense.
Well, hold on a second.
I would like an answer, actually, though, to what the movement ends up looking like.
Yeah, and so I think now we have to be in a position when Kellyanne says things like, I don't know, maybe he's going to prosecute those people.
Stop. It's not what I said.
What is
And you just
So
want
I
to
think-
sound
What does
like
it end
to
up
get
looking
more
like
sugar
going
daddy money
forward?
for your focus groups.
Okay.
They don't have money.
Stop.
The reason
Stop.
is-
Stop. I'm gonna-
Stop. Just stop. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God. No one can believe. Look, stop trying to get more sugar daddy money
Jeez.
for your focus groups.
It is
Oh
interesting.
my God.
Yeah, I know that Kellyanne and the Sarah lady wouldn't like each other, but she's really got I don't know what crawled up Kellyanne's bonnet when she came into this battle. She's really out to like fucking shiver. Maybe she's. I mean, I'm sure before they showed up, she's probably been shit talking Kellyanne Conway a bunch as a never Trump Republican.
Yeah. Look at
But
like your
damn,
little
she's
focus
mad.
groups. Sugar daddy money for your little
Yeah.
focus groups. Oh my God. She basically said, listen, whore.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like she's out for blood. Jesus, she's been like pretty
Oh my
pretty
God.
pretty catty this whole time.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm
I'll talk about the
I'm
future
going to
of
cut
the
this off for
Republican
now.
Party.
Does
I'm going to cut this off.
Oh, maybe okay. So maybe it's Jason Miller who says it, not Steve McCarthy. Let's see.
Oh, is this the
This
thing?
is I think this is the line. Yeah.
President-elect Trump still have faith in Pete Hegseth as his Secretary
Oh,
of
maybe
Defense?
this is not the line.
Yes, and Pete's going to have to go through the process, meeting with the senators individually, and then going in for his confirmation hearing. As we know, we've seen one presidency already. We have a second one. Then only one person's going to make these decisions, and that's President Trump. But I would say when you look at where he is now in 2024 versus 2016, this is an entire different level of organization and preparedness for a new administration. I would make the case that we've never seen an administration ever come into day one ready to go like President Trump is, quite frankly, because he's done it before. So when you talk about the personnel, having named people for each cabinet spot by Thanksgiving, that's way ahead of the pace from where it was in 2016. He has a chief of staff that's in place. They have executive orders. They're ready to go on day one. President Trump is ready to hit the ground running. But and also, I'll make a critical point.
Also got a playbook, Project 2025 playbook, 900 pages.
Oh my God. This fucking woman. Dude, stop watching MSNBC. Okay? She watches 6 hours of MSNBC a day. I guarantee you. I guarantee you she's on her third glass of wine by noon.
One second.
Alexis
I'd also
Johnson.
make the important point. He's already the president, effectively. You have foreign leaders coming to visit him. He's issuing threats to terrorists.
Don't we still have one president at one time? Or is
Yes,
this...
we do.
Oh, violating the Logan Act. Better investigate.
Oh, shit.
Oh no, we gotta investigate.
Where-
John Kerry's been
Where's
vindicated.
John Kerry?
Exactly.
Was that the line? Is that the line you're waiting for?
No.
That is hilarious,
It is
though.
funny.
Isn't there one president at a time?
Yeah. No.
I'm saying in the eyes of world leaders. They're already looking past Joe Biden because, well, the Democrats have put him out to pasture. But people are now recognizing that America has to be respected again. And that's why they're coming to Mar-a-Lago. That's why they're calling him. So President Trump's going to bring in this whole new era of reform when he goes to Washington in January. And I think that's going to be good for the country as the economy goes up and we secure the border.
Two follow-ups. He's also had two nominees, and depending on what happens with Hegseth, and they're not nominees yet, but announced nominees, withdrawn. That's also record-setting. So there's no question that he has absolutely put out a number of people as he plans to appoint. But is there something in the vetting that could have been different in terms of how he is selecting some of these people? Or is that beside the point?
I think when you look at the body of the cabinet that he's named so far, these are some very solid folks. And Scott Bessent going into Treasury, Lutnick at Commerce. I have a lot of confidence what these people are going to be able to do. These are some very stellar people.
Matt Gaetz lasted 8 days. Kevin McCarthy, do you have thoughts on that?
That's surprised he lasted 8 days.
That's
Wow.
hilarious.
Wow.
Yes.
Look at that's so good. Look, Matt Gaetz was instrumental in getting Kevin McCarthy ousted
Right.
as Speaker of the House. So that
Right,
was
so he hates his
just-
guts. Yeah.
He fucking yeah.
Right.
So that was great.
Okay, so I guess the line maybe it comes from here. I guess it does come from Kevin McCarthy, not Jason. So
Oh, it is. Here's the line.
I think
we're
so.
on the
We're
tail
like
end of
almost
this
over. It's
thing
got to
here.
come up soon. Yeah.
Gates wasn't vetted. Gates needed to get out of Congress, and Trump gave him an advantage because he had to resign before the report came out. So I don't equate that. No one thought he would ever get in. But
wow, wait, I don't buy that though. I don't buy that. That Trump was just doing Gates a favor to give him an excuse to drop out of Congress. I don't believe.
I mean, Gates did cozy up to Trump quite a bit. So
I don't think Trump would. That would be a huge ask. You're like, okay, you've just won your historic, non-consecutive second term of your presidency. Can you offer me the attorney general slot, get all this negative press for people attacking you for even, thinking of me, just so I can drop out of Congress? Like, there's no fucking way that was some kind of plan. Like, unless, even if Matt Gates, bowed down and literally sucked Donald Trump's dick, I don't think he would do that for Matt Gates.
Matt Gates caused a lot of gridlock in Congress, though.
No way.
He didn't?
No,
hold
I mean,
on.
no way. I don't get Trump.
No, hold on a second.
Trump wouldn't do that.
Did Matt Gates?
Yes, he did. Yes.
So
100%.
he was basically a giant anchor behind anything getting done in Congress.
I don't think Donald Trump would take that hit just to give Matt Gates some weird excuse to drop out of Congress.
Well, no, the argument would be you want Matt Gates owing you one. So when he wants to make a stink in Congress, it's going to hold up some piece of legislation that you want to get through. He doesn't do his trick that he did before with not Matt Gates, with Kevin McCarthy.
I'm skeptical.
But look,
I'm so skeptical that I don't believe it. But anyway,
what's it hurt? I mean, I don't think it really hurt. Maybe it did. I don't know. Did he take any? Ultimately, was it a loss? Was it a political loss for him to nominate Matt Gates? And I mean, a lot of people would think it's a win. So,
but I would exactly say what Jason said. He is better prepared. And the one thing you have to remember too is Trump has 10,000 hours. He knows what to do with the job. He knows he only has 4 years, and he doesn't want to waste one moment. The only thing I would take from all this discussion, and Van, tell me if I'm right or wrong. When Republicans lose, we never say we have to have therapy.
You just say you didn't lost. You just say you didn't.
See, wait, but that's it. That's the line. Okay. When Republicans lose, we never say we have to get therapy. That's it. Okay. It's just like that scene. Do you remember the Dick Cheney movie where a young Dick Cheney walks into Congress and he listens to two people. He has no political leanings at all. And he listens to the Republicans speak. He listens to Democrats speak. And the Republican, he just listened to him speak. It wasn't even about policy. He just listened to his mannerisms, his affectation, whether he seemed more like masculine in his behavior or not. And he heard strength in the voice. And he said, I'm going to be on that guy's side because these Democrats look like a bunch of pussy bitches. And that's so much of the political conversation that the Democrats and left just don't get, is that the Republicans seem stronger in terms of how they act. And they are stronger in terms of how they act completely. And they're not gonna, they need to, the Democrats, if they want to get their shit together, need to get that back. Because so much of, I think what's going on with, especially with the woke stuff, is the Democrats and the left has become the party and the side of finger wagging. And nobody wants, that's the uncool shit, right? To be the finger wagger, right?
Yeah, used to be the Republicans were the finger waggers, right?
Yes.
Oh, there's too much sex on television. There's too much sex in movies.
Right. And so what's so crazy about all this is because when we grew up, it was the Republicans that were the finger waggers. You got to protect the children. You got to protect the children from all the violence in the video games and all the nudities in the movies, right? And all the rap lyrics, they were the finger waggers, the super uncool, nerdy finger waggers. And then magically, somehow, the fucking flip occurred, and now the left is the finger waggers. Right. And so everything, and that's part of, and you talked about the whole bring up January 6th and documents and everything. Part of the reason that that shit is so not effective politically is because it all plays into the finger wagging. It all has that same feel in the lens of finger wagging. So even if there's something that's like seems like it should be legitimate, oh, you're just finger wagging again, and it completely slides right off. And I think it's also part of why Donald Trump can get away with doing so much shit that other politicians can't do, is because the left has now become the party of finger wagging.
Yeah, that's all they do. It's getting boring.
Yes. And just the fact that it's like, it's interesting too that we kind of exist in this environment where if it was like a more masculine centered environment, it would be embarrassing to say, oh, I lost, so now I need to like go to therapy, right? Because you'd be like, oh, that's weak. And yet, because we kind of have a more feminized environment in terms of how we discuss things, like she just says that to Van Jones, like it's like, okay, like it's some kind of point in her favor. And it's like, really? Should it be? Should it be you're in therapy because your candidate lost?
Yeah, look, I've said this before, and some people, I think, they don't see it as true, but doesn't this give evidence to the asymmetry that Democrats think Republicans are evil and Republicans think Democrats are just misguided? Because isn't the whole like I need to go to therapy wrapped up in that? Like evil just took power.
I think there's a lot more Democrats that look at Republicans as evil. And I'd say, I think the Republicans are probably split. We're half thinking that the Democrats are evil communists that want to trans the kids, and the other half looking at them as like stupid,
right?
That are just like, anxious, prone, bleeding heart retards who just don't know how to manage things. So I would say, yeah, there's more. I think more people on the left, as a proportion of the left, look at the right as just like evil, as opposed to like just being misguided.
Do you remember who played Dick Cheney in the 2018 movie Vice?
Wasn't it Batman?
Yep, Christian Bale.
It was Christian Bale, yeah.
Such a great scene. He's talking about Donald Rumsfeld. He's watching Donald Rumsfeld talk.
Oh, that's right.
Like,
yeah, it was
Rumsfeld. Who's that
Rumsfeld,
guy?
Yeah. I like that guy. I'm going to say he's like has no political leanings whatsoever.
What party is this guy?
Right.
That's what I am. A Republican.
Right. But that's how so many people that are not like very political, they enter into the situation. They just get the vibe and they say, okay, whose vibe do I gel with more? And it's true. God. Like the parties definitely have a vibe that they produce. And right now the Republican Party is definitely producing like the far more masculine vibe. And the Democrat Party is definitely producing the far more feminine vibe, like 100%. That's part of that massive gender divide between the two parties right now.
Did you see? I can't remember what it was. Maybe it's some UFC match where Donald Trump came in and Joe Rogan was there, and and I think Elon Musk went with him, and everyone was giving props to Donald Trump because he had won the election, and Elon Musk, or not Elon Musk, but Joe Rogan like gave him a big hug. Did you see that? It was kind of a news moment.
Yeah, I did.
That's so funny because I think they brought that up on the podcast he did with Joe Rogan. Trump did with Joe Rogan. And he said, look, because he realized this would be after the election. And he was like, well, I might be there and I might be depressed because I had lost the election.
Right.
Or I'm going to be like on top of the world. And it's funny because they probably thought of that when that moment transpired, because Trump really was on top of the world at that moment. So, yeah, look, even Trump is like, I might be a little depressed if I lose the election, but I'm not going to fucking therapy.
Right. But
I'm
he
not
said
doing
it in
the therapy.
Yeah, but
thing.
see, the difference. There's a difference though, and actually, it's interesting because I totally forgot he said that. When she said it, it was like, it was used as it was like a woman using weakness as a weapon, essentially.
Totally.
Where when Trump said it, it was like a joke. Like it was
totally
true. It was like kind of true, but it was also like a joke. he wasn't using it to try to like get something. So
yeah, that's exactly why I brought it up. I think it makes your point
right.
as well. Yeah, it is. The parties there is kind of a gender thing going on with the parties. So
now
maybe the Democrats will figure it out. Maybe Van Jones can like mansplain a little bit.
Listen,
he's trying, right?
It's going to be very funny if the person that saves the Democratic Party is Richie Torres, gay.
Oh yeah,
black,
the gay man,
half Latino.
That gay man is more masculine than most people in the Democratic Party.
I know. It's going to be hilarious. Pretty base too. But no, what I wonder when Joe Rogan was hugging Trump at that moment is if Joe Rogan...
Don't say it.
If Joe Rogan felt like, he had to get the knee pads out, considering when he contemplated not voting for Trump, that that Trump attacked Joe Rogan and he totally rolled over like a little puppy dog and said, "Don't attack me. Here's my soft belly, Mr. Trump. Okay. I didn't say I wasn't going to vote for you. Please."
Rogan kind of won on that exchange because Trump did bring in RFK and Rogan was an RFK supporter. So how's that not a win?
Rogan didn't win. He didn't do it because Rogan came off. Wait, how does he win on that one? He said he was contemplating voting for RFK. Trump attacks him. Trump's audience attacks Rogan, and Rogan goes, "Oh, guys, I didn't say I was voting for RFK. I was just saying I was thinking about it. Please don't attack me."
But RFK got in the
but that's a separate incident that has nothing to do with what
No, I know.
About. Right.
But if you like RFK, if RFK was his man, it's funny because that Sarah Long, I was listening to a bunch of her focus groups and so many of the people were saying, "Oh, I was an RFK fan. So as soon as Trump brought RFK in, I was like a Trump person." So it was like politically brilliant.
Yeah, no, well, that's why we said bringing in RFK was a very, very smart move. So, yeah. We even talked about replacing J.D. Vance with RFK, which obviously didn't happen, but.
Right.
This discussion. And Van, tell me if I'm right or wrong. When Republicans lose, we never say we have to have therapy.
You just say you didn't lost. You just say you didn't lose.
I never knew who she was until today. I don't know if I'd ever listen.
Exactly.
But
my God. Brutal. Holy shit. Who are you?
I never knew who this person was until today. And I'm very sorry that I know now. That is such a great fucking... there's a bunch of YouTube videos just idolizing Sarah Longwell too. Like, oh my God, slay, queen, bow down. You did so good on this panel.
Interesting to me is I don't think that's the right advice for the Democrats. And I know what you said, let them own everything. The only thing I would say is the election's over. The one thing I will tell you, America has some very big problems. One thing I tried to do as Speaker, the Select Committee on China, reconstitute the others, but I try to bring everybody together. On our big issues, we can't do it by one party. Our debt, we got to reform our education system. When you also look at defense, whoever...
You know what, I hope you felt the eye roll when he mentioned the debt, Sitch. The debt.
Whoever captures AI and quantum is going to have an advantage, but whoever has energy is going to have those. We cannot say one party you have it all, because our whole government is designed that you have to have compromise. There's power in the minority. So what I would say, engage in the process. They may have power right now, but you can. The minority has power.
Look, I did.
I know you did. Dan, have the final word, and then
look.
Then we're out.
Look, I agree with you, and I'll work with anybody to help the people at the bottom.
You've proven that before.
I've proven it. I'll work with anybody. If the least of these,
see this. I'm so glad we watched this video. This proves that the Democrats should have tried to hammer out a deal with Kevin McCarthy. Okay, he was there. He was there, Adam. He was looking for a lifeline. He was there looking for a life preserver. The Democrats could have done something. They could have got it.
Yeah, he said it flat out, didn't they? The minority has power.
Yes. Okay. Alternate universe where Kevin McCarthy is still the House leader. Does the bipartisan immigration bill pass the House? Maybe.
Hell no.
Maybe it does.
No way.
No, you don't think so? Okay.
Fuck no. They knew they wanted Trump. They knew it was advantageous for them as well. So
Right.
no, look, it has to.
They had to be too. You're saying they had to be way too political. There's no way they would have done, the correct decision.
It sucks to be in the minority.
Right.
This is why, none of them want to be in the minority because they feel like, we can't get anything done. So, yeah.
Addicted, the afflicted,
and you're only there for 2 years. So like you're locked in the minority. Think you win, you go to Congress for the first time, you're there, you're the minority. 2 years, you're up for election again.
I do think
God, it's so crazy.
I think that they need to change the House to have a 4-year term because I feel like with the 2-year term.
No.
Well, no. Here's why.
Hell no.
You need to do one of two things. Either A, you have to completely change the way that funding works, so that it's like publicly funded, or there's some kind of set amount, or you can only campaign for some limited amount of time, or you got to expand their terms to 4 years. Because when you have these 2-year terms, I mean, they got to spend like 99% of their time as soon as they win just campaigning to win again.
Yeah,
right? Like they can never have time to do anything because the terms are so short. So you got to change one of those things.
Yeah. Convicted and the evicted, the people that Jesus called, the least of this, I'll work with anybody. But the future of this party is going to be people whose names we don't know yet. Mm-hmm. It's going to be people like John Fetterman. It's going to be people like Ro Khanna, who are thinking outside of the box. This party has a future. Last time we got trapped in, we have to oppose everything all the time. Every tweet is the end of the republic. This time, I think you're going to see a much more judicious Democratic Party, and we have the opportunity to come up with brand new ideas that, while you guys are trying to run everything, we can actually start building a real movement, and that's the opportunity we've got.
With that,
you know why they didn't have a 2-shot here with the lady who's CEO of Planned Parenthood?
Because she was like,
she's like,
we have to fight on everything.
She's like on suicide watch the whole time Van Jones is speaking.
Now, I'm not as confident. Listen, I hope what Van Jones is saying is true in terms of the left being more judicious or choosy.
Hell no.
Right?
Are you kidding? This is
choosy with sort of how they respond to Trump things, and not just to be like everything Trump does is bad. But I am skeptical, right? I hope he's correct, but I'm skeptical until I see it actually come into fruition.
Yeah.
Or materialize.
I don't think it's going to happen. There's too many people that believe the hype.
Yes. Yeah. Probably.
Thank you all for being here today and mostly holding your fire. And see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mostly holding your fire.
And Sarah for shooting each other in the face several times and stabbing each other again and again and again.
That mostly holding your fire line is great. Yeah. Mostly.
Right.
With the exception of Kellyanne Conway and that whore comment. This was very respectable.
I want more
sugar daddy?
I want more of these. These are interesting to have sort of these higher level people, interact with each other directly to see the kind of response, as opposed to just everyone in there. Yes, to have the elites, talk battle each other face to face in the sphere of ideas, as opposed to running back to their own networks to just talk into their echo chambers.
Yeah. I saw some interview. I'm a pretty big Kellyanne Conway fan because every time
I can tell you're a big simp. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm tempted to bring up another interview. Maybe we'll watch it next week. I was listening to this interview and I was thinking, what is she saying that isn't just completely logical, which just isn't like based in reason and evidence? I mean, I don't think of what she's saying a lot as spin.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I'm sure you have a different.
I mean, I don't even know what interview you're talking about.
I don't remember what interview it is. She did some interview. I think it might have been on Washington Journal or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised because I was listening to this in the car and I heard the voice and I thought, oh, is that Kellyanne Conway on this panel? So.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she has a good perspective. It's so rare, you know, a woman with a brain. So you're like,
wow.
yeah.
Wow.
That was a joke. A joke.
Terrible.
Obviously, we made a joke. That was a joke for the comedy show.
Terrible.
Come on, it was surprising.
We should do should we do a Pokemon or should we do that later?
You can do a Pokemon. Read a super chat. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. We'll do when Adam comes back, we'll do
But
random
send me a
random Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Yeah.
Pokemon. I'm gonna learn how to pronounce that correctly. That's
one
my
day.
New Year's resolution.
One day.
Pokemon.
Okay, maybe. Okay. Well, I'll read a super chat. The Booster for $10 says Trump is the man of our generation and would be elected king, much like FDR was under normal circumstances. Generations from now, this 20 to 30 year period will be remembered as the first Trump era. We will see. I mean, a lot of it's going to be dependent on what his term looks like, his second term. Because it's weird, like his first term, I mean, was it his, I don't know. It's hard to see how his first term would be remembered as historic in terms of things that actually were accomplished or not. So he's got a high bar to reach. Or I guess you're saying the bar very high, Wooster, for Trump to reach. Alex Wright for $10 says in 1933, FDR had a 10-seat Senate majority and a 94-seat House majority, while Trump will have a 3-seat Senate majority and a 2-seat House majority. Adam, I think you're overhyping the next 10 years. We'll see.
Where is everyone?
Gone.
What's up?
Alex,
did you finish all the Ace super chats?
Alex thinks you're overhyping the next 2 years because FDR had a much larger seat majority than Trump. Trump has a very minor Senate and House, slim margin compared to FDR. So it might be difficult for Trump to get a lot of things done.
Oh, I remember this. I do remember this in the super chats. God, did I miss the Wooster super chat? God, I wanted to hear that so bad. Trump is the man of our generation.
Oh, okay. The generation.
And would be elected king, much like FDR was under normal circumstances.
Right.
Generations from now, this 20 to 30 year period will be remembered as the first Trump era. Oh my God. The Wooster. Well, that's so good. Look, okay. I got to admit, part of my enthusiasm for Trump is really because I feel that it's triggering you a little bit. So
I think it's a reaction to all those people that were attacking you.
Do you?
Yes.
Who
I was not one of them.
No, of course not. Yeah, that's a good point. But I don't really even think of those people at all.
Mm-hmm.
If I did, like the thing that I would think about is how they're probably just completely hating life right now and totally demoralized and depressed.
Right. But that's what I mean is because it's like, okay, like if Trump has a very successful second term, it's like the ultimate, like, ha 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 to those retards. Is like, look, you were so completely wrong about everything, but you're not going to admit it. So cope and see.
Yeah, I don't want to get out in front of myself though, because I mean, I'm optimistic, but I mean, who knows what could happen?
Yeah, who knows, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a wild card. The bottom line is I think Trump is out to do good. Like I don't buy the narrative that he's just a selfish, greedy businessman who wants to line the pockets of all of his rich friends. Like I honestly think he wants to do right by the American people. And I guess maybe from reading these books like that the Lighthizer book about tariffs. I mean, Trump is just like brutally fighting for the American worker over and over again. And this Lighthizer guy basically idolizes Trump because he's so monomaniacally fixated on bringing back good jobs to America. The reason why Lighthizer is fixed on the topic is because he saw like the small town he grew up in eviscerated by outsourcing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just, and look, he sees these small towns in America and he thinks that's Americana just disappearing so that we can save some money on a television. So I think it's interesting. And what is his motivation for lying about that?
The Lighthouser?
Yeah. Why?
I don't think he is lying. Why would, who's saying he's lying?
So, but the narrative on the left is that Trump just is like, he doesn't give a fuck about the working class. This is why they trot out the suckers and losers comment about people in the military. They want people to believe that Trump doesn't care about little people. He's just a big billionaire who doesn't give a fuck about you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the question is like, because they'll say, I mean, that's part of why, they always bring out the Trump University thing. Because it's like, okay, if you care about harming people or little people who look up to you, why would you allow your likeness and name to be used to literally scam thousands of dollars from people? Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know why I allowed that. I don't know why he's very focused on tariffs. Maybe he does care about it for the reasons you're saying, maybe something else. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows? But we'll see. Okay, I sent you a Pokemon and a message above the Pokemon. So
it's interesting that so many people on the left will say, "Oh, it's the circumstances. This person didn't want to steal, right? They were forced into it because they were hungry or they needed medicine, right?"
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as you're like, "Oh my God, Trump was forced into it because he had all these companies and he needed to pay his employees and stuff like that," you're guilty.
Well, I mean, I don't.
It's interesting. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't want to be making excuses
for
Trump.
But like, yeah, sure.
I don't want to be making excuses for Trump, but I don't think we should be making excuses for anybody. That's the point that I want to make. Like, sooner or later, morality really is about doing things that are tough, right? Doing the right thing, the thing that you know that's right, even when it's difficult. It's very much like a chips have to fall where they may.
Mm-hmm.
This is why people fell in love with Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson was like, I'm going to take a stand and the chips are going to fall where they may, even though it was a very difficult stand to take.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think people see that in Trump a bit. I do.
They might. Especially I don't see it even remotely that at all. I can understand why people would see that, but I don't even, I mean, to me, doing the right, because I agree with you, like, it's very easy to be moral when it costs you nothing. And so it's like, is that really a test of character?
Right.
And that's why I said, to me, the Donald Trump not giving a literal shit about destroying half the country's faith in our elections based off of his own ego or whims or whatever stupidity is just so irreprehensible. And then trying to further destroy our institutions in a way that could have had insane levels of damage by trying to get Congress to deem him president. I mean, that's when the chips were there. That's when the chips were ultimately down. When the chips were ultimately down for Donald Trump, he did. So, he completely dropped the ball. He completely shit all over himself and throw his chips on the floor. And he's never recovered from that. He's never acknowledged any sort of failing in that instance.
Yeah, but he has He has a lot of making up to do for his
He does.
his moral turpitude.
He definitely has a lot to make up to do. I guess we'll find out. We'll see
Isn't this a great time for him to be president when he owes the American people?
There you go. I
favor?
like it. He's got to make up for it, right? Maybe he will be like Jesus. He will, make a sacrifice for the sins of us all, right? We'll remember.
I want to know. I want to know
Yeah.
what could Donald Trump do that would make amends for his January 6th indiscretion? What would he do in your eyes? In
Yeah, I don't know.
Sitch's eyes?
That's a good question. I don't know the
Like,
answer to it. I can't think of
what would
something
it be?
specific.
I mean, it'd have to be something good.
Bring
right?
about
I mean,
world peace. There you go. It's gonna bring about
Well,
world peace.
What if he does end up bringing the Ukraine conflict to some amicable resolution in
Mhm.
In the first month he's in office?
That'd be good. Yeah. I mean, I think that's gonna happen anyway. 'Cause
All is forgiven
I think
then?
Putin's looking for an excuse to get out.
Oh, okay.
And so the
that's
president changing guards is a good excuse to get out.
Let's see. What does Sitch really care about? Is it universal health care? What if he comes up with some sort of universal health care, Medicare for all? He just says, look, we're doing Medicare
If
for all.
Donald
Fuck
Trump
this.
comes up with some sort of amazing health
public
care
option.
plan that fixes healthcare in America, then I will say yes, that makes up for almost destroying the country with the fake elector scheme. Yep.
Yeah, look.
There you go.
What if he does a public option and Elon Musk designs it? Then you'll
There you
say,
go.
okay,
There you go. Yeah, I'll say
all is forgiven.
I won't say all is forgiven. I'll say he's made up for it. Okay. I'll say he's made up for it. I'll say, well,
Well, isn't it like penance? I mean, I'm not a
he's paid
Catholic or
penance.
anything, but
Yeah, there you go.
don't you say like do 7 Hail Marys?
Maybe
and-
then I'll say the scales have been balanced, right?
Yeah, look.
Yeah.
I think it's good. You gotta look at multiple
Mm.
data points, right?
Oh,
It's
of
just-
course.
January
Of
6th
course.
is just one data point in a
Right.
whole vast.
Of course. Of course. Yeah.
Hold on, I got to bring these super chats up because I know someone has been super chatting a lot. Very pointed accusations at me.
Oh, I sent you the Pokemon. I don't know if you saw.
Oh, okay. I got to look at the Pokemon. The Pokemon.
The Pokemon. Okay. Since it took
What- and what
everyone
is-
like an hour to guess, I figured we might as well start before we read the super chat.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, while you're thinking of a name, I'll keep going.
Okay.
Oh, Mike Hassange for 2 hours says, missed my super chat last stream. Make Sitch say it right. Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
What was the super chat? I think we looked it up, but he did pronounce it
Well, I don't remember. I thought I read it, but I'll read it again.
incorrectly. Oh no!
I'll read it again.
Don't read it again.
I'm
What are you
gonna
doing?
read it. You don't want me to read it again? You don't want me to read
No,
it?
you can. Go
Mike
ahead. I don't
Hassange
care.
has asked me to read his super chat from last time. Okay.
I think you did actually read it incorrectly. So
here's Mike. This is from last time. He said, A-team brains sup poo poo pre preem. Just wanted to make Sitch pronounce it right. That's what you wrote. You put su poo poo pre preem. There you go. What? That's what he put. He put poo poo pre. Okay.
I don't think that's the way it was supposed
You
to
don't
be.
think that's what
read,
he
but
said? Oh, okay.
No,
Okay.
it is funny. So, and you got a double read of your super chat. So good on you,
There
Mike.
you go.
A-team reigns supreme is what that's the way you're supposed to read it.
There you
Sitch, just
go.
so you know.
There you go.
Okay, okay. Give me a moment to think on this.
Okay. You
This
take it.
terrible looking
This thing.
Pokemon. This insane Pokemon.
Mitch for 2 Aussie bucks. Thanks so much. Says season 2 of Code Geass is still pretty good though. Well, I'll have to take your word for it
Mm-hmm.
because I haven't seen it. Ostracy for $5 says, why am I seeing Adam's eyes? It seems wrong. Oh, you don't have your little sunglasses. Look at that.
I didn't turn my little sunglasses on
Oh
today.
my God.
I thought this is a very very serious live stream. The fate of America is at stake here. I can't put on my little digital deal with it glasses.
Right.
I am here defending our great country.
I think I know what it really is. Okay.
From the haters.
No. I think Ostracy is seeing your limbo rings. He's getting very excited, and he doesn't.
Oh,
like
yes.
he doesn't like the way it feels. Okay.
My limbo ring game is not. It's not great. It really isn't.
Really? Okay.
No.
Tidge for 29 months says take a shot every time they appeal to the experts. Dun dun dun. Do they appeal to experts that much in that conversation?
They all think of themselves as experts, which is laughable. The only thing that one lady was expert at is MSNBC.
Right. Ace. Oh, I missed one. Satan Gray for $2 says the Hunter pardon is a travesty. There you go. Yeah, I think it's not going to bode well historically for Biden. So, in terms of how it looks, that might really makes a bunch of a difference. Unless it turns out that actually makes Hunter have to testify, which would be kind of a hilariously ironic twist of fate. So, you might get a monkey paw on that one.
I'm going to go with Pig Kitty Meow Meow.
Say that again?
Pig Kitty Meow Meow.
Pig Kitty Meow Meow.
It's very important to get the meow meow in there.
You know, when I sent you this Pokemon, I kind of just start to think of like names. That was not anywhere in like the constellation of thoughts. I mean, I like it.
Well, you
like
throw
it.
a name out.
No. I don't want you to take this as an insult. I fucking love your name. Okay.
No.
I think it's beautiful.
Okay, well, you'll get Sitch's name as a hint.
No, because I think it's part of why I love it, because it is funny. That's a great name, Pig Kitty Meow Meow, and also because no one will ever be able to get it.
I think that one's like totally easy. I was trying to think of something harder for a long time, but I was like,
Kitty Meow Meow. All right, interesting. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I'll try to keep an eye on the chat.
You can get Sitch's name if you guys need a hint.
Yeah, if no one can get that, maybe I'll try to come up with another name or something. So we'll see. No, I'm not seeing it yet. Okay, Ace. Oh, here's Ace. Yes, what you're talking about. Ace.
Ace.
Attacking you.
Oh,
Ace for $10 says, Adam, you're giving credence to the Biden-Burisma conspiracy. Is one of the reasons why you're seen as a Trump apologist. You defend Trump to absurd lengths. You can't say this and get upset when people simply call you out for it.
I don't know how it's Trump apologia we all agree that Hunter Biden, the only reason Hunter Biden was ever employed with Burisma was because of his connection to Joe Biden. That's the only reason that he was there. To say that it's some kind of conspiracy that they were working together. I mean, we know for a fact he got a job there because his dad was president. So if there's absolutely no corruption there, fine, right? But I don't know why, as president of the United States, you would even put yourself in a situation where there's the appearance of corruption, right? What the fuck is going on there? And I just said, what is it that who was the guy that said absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence? I know some famous atheist guy. I can't remember the atheist though. But anyway, just because we don't have the smoking gun doesn't mean that nothing happens. So, right?
What was?
Look, and I'm not.
It was
I'm
Carl
not saying
Sagan that said that.
Oh, it was.
I think so.
I
see a picture of him, so I'm going to say him.
Okay.
But maybe it's not.
I've postulated that there is maybe a smoking gun somewhere, obviously. And if anyone would have that smoking gun, it would be Zelensky. So I don't think it's wrong to postulate that. And that in no way whatsoever is Trump apologia, because Trump is not even involved in this. So
it was Carl Sagan. But what I don't even remember. What did anyone? I don't even remember you bringing up Burisma. What did? I don't even remember. What
we
did I
talked.
Did I go up to the bathroom when we talked about this?
No, we talked about whether or not there was a smoking gun in the Burisma situation. We talked about what if Trump actually found evidence of corruption. No, this was on another live stream.
Oh, okay.
Ace
I was like, I don't remember talking about this at all today.
Ace is a fan. This is an old thing. So
okay.
Look, I don't buy into the like Tim Pool will say we have Biden on camera talking or pressuring Shokin to get fired or fire someone or something like that. I think the context there, Tim Pool has completely wrong. I don't buy into any of that stuff. But I don't think we're out of the woods and no corruption took place. And I don't think you can say just because nobody's found anything yet that there is nothing to find. So.
Okay. No one has got the Pokemon. I told you no one's even close.
It's
so million miles
it's so
away.
obvious.
Oh, okay. Decking Dev's walls with Holly Stug officially for $5 says, pardon your political enemies, especially the innocent ones. Talk about needing to move past this as a nation. Watch how campaign numbers react. And also for another $2 says, PSA Space King episode 2 dropped yesterday. Space King. What's that?
You missed one of Ace's super chats. Come on, Ace did a lot of super chatting. Yeah. Ace for $5. You defend Trump to an absurd length. You can't say
I read
this.
That one.
Oh, and get upset with people simply calling you out for it. You did read it? Okay.
I did. Yeah.
I guess I missed it.
I read them together.
I was focused on Pig Kitty Meow Meow.
There you go. Don't worry about it. Harrison Dill for $5 says the YouTube channel Actual Fandom calls Sitch and Adam scammers because their comic is late. Yeah, we saw that on Twitter.
I watched that stream and those guys have no fucking clue in the world. Like they said, we launched the campaign and we didn't even have a story. What the fuck are they? What? Sitch and I hammered out the story before we ever launched the campaign, obviously.
Obviously. Yes.
Yeah.
And then one of them, you said, and I didn't watch it. You said they were like, oh, someone was like, oh, it's going to just be like out of date political memes or something.
That was Danimal,
right?
Bruce,
like,
who used to be a fan of this channel and now has gone full anti Sitch and Adam. Now he's in the chat. The fuck? Oh, it's so
weird.
sad.
How does he go from like being so anti
enlightened centrist? Yeah.
Enlightened centrist to
actual
being
fandom's
on, like,
chat.
The actual like leftist commie simp chat. I don't know. Very bizarre. Very bizarre bedfellows, but
yeah.
It is what it is. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to come up with a name for this Pokemon.
Yeah, what was yours? What were you thinking?
I'm trying to think of it is difficult because I want one that's like not too obvious.
I mean, I think Pig Kitty Meow Meow is pretty fucking obvious. That's why I'm like, what do you?
Okay, what if I add one
Pig
word?
Kitty Meow Meow.
What if I add one word to yours? Okay, maybe this will help.
Okay.
Helicopter, Pig Kitty Meow Meow.
Oh, okay.
Does that help?
Thinking of, well, yeah, I was thinking like, how do you include that element?
Yes.
Yeah.
I hear Sam cursing now, so I don't know. Maybe she didn't like. Oh yeah, she got it. Sammy got it immediately.
So the interesting, she's
okay. Now she's saying that she said this 5 minutes ago in the chat. I missed it if that was the case.
Oh, so she got it 5 minutes ago?
I don't know. So she's claiming. I mean, I didn't see it. If I didn't see it, it doesn't exist. Okay. I'm like a baby with object permanence.
Mm-hmm.
The answer was hop it.
Hop it.
Or hop pip. Hop pip is the answer. Yes. There you go.
Right.
Hop pip.
See? Like pigs have their hair hairless. I guess I should have just said hairless cat, right?
Well, I mean, usually people, when they look at Hoppet, the first thing that's going to stand out to them is the little helicopter on its head.
Oh, really?
So I guess actually you don't know what it looks like in action because it floats like those little green leaves spin really fast as like a helicopter blade.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. I was like, are those ant antennas?
So Sam just came in with her laptop to prove that she, in fact, did put Hoppet in the chat like a few minutes ago. So,
Oh, that's so sweet.
I'm for the future. I'm gonna have to tell her what like the answer that so she can like look at the chat and be like a referee here instead of guessing.
No, I'm a Pokemon master. I'm gonna get it.
Okay, maybe not. Just want to do that.
So actual fandom, they were gonna do a stream calling us out, but they totally had to switch gears. I went to their channel to see the live stream, and they completely changed the marketing of the live stream and everything. Like it didn't even mention us at all.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah, me tweeting out that these guys were full of shit and that we're basically our comic is printed and we're getting ready to ship it out.
Right.
Completely took the wind out of their sails. We're like, oh fuck. Turns out they're not scammers.
You don't understand. Like people that when they get the comic, it's just gonna be like an empty box with there'll be like a picture of like your like that you took of yourself giving them a middle finger. And you'll put it's a scam in the box.
I mean, I think I'm going to have a few copies in my hands next week that I'll be able to like hold up on the live stream. Maybe we'll sell some more comics.
Nice.
I think we could sell some more comics if I actually put a link on my website with a PayPal link because I think a lot of people want to buy it, but they don't have PayPal on Indiegogo, which is, I guess, kind of criminal, right? I can't believe they don't have PayPal.
Decking Dev's walls with Holly stuck officially for 2 hours says Damascus fell. Former leader was all sad about it. That is true. I haven't really been keeping up with any of that stuff with Syria. But yeah, Assad is out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let the next authoritarian dictator come in, right?
Yep, we'll see. Ace for $2 says, Sitch, you did the thanks Obama meme. You're welcome. Thanks, Obama. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, Sitch agrees that hammering devices being demanded as evidence in a case against you is the right thing to do and is no way a crime. What?
Sitch agrees that hammering devices, is that like a hammer? Being demanded as evidence in a case against you is the right thing. Sorry, Angry Bellsprout. Yeah. I tried.
Yeah. Okay, I read GMX. Bad Comedy Shorts for $5 says, that cash story that Sitch keeps telling is so obviously missing context, or else the opposition would end his career already. It's just easy to spot BS. So I think you could make the argument that there might be context there. I don't think your rationale is a good one. Very often, we've gone and looked at stories and we've been like, why is the left not using this? Why is the right not using it? Like, here's a perfect example. Okay. The right has Fox News and the right has a gift in their hands. And that gift is Hassan Piker. Okay. The largest streamer on the left is a terrorist sympathizer who had a CNN puff piece on him and just got an interview with Lena Khan. All right. Why is that not?
Did he really? Fuck.
Yes.
What I would give to talk to Lena Khan. Why is that moron talking to Lena Khan?
How the fuck is Fox News not using this as like this amazing weapon against the left and against Twitch in general? I don't know.
Is Trump getting rid of Lena Khan? That would suck.
Probably, I'm assuming.
Oh,
right.
God.
So
that would be your sign that Trump is on the straight and narrow. If Lena Khan
if he kept her, that would be very interesting. Yeah, but
that would go a long way towards making amends for January 6th. I'm telling you.
Well, wasn't she in office before and he got rid of her?
I don't think so.
I thought I heard someone say that. But
Oh, okay. I don't know the history of Lena Khan. I
Mm.
just discovered her recently, and she is like a fighter for the middle class.
right.
Yeah.
Or look at,
Fighter against corporate greed.
but to go back to the bad comedy shorts, but they have this gift and they don't use it. And it's the same thing with like JD Vance, like in all the weird monarchy stuff that no one ever brought that up. No one ever brought that up. Why?
Because it hasn't been verified. You can't bring it up because it hasn't been verified.
Oh, really? You think the left wing media is really concerned with the veracity of a claim, right? Like they're calling Donald Trump. Wait, they're calling Donald Trump an authoritarian Hitlerian fascist, and he gets his VP a person who maybe you could smear as being a pro-monarchist, and they didn't use it. What the fuck? How is that possible?
They're turning their lives around, Sitch.
No, just people are just fucking stupid. I don't know. So that's the question. I don't know why sometimes some attacks don't gain traction. So I don't think, to me, saying, well, because first of all, there are a bunch of articles that are written about Kash Patel's involvement in this. Like if you just type it in Google, you'll see a bunch of mainstream articles about it. So it's not like the hidden thing. But the fact that it's not being trumpeted 24/7 shouldn't really be an indication of whether the story is true or not. Because I haven't really, when I look through the story and try to find multiple reporting, the only defense I've seen given from a Kash Patel spokesperson is, that he followed the chain of command, whatever that means. So until he actually gives some kind of explanation, which this will, I imagine, come out in the confirmation hearing.
Oh, yeah. Democrats are going to be all over this.
I would say it's, not looking good for him.
Democrats are going to spell it out specifically.
Ace for $5 says, Adam, can you stop defending Trump and his goons in one stream? You give them charity that you wouldn't do for people on the left.
Well, that's not true. That's patently false. I give plenty of charity for people on the left. Who on the left don't I give charity to? I mean, we're
Jon
constantly
Stewart.
talking about. Well, fuck that guy. I mean, we're constantly talking about Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur. Come on.
Oh, okay. Look at that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What about that?
What about who?
What about that Pisco guy?
Yeah. What about Pisco O'Connor? And yeah, definitely.
O'Connor. Yeah. What about that guy? That leftist.
Right. There you go.
Look,
Lots of charity.
Okay. Ace. Point taken. I'll try to give more charity to these fucking morons on the left.
Right.
Just a little tiny bit of charity. So much of our show has come out of just being demoralized by the left losing their minds. Like the left used to represent the working class. So, I mean, I'm in favor of the working class. I'm against elitist scumbags. So, I just, I think my heart is in the right place. And I think a lot of leftists are just, I mean, they're virtue signaling. I know that term is completely overused, but it came up when we were talking about morality. Morality is when you do things when they're hard. Virtue signaling is when you do things when they're fucking easy, right? You put pronouns in your bio. It's bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, so you have on screen, this is what JMac sent you.
Yes, I did. I brought it up.
JMac this is a different one. JMac for $50. Thanks so much. JMac says, praise be to Space King. I told you guys to watch it when episode 2 came out. It's the Flash Gets show. Oh, I should check that out. Yeah.
Is it good? I like some of these kids. Some of the kid shows are good. Like they have.
Well, it's Flash Gets. He does like kind of like irreverent adult funny cartoon.
Okay. So it is adult cartoon. I like that.
Right.
So I think this one is an easy one. First of all, I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but this feels like copyright infringement. These characters are so close to one another. But I'm going to say the one on the left is the original Pokemon character, and the one on the right is the knockoff furry friendly.
Pal World.
character. So, am I right? Am I correct? Did I get it?
Believe you are correct. JMac for $20 says, I sent a pal or Pokemon to you, Adam. I'm using all in-game 3D models for these going forward. Yeah, so you don't.
Oh, trying to trick me, are you?
I don't know. I mean, I think this one's pretty easy. And yeah, the left one looks very clearly like a Pokemon, and the right one does not.
I mean, the right one is showing leg, I think, right?
Oh, okay.
What's going on there?
There you go.
There
you go.
Little leg action going on.
Did you ever watch the Joker video I sent you for last
I did, yeah. I watched all those.
Yeah, how'd you feel about that?
You're so up on the memes. I'm at the soup store. Which I do think I watched when it came out, but I was just like, oh, these fucking kids. What the fuck?
You're like, well, you don't know what the fuck's happening. Yeah.
Why is this funny?
Right.
I mean, I do remember
funny.
I would have been laughing at something like this when I was 14 and
wow, look at this. Mr. Fan of Skibbity Toilet is throwing shade at I'm at soup. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it.
Look, Skibbity Toilet is like high art, though. I mean, that's
high
like,
art. Adam Friend did 2024.
that's like
Skibbity Toilet is high art. Quote it.
That's like a cultural touchstone there. It's like a phenomenon.
You're not wrong, I guess. You're technically correct.
Skibbity Toilet.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, so good.
Terrible.
I do love it for its simplicity.
Sketch for $5 says, people do change, but they usually take responsibility for past transgressions when they do so. I agree with that. That is true.
But isn't it really more important that they change? If someone is like, look, I don't want to take responsibility for my previous actions, but I'm going to do better. And they do better.
No, you are correct in terms of, yes, it's better what they do. The acknowledgement is a signal to other people that they have changed, that they're trustworthy. Is to acknowledge, like, that's how you go, oh, okay, you're not just grifting, you're not just switching teams, right?
Why wouldn't you just say, like, talk is cheap? I'm gonna do what, like, hold me accountable for my actions.
If you just talk and you don't do anything, yes, you want to do both.
Yeah, exactly.
Ace for $5 says, you have no problem with jailing people for saying the fine people comment is true, but you'll go to hell and back to defend Trump's goons. Did you say that people should be jailed for the fine people comment?
Maybe.
Oh, Adam. What are you? Come on. Come on.
How do you not remember me? How do you not remember me saying that?
What do you do?
How do you not remember me saying that?
Because it sounds like something that I would want to block out of my mind. It's like the second I heard it, I just
who is a Trump goon? Who is a Trump goon that I'm defending? This is why.
Kash Patel. He's a Trump goon. I like that. What's goon?
First of all,
yeah.
Maybe Kash Patel is a goon. Maybe he's not. I'm open-minded about it, right? I'm saying I like to judge people on multiple data points. Sitch has a very persuasive data point here that I think is a strike against him, right? I would like to see some strikes in his favor and kind of get a more well-rounded feel of the guy. So,
okay.
Obviously, I mean, life is complicated, okay? You can't always get, it's just it's not all ice cream and unicorns and rainbows.
Right.
Sometimes you have to make some hard decisions, so. But don't call Kellyanne Conway a goon, so.
Decking Des Walls with Holly Soup Stug officially for $2 says, Kash Patel strikes me as a cartoon character. I agree with that.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with that? We love cartoons. Here's Ace again. Look at this.
Listen, Ace.
Ace.
Listen, Ace. You could, it's funny because I see the threes, the third super chat channel says, I truly like and respect you, Adam. But I'm like, listen, you can voice disagreement to Adam without like being insulting. Okay.
Look, I don't mind it at all. And I think we
Okay.
do need more left-wing people in the chat. And I think
yes, that's true.
if the left-wing people feel the desire, the need, be it whatever it is, to be completely obnoxious and counterproductive, then I'm fine with that, okay? I think it's good. We want to have fun. We do want to have fun. Look, and people were arguing with Ace in the chat, and it was all good. Look, I already said I would work on people on the left, and the thing
work
about
harder then.
the thing about Jon Stewart, and look, I tried to listen. Jon Stewart has a podcast now, so he's talking to interesting people. Jon Stewart has a smugness, I am correct sort of tone to him that I don't like it. It rubs me the wrong way. He strikes me as someone who has zero humility. And that bugs me. So,
wow, look, Ace in chat said, I'm sorry, that was me letting out my inner destiny.
Oh, come on.
Look at that.
That is funny.
That
is funny.
That's pretty good.
Well, good for you. It's all in good fun. So,
right. Well, listen,
what do we have? Ace for $5. Every time you are called, you awkwardly laugh and not engage with the people. Trump has decreased your IQ by 80 points. Well, shit, Ace. I'm not even sure if I have 80 points. Jesus, what does that put me down to?
There you go.
0?
Negative.
Come on.
Negative 10.
Let's be generous and say I have 100 IQ points.
Okay, so you're at 20.
Like, that puts me down to 20?
Right.
Can I even tie my own shoes? Talking is probably not even in the realm of possibility.
I don't think I think you're like barely not in a coma at 20 IQ, I'd imagine.
Right, yeah.
So.
It's going to be tough.
The Wooster for $5 says the Patel hit is an obvious keyword obvious FBI op to prevent him from being confirmed. Sitch is just seething and pearl clutching. That is true.
Look, that's a solid super chat right there. The Wooster coming in. Why are you seething and coping so much?
Yes, an obvious FBI op. I like that. That's a good one.
If it comes out that it is an FBI op, though, you'll have to admit you had Kash Patel completely wrong.
Of course. If Kash Patel comes out, like, listen, he's at the confirmation and they're like, listen, what the fuck happened with this? You lying about the Nigerians giving airspace access. You almost got someone killed, and he's like, all right, guys, that didn't actually happen. Everyone involved just made it up. It was the FBI. It was an op. It's all fake. It's all lies. Here's a video of me having a conversation with Mark Esper and him telling, me that we had confirmation from the Nigerians. And for some reason that's completely unexplainable.
He's got the fucking receipts.
For some reason it's completely unexplainable. While everyone was reporting on the story for weeks, I had zero defense up until this moment to even explain my actions. Proof that it was an FBI op, then yes.
Okay, look at that.
There you go. Then I'll say, oh my God, I was so wrong. I totally got tricked by the fake news. Ah, what a fool I was. There you go.
That's great.
Ace for $5 says, Adam, you proved my point. You use TDS as a way to brush off any criticism against Trump as bad faith or crazy. And then for another $10, Ace says, I truly like and respect you, Adam, but I'm not going to tolerate defenses of Trump anymore. My patience is gone. This is the same reason I won't tolerate Dems being woke.
Well, okay.
There you go.
I mean, I do take lots of criticism. I think TDS is legitimately a thing, and I do think too many people use TDS as a way to just brush off criticism of Trump. So I mean, I agree with you in that respect, but I think in the context of this conversation, the person, Sarah, that I was saying suffers from TDS, I think I made an argument on just whether or not those January 6th arguments are still compelling after the election has kind of adjudicated them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well,
I'm not brushing them off.
Right. Well, you have to be careful because on what you can say is, I mean, it's my position. I think they're completely serious and should not be brushed off, but I don't think they're remotely persuasive at all.
Yeah.
So,
Yes. Yeah.
yeah,
I have a similar position. I mean, I basically have the same position. So it is a big deal. Just most people don't think it's a big deal, and I don't really think you're going to persuade them that it is a big deal.
right.
And like I said, life is complicated. If Trump fights as hard for the public option as he does for, stealing the 2020 election,
Well,
or just anything, right? Like,
what are the odds of that happening?
well, if Trump fights hard to fix the economy, to bring inflation down, something that would be good, or even just make, people are calling it the affordability crisis, right? The crunch of the middle class. If Trump can improve the lives of middle class people by whatever means are at his disposal, I think that's a win. And 2020 is a thing of the past. I don't see what you gain from constantly going back to Trump did this reprehensible thing that we can never forgive him for. I mean, he's president of the United States. We got to work with him. Let's hope he does some good for the country.
Well, depends on
he
what
seems
the
to want to
context
do. He seems to want to do some good for the country. What do you mean What do you mean it depends?
I mean, it depends why you bring it up. If you bring it up as, I can't listen to anything he's saying objectively, or, then yeah, that's stupid. But if it's brought up in the context of like, the Democrats are so evil and bad and the Republicans are so righteous and good, and it's like, oh, okay.
Well, obviously you shouldn't bring it up in that context,
Right.
but on the panel, the context that it was brought up in constantly was, Trump is a dictator. Trump is going to like end democracy as we know it. All things that just are not really seem to be provable or on the table at this point. I mean, it's a dig at this point, right?
We'll see. Philip Kogan's for $20 says it's not just Kerry conducting foreign policy with Iran. Oh, I read that one. There's the number of plants. Yeah, that is weird. And I hope the Republicans at the bottom of it, but I'm skeptical they actually will. Decking does walls with Holly stuck officially for $2 says confused. What's with John Kerry and a flock of seagulls? I don't get the joke.
I don't either.
Did someone have a flock of seagulls haircut in that panel?
Was it Trump? Looks like a flock of seagulls haircut.
I don't know.
Oh.
Decking Des Walls with Holly stuck officially for $2 says rebrand statistical manipulation as pole dancing. That's funny. I like that. Decking Des Walls with Holly stuck officially for $2 says illegitimate child is weird. They're not Cylons. Not that you know. Okay. Oh, Ace just sent another one for $10 says, you guys are good sports. I was pretty aggro this day. If it makes you feel better, you guys stopped me from losing my mind like Destiny. Seriously, I enjoy you guys, and I'm happy this podcast exists. Well, thank you, Ace. Really appreciate it.
Look, and you're welcome here. So, yeah, don't feel bad. You didn't do anything wrong, so no need to apologize.
Right. But Adam, stop simping for Trump. Okay.
Glad you could be a part of it.
Stop it.
As long as it drives you crazy, I'm going to keep doing it. But
there you go.
I don't really see it as simping. I don't think it's fair. A lot of people are excited. A lot of people are enthusiastic. A lot of people think Trump is going to do great things. So I don't want to shit on those people. I mean,
until
anticipation is like the good part, right? The anticipation.
Okay. Right.
Like, let's wait until, it was like a horrible situation.
You're saying you want Trump to edge you a little bit more is what you're saying before you decide to release or not.
I'm saying the time to say, oh, this was a bad date and I hate this person is after the fucking date.
Okay. No, I know it is true. And it's a little annoying because, like, obviously we talk about politics. You got to talk about politics, and so much of politics is, what's going to happen, right? It hasn't happened yet. So, it's true. I wish that we could just kind of put a pin in a lot of these conversations until Trump's actually president, and then we could actually, weigh in on what's going on when it's actually going on.
No, things are happening though. I mean, it is interesting.
We'll see.
So there's plenty to weigh in on.
Right.
A lot of people, yeah. It's I'm amazed at how it's a completely different kind of attitude. In 2016, when Planned Parenthood CEO steps up and starts talking about the patriarchy and white supremacy,
Everyone claps. Yeah.
Everyone on the panel would have been just like singing her praises, being in there right behind her,
or
backing
cowed
her
into
up.
silence. Yeah.
Yeah. But now she seems like the fucking crazy person that everyone's trying to talk off the ledge.
Yeah.
So we've made massive progress.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And I'm already seeing reporting on Trump that seems a lot more fair. I mean, that's my thing. And it's so weird that this is cast as like simping for Trump. I think the media has a responsibility. I mean, they call him the fourth estate for a reason, right? The whole idea is that a well-informed populace is equipped to make decisions in a democratic system. We have a media that's just gaslighting people every direction. That's my axe to grind. Okay. So I'm sorry if they're going to lie about Trump. I'm going to talk about it, even if it's cast as simping for Trump. So,
well, obviously we're going to cover if they're lying about Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. But neither of us, I should not be, and I don't think I am. I should not be reflexively assume the worst about Trump, and you shouldn't be reflexively defensive about Trump.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing.
We both have mental models of Trump, and I do think, obviously, I trust Trump. I think that the model that he's just wants the best for the American people, I think I'm leaning towards that being accurate. And it's so weird because this can be, people are different at different times, right? So, I mean, he could be fighting for the American people one day and be selfish the next day just because he's in a fucking mood, right?
Well, you asked me like what could Trump do to like fix his image? What could Trump do that you're like, oh, okay, this mental model is just wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Like if he goes in and starts, let us say like if Kash Patel gets a nomination and is like, I'm investigating Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, shifty shift, like what is changing? Like, is that gonna like weigh on you and be like, oh, you shouldn't do that?
Fuck yeah, look, I'm gonna say, holy shit. Like, what happened to let's let success be our revenge?
Right.
This looks like let's let revenge be our revenge.
Right.
If he starts digging or if Kash Patel starts digging, I don't think Trump is going to do any digging.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it would depend upon the details of the case, right? Like if he managed to find something that showed Hunter Biden and Joe Biden were corrupt, I think you would have to take that seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I've hypothesized that if there is any evidence of corruption there in the Burisma situation, Zelensky would have a front row seat for it and probably knows about it. So, like if Zelensky has the DMs or however they want to do it in the, I think you would have to take that seriously, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I know a lot of people wouldn't. A lot of people would say, "Oh my," it would be funny because it would be the people on the left that were like, "Oh my God, this is a conspiracy."
I know. I wonder if it came out that actually all the accusations were true, that Biden somehow bamboozled Obama into changing American foreign policy just so that Hunter Biden could make $5 million. I mean, part of my resistance to the conspiracy is it's so retarded when you actually think about it. You're like, oh, Obama is going to, like, why would Obama go along with this? he's going to risk his entire presidency and what's going on just so that Hunter Biden can make $5 million seems insane. But okay, assuming that it all comes to pass and that'll be true, then yeah, obviously that'd be like totally crazy and should be exposed. And Joe Biden, and if Obama went along with it, those people should get in trouble for that.
How much did Trump make off of Trump University?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah. So I
don't
don't know how these people fucking
Right.
think about money or care about money. It's,
But
it's so weird
obviously,
that
there's a
he's
large
even,
difference between like selling your likeness to a scam people and not giving a fuck that they're scamming versus like, oh, like I'm trying to imagine the meeting of Joe Biden walking into the White House and saying, listen, Obama, listen, Barack, you gotta do me a solid here. Hunter needs $5 million. He's been getting paid $5 million from Burisma.
why do we have to?
He needs to
why
like
do we have to involve Obama? Like, why
because
can't it just be Hunter?
Because the accusation was that Biden when the accusation is that Biden, when he went to Ukraine and he told them that they had to fire Shokin, otherwise the U.S. wouldn't underwrite the loan guarantee, that was done because Hunter was getting paid off. And my retort to that, when people bring that up, is I say, well, that was America's policy. It wasn't just Joe Biden. Joe Biden didn't just do this on a whim. He did this with the consent of the White House. He was enacting American foreign policy. He didn't just do something randomly on his own, hoping Obama didn't fucking notice. And we know it because that was the policy that America had for months. It took months, for Shokin to leave and months for America to underwrite the loan. So it's not like he just snuck this one by Obama. That means that Obama must have known about it, that the entire White House must have known about it. It was something that was talked about publicly at the time as well. So I can't, to me, it makes no sense. Why would Obama risk his legacy,
I don't
create a
I
political
wouldn't
scandal just for this like insane thing?
I wouldn't put my money on any of that being involved if they uncovered some kind of corruption. I would put my money on it being something that we have not even heard of.
Oh, something we've never even heard of?
Yeah.
That's very possible. I mean, I wouldn't really be surprised if
Burisma had a reputation for bribing people. Like millions of dollars in cash would show up in duffel bags, and they'd be like, "Oh, what is this?"
Well, here's what I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't be that surprised if Hunter Biden, like, I don't think there's gonna be any evidence of this stupid Shokin thing. I think it's completely nonsense. But I think I wouldn't be that surprised if Hunter Biden actually did pay Joe some amount of money.
Yeah, that he got out of his Burisma money.
Yeah, yes, for some amount of that. Even if Joe didn't do anything, that Hunter still gave him the big guy or the 10% or whatever the fuck.
So you buy that?
I said
why
possible.
The fuck
I wouldn't
would
be that
Joe
surprised.
Biden,
yeah.
Why the fuck would Joe Biden touch that money? That's crazy.
It would be very stupid. It would be very stupid, but I wouldn't be that surprised.
Because they just think they're untouchable. They're like, they march around. Look, we're the avatar of goodness. Donald Trump is a fascist. Here, thank you, son, for the money that you took from.
Because it wouldn't be in the guise of like, listen, Hunter, you go out there and you make money on my name and you give me 10%. It'd be more like Joe has like given Hunter all this money and Hunter's like, quote, paying it back. Right.
Oh yeah. No, that's exactly how it would go down.
Right. Like that's how it would be. Maybe that's actually the way it is, but that's how like the framing of it would be.
I'd still say, get the fuck out of here.
I don't understand how he fucking let him do it. This is like insane to me. I'm the fucking vice president and my son is doing this crazy shit. I'm like, fuck you. Stop doing this. If you don't stop, I'm going to publicly tell everyone that you have no fucking say on anything that I fucking do. And I'm going to tank all your fucking like job prospects for trying to make money off me. It's like, it's fucking crazy that he allowed this shit to go on. Even if he's completely innocent, had no connection to doing anything sus, it's fucking crazy.
Joe Biden is such a weird story too, because he had, I think, 2 other kids that both died.
Did they both die or just?
Yeah, I think they both did.
Jesus.
I think the one died in a car accident when he was a very young child, and the other one died in Iraq or something like that.
No, Bo, he got like cancer from chemical weapons or something in Iraq, didn't he?
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he's got 3 good kids, or two good kids and 1 fucking piece of shit.
Yes, and unfortunately, the good ones fucking died, and he's stuck with a piece
And
of
the
shit.
good ones die, and the piece of shit lives on and completely destroys his legacy as president. So
Right.
there's a lot of irony in this story, a lot of juicy irony in this story that I can't help but notice.
Right.
Anyway, we were doing super chats, right?
J-Mac for $20 says, I sent you one more Power Pokemon. Let's see you logic win out this time.
Okay,
okay.
let's do it. See if I
Putting you
can.
to the test.
That
Malcolm
other one was
McKee.
too easy, huh? Oh,
Yeah.
this one's a little more difficult. J-Mac
Malcolm-
knows the trick.
He knows the trick. Did he send you 2 sexy ones? 2 sexy Pokemon?
No, they're completely the opposite. You got the right idea.
Okay.
2 completely non-sexy ones.
He's like, nothing that could be even remotely construed as like a human
skin.
anatomy.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I bet you somewhere there's some porn drawn of it though.
We'll see.
Malcolm McKee for 2 Canadians says Newsom and Whitmer pulled horribly against Trump. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, that
wow,
doesn't surprise me. I think Whitmer would have done better than Harris just because she can speak. So I think she would have done much better than Harris.
This is why they all have internal pollsters and whatnot, because they all want to know, like, when is my time? When is my shot? Right?
Right.
They're all waiting.
Red Toe for $10 says, enough of the politics. Boring. It's time for a break. Sitch, tell us a fun story when you were in Boy Scouts. Adam, tell us a fun story of you were in high school or college chasing tail.
I know. I laughed when I read this
That's
super
funny.
chat. It is pretty hilarious.
Right.
I don't know if sometimes I'm thinking, sometimes I'm not on stream. I'm doing other things and I think of some fun story and I'm like, I should tell that on stream, but I never
then
remember the
don't write it
story.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right.
I do. That was a big genre on YouTube for a while. I don't know if it still is. The story time, right? Oh, I got a story to tell you. I went on this crazy date, or I was shopping and I met a famous person. What are your big stories?
I ate dinner with Jimmy Dore.
We were.
I made Jimmy Dore run away from a conversation.
I think it was the Broad Museum. The Broad Museum is a really hoity-toity museum in Los Angeles. I mean, you should go. You should check it out just for the experience of going. But a lot of the stuff you will see there, you'll be like, what the fuck? Why is this in a museum? Like, I've seen better stuff on Instagram. So, but my wife is a huge Martha Stewart fan. Like, she loves fucking Martha Stewart. And one time we were at the Broad, and guess who we ran into?
Jimmy Dore.
Martha Stewart, you dummy.
Martha Stewart.
Come on. And my wife was like completely fucking starstruck. It was hilarious.
Why does she like Martha Stewart so much? It's like a random thing. I don't know. Really? Martha Stewart?
I mean, I kind of find it endearing.
I'm not saying it's bad, I guess. But
I mean, look, it is. Yeah, why Martha Stewart? I don't know.
I don't know.
A lot of people love Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart is like crazy.
I guess that's true. That is true. Before my time.
She's crazy famous. And
Right.
so, but I said, look, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. You're never going to be standing next to Martha Stewart again. You have to try to get a picture with Martha Stewart. Look, I have a phone. Like, you got to go for it. So we did approach Martha Stewart. My wife was just like so nervous. Like, I asked, well, is it okay if my wife gets a picture with you? Because obviously, look, I don't give a fuck about Martha Stewart. I'm not starstruck at all. So I'm thinking, but my wife is completely too nervous to like look in the camera. And Martha Stewart is like, She's like done this a million times. She's like
course.
looking in the camera. And my
Like, of
wife
course. He's totally.
my wife looks at the like picture in the broad like we're faking this camera thing because Martha's like, well, let's just make this covert. I don't want to take like a million pictures. So
Right.
but my wife does too good a job of making it covert, and she doesn't really get the good Martha Stewart picture.
Oh,
So
sad.
terrible, but still a fun story. Tell me, when have you met a famous person? What are some of your meeting
Have I
famous
ever
people
met a
stories?
famous person?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever met a famous person.
Really? There is kind of like a little, well, I don't know. I guess everybody's different, but I don't know. When you see someone famous, I get like a little buzz if it's like, oh, it's interesting to see somebody famous.
I don't
You're
think
like,
I've ever.
I'm in the presence of someone famous.
I've never met a famous person who I was like, oh, I like that person. Like, I'm excited.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, I don't know. I don't have a story like that.
Who would you like to meet who's famous? Is there
That's
anyone?
a good question
Like
too.
George R.R. Martin. We're at the Broad Museum.
That'd be super cool.
George
Yeah.
R.R. Martin.
I'd be like, George, where the fuck is the book? You piece of shit. Adam finished his comic before you finished your next book.
Look,
what are you
and
doing?
you totally notice him. You'd be like, oh my God, that's George R.R. Martin.
Right. Well,
what do we do?
Listen, he's a big man. It's hard to miss, right?
Yeah, totally.
So which one is the Pokemon and which one is the POW?
Oh, I know. I was telling my story. I was trying to tell an interesting story.
Now, I don't actually know the answer to this either. So
yeah. Where's you have to look for the leg. Like, where's the little bit of leg showing? Yeah, you know, the little
you're trying to say it's like sexy. You think there's some sexy level to this that you could
where's a little bit of skin showing here?
Wow.
This one thing has like an upside down goth helmet on or something.
Goth.
Yeah, it's like what's going on the. Yeah, if you flipped it over, it would be like a helmet, like a Viking helmet or something.
It looks like the Zelda lady's face.
And then the one guy is on fire. I'm gonna say that the flamer is the knockoff. Trying to go for a little sexy.
You think the guy on the left is the Power World and the guy on the right is the Pokemon?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm going to guess the exact opposite.
Oh, you are? Okay. Good. It's interesting.
It's funny because you said the legs and you said it in a sexy way. That made me look at the legs. The legs on the left look more like other Pokemon legs than the right legs don't.
Mm-hmm.
Something about them hits me as like Power Worldy, the style of the weird little Minecraft hose on the right.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the answer, chat?
Who knows the truth?
Also,
should we ask ChatGPT?
Yeah, you're right. The left has the Pokemon eyes. That's a good point. They always do the big Disney eyes in Pokemon.
Oh, they do? Oh, I didn't know that.
I think so, yeah. Oh, no.
Both of the other ones had
We're
Disney
wrong.
eyes.
You were correct, Adam.
Nice. I knew it.
Never mind. Well, then all that stuff about the legs and Disney eyes, that was all bullshit. You were correct. Look at that. You got it correct.
So
what the fuck Pokemon is that?
Upside down helmet that's a real Pokemon?
Apparently. What the fuck? What even is that? I've never seen that guy before. Okay. Decking Des Walls with Holly stuck officially for $5 says, I don't know why everyone gathers groups of people who are wrong to investigate debate what went wrong instead of people who are right. Bad strategy. I mean, listen, even the people that were
that's good.
That's true, but even the people that were right, they don't listen. They were just fucking guessing. Okay, they don't know why they were right. It was all just a lark.
I mean, Kellyanne Conway was right about a lot of stuff. So
was she?
Yeah, look, I do think. I mean, even towards the end, what was that? Biden made that huge gaffe saying all Trump voters are fucking Nazis or whatever. You remember that?
I don't think he quite said that.
Irredeemable something.
He said
something horrible like that.
Yes.
And then he tried to walk it back. He's like, "Oh, I'm not talking about the voters. Oh shit."
But then he put on the Trump hat.
All those people I fucking hate. Oh yeah. And then he put the Trump hat on.
Ting Lu. I've never seen this Pokemon in my life, and it looks really stupid. It's just like a rock guy with a bowl on its head. Why does he have a bowl on his
It's like
head?
an upside down hat. It is a bowl. What are you talking
It
about?
looks like he's wearing a ceramic bowl on his head.
Oh my God.
It's stupid.
This is hilarious.
JMac for $20 says, Adam is correct. Also, I sent you a pic from Comic-Con years ago where I ran into Elijah Wood with my buds. We were dressed as budget village people. He was very uncomfortable. That's funny.
I know that is the picture I'm looking at right now when I'm going, oh my God, laughing my ass off.
Mm-hmm.
Can I bring this up? I mean, there's like a lot of, there's no nudity in here.
I like that.
I mean, they are dressed
There's
up
no
as the
nudity in this
village people.
picture.
And Elijah Wood does. Look, J-Mac has the right attitude. You bump into someone famous and you're like, I'm going to take my picture with this person.
Right.
It's fun. Yeah, it's totally
Mm-hmm.
fun. Elijah Wood. I mean, I liked Elijah Wood in Sin City a lot. I really liked Sin City. He was super good in Sin City. He played the freaky cannibal dude.
Yeah, Elijah Wood's a funny looking.
He was
guy.
He was also in that movie. Have you ever heard of the movie Lord of the Rings? You know that movie?
I think I saw it once, really long time ago. I'm not sure I remember it. But
everyone loves Lord of the Rings.
Right.
Lord of the Rings is great.
He
Lord
was
of the Rings is probably a movie that Doomer hates, and we'll do a six-part
wow,
video
throwing
series.
Doomer under the bus all of a sudden.
Like a 6-part video series on why Lord of the Rings blows, right?
Yep.
Like the most beloved trilogy by everyone. Doomer's like, nah, this is crap.
Nah, I bet Doomer likes Lord of the Rings.
Oh, really?
I bet you he does, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just talking shit. Doomer hasn't been around in a while, so.
I know.
Normally, Sitch is the one talking shit about Doomer, but I felt Doomer is like
I love Doomer.
Doomer's like a consummate contrarian. Don't tell me that you would be surprised if Doomer did a 6-part video series on how Lord of the Rings sucks.
I would be shocked. Shocked,
No, you wouldn't.
Yes,
Bullshit.
I would. I'd be shocked.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Right. You would be like,
okay.
oh yeah, that was to be expected.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can see why this happened.
Right.
Anyway. Did J-Mac answer? Can I bring up the photo or what?
He said, yeah. He said you could bring it up.
Okay, perfect. Here we go.
He also said for
Elijah Wood being gangbanged by the village people.
Yeah, exactly. There's a huge crowd around him begging him to take pictures with the, quote, male strippers.
Whoa. Look, and you have J-Mac here in the hard hat.
That's funny.
God. Oh my God. Elijah Wood's like, I wish I wasn't famous at this moment.
He is.
Hilarious. That was great. Love it, love it, love it.
Decking Dev's walls with Holly Stug officially and Stug for both $2 both said, did the fusion dance work?
What was that? What's a fusion dance?
Is that why your name was Decking Dev's walls with Holly Stug officially? Do you guys fuse together? I didn't get it. I didn't know why that was your name. Wow, look at that.
The fusion dance. No, the fusion pole dancing did work. I think he's talking about the pole dancing joke. Or what was this poll super chat?
I got the joke. Manipulation as pole dancing?
Yeah. I do think that's a good one. And I would call it pole dancing. Next time I do see statistical, what do they call it? P hacking.
Yes.
Pole dancing is a much better term.
Oh my God, that picture.
Over pee hacking.
Elijah Wood looks very uncomfortable.
He's like, I am going to be raped. It is not going to be fun.
That's terrible. The fusion dance is from Dragon Ball Z.
Oh.
It's where two characters fuse together to become one more powerful character.
Did you watch Red One?
No, but
Oh.
I'm going to.
Okay.
And it's on Amazon Prime streaming.
It is, yeah. I watched it. I did watch it.
How was it? It looks funny.
I mean, it was okay.
Okay,
It's
that's
like,
not a.
it's.
That seems
I don't
like
think
it's
it's
kind of
like.
like cringe. It's not funny. It's kind of cringe.
I mean, it's okay. It's not like spectacular or anything. But
Okay. What about
anyway,
have you seen Violent Night?
It was entertaining. Violent Night, no.
Yeah.
Is that
okay.
with Krampus or something? Krampus is in this movie as well too.
No,
so.
it's the guy from Stranger Things is Santa, and he's like delivering presents to a house where the people are trying to take a family hostage. So he use Santa magic to fight off the bad guys or something.
Wow.
My parents were recommending it, so
I do. The thing that I liked about Red One was it's like, we need a action Christmas movie.
Mm-hmm.
All these stuffy feel good Christmas movies, all these family Christmas movies.
Yeah, it looked
Fuck
funny.
that.
And it's got like a great cast.
Yeah.
Chris Evans, The Rock, JJ
There were some
Jameson.
there were some really funny fight scenes in it that were
Okay.
done very well and were very funny. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll watch it tomorrow.
Yes.
Ace for $5 says, Adam, you have to stop looking for offense. Getting upset about double haters is the most SJW behavior I've ever seen. Ever.
I'll take it under advisement.
Okay. Philip Cogans for $2 says, Mike Rowe was the best QVC host ever.
I don't know him.
Oh, look at that. I didn't know he was a QVC host. John Sullivan for $5 says, completely unrelated to the stream. Have either of you watched Bobo Bobo? I feel like Adam would enjoy the show. I have seen Bobo Bobo, and I feel like Adam would hate it.
Really? Why?
Bobo is a brilliant idea that's execution is not great.
Oh, that's too bad.
So the idea is, you know how like Bugs Bunny uses loony behavior and wackiness to defeat like the villain that he's fighting?
Mm-hmm.
So Bobo is about a character who has a martial arts style, which is to do that, is to just use random cartoon logic to defeat his opponents.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a funny idea, but I just don't think the execution works. Because it's kind of also trying to be like a parody of like a shonen action anime. So it's just, I don't know. It's just not as funny as it should be. Maybe that's just at the end of the day. It's just not as funny as it should be. Anyway.
I might try. Like that's the thing. I start a lot of movies and never finish them. That's the thing.
It's
like
an anime. It's a TV show.
Yeah.
It's not a movie.
I start shows and movies,
okay.
whatever.
Right.
Give it a shot. See if it's any good. I finished the Red One movie. So, I was entertained enough that I kept watching it. So a lot of times you just check out because you're like, oh, it's so obvious where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
Or there is no story. The Red One did take a super long time to get going, and you were like, oh my God, finally a story. Here we are 20 minutes into the movie.
Mm-hmm.
There's finally a story.
There's not really a story in Bobo.
Well, then
like
fuck
coherent.
that.
Yeah, so I've seen the ref.
I like a
the
story.
Ref is the Ref with Dennis Leary is a funny movie. 00 or 00 Kala for 25 months. Thank you so much. Discipline equals freedom. Says Van talking about shame is refreshing. That's all non-Democrats got for a decade. Woke is broke. There you go. True. Oh, you brought up Bobo. There he is.
Let's hope it sinks in.
There's
Great
Bobo.
character design. I mean, I like his character.
It is. He uses nose hairs as a weapon. They like come out like whips.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's the oh so random humor.
It's all non sequitur humor. Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe part of it's too is because it's like it's translated, so there's probably a lot of like Japanese word puns and shit that just don't make sense in English. Because the Japanese really like their puns, but they do not translate, obviously.
Interesting.
So
I didn't know that.
Pop Team. See, I feel like Pop Team Epic is like just a bunch of like these weird random skits, but they're I think much funnier than Bubble Ball. Decking devs walls with Holly officially for $5 says unethical pro tip: increase profits by having a small window playing Coco Melon on the side of the stream to get the children of neglectful parent money. Oh, that's a good idea. We should do that. We should do that actually. There you go. Yeah, we have some weird issue. I gotta check when the stream ends. We're like, someone said that when the stream ends, they get like they put so many ads, and it's all automatic because I don't do this and Adam doesn't do this. Like automatic ads like get like completely like front ended in the video, so you'll get like 20 ads in like the first 2 seconds or something. So you gotta figure out how to turn that off.
Well, they're placing ads like every 6 minutes. So I've gone in a couple of times and I've deleted half of the ads, but it's like a big fucking process.
Right.
Why can't anything ever be easy, Sitch? So I went in, I looked around. Where do you set the number of ads? I just want to, turn it down.
I don't think you can.
50%.
I think it's either it's unless
it's all automated.
Yeah, it's either you have automated or manual. There's no like control of the automation. Like back in the day, I used to do it manually, and I put an ad like every 30 minutes or something. So
look at this. We got another backer on Supervillains Anonymous.
Nice.
That's great. That's awesome. We're up to 1,510 backers. So that's really going to chap those actual fandom losers. So
there you go.
They're really going to be very upset about that. God, that stream. Maybe we'll watch a little bit of it next week because it's just so comical.
That's funny.
They have this weird stereotype of us.
Mm-hmm.
It's so bizarre. They think we're like giant racists or giant transphobes. Yeah.
Okay.
They think we like hate trans people.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. It's weird. It's super weird.
Angry Bellsprout for $20. Thank you so much. Says everyone should send Adam examples of, quote, hidden history so he can know how Moors ruled China, Japan, India, were Vikings, British royalty, invented hygiene, science, mathematics, all major inventions, etc., all with photo proof. There you go. I don't know what that has to do with anything that we talked about.
Is that a YouTube channel or something? Hidden history?
Well, there's that whole, that concept, the Black Hebrew Israelites that say like, oh, Black people basically did everything in the world until, the evil white man was created and then stole the history.
That's not true.
Them. That is not true. No.
Oh no,
that's not true. Fair and practical progress for $5 says TYT grifter accusers the Vanguard, saying the first minute of a Francesca video, trust me guys, I know we've been coming at you guys with a lot of TYT coverage. It's ad nauseum, but we're going to milk the cow until it's dead.
My God.
We're going to see this arc through till its end. End quote. 63% of the recent 52 vids are TY2 hate farming and drama pushing.
I can't believe you're bringing this up because I saw this exact same video. Look, and I know they've got like 50 videos. So I clicked on the exact same one you clicked on, and I was noticing that that they're almost apologetic. They're like, "Oh my God, we can't stop TYT vid farming here. But look, we're basically getting rich with all these new viewers and whatnot." So they're basically making the argument that, look, we have an obligation here, okay? This is getting us a lot of views, so we have to keep doing it.
Right.
Which, isn't that just insane? They make the argument, a lot of people make the argument that you're not sincere. You're just doing it for the views. You don't have a principled stand here. You're just in it for the attention, right? I mean, they're pretty much just admitting, yeah, we're here for the attention.
Are you saying that the people that are accusing Anna and Cenk of being grifters, are they themselves acknowledging that they're literally fucking grifting by attacking them nonstop, even though I'm sure their regular audience is annoyed with the nonstop, constant hate coverage of TYT?
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
And it's comical. I almost dropped into the comment section, but they would never see it because it's like they have like 3,000 videos. I cannot believe the amount of hate out there for Cenk and Anna at this time. I mean, it's demoralizing to be honest with you, but I just wanted to ask them, guys, what is your content? Like, what are you going to do? Like, sooner or later, the internet is going to get tired of the Cenk and Anna story, right?
Right.
They're going to move on to something else. Cenk and Anna are still going to be covering the news. They're still going to be trying to gain some sort of policy advantage inside the Trump administration, right? They're going to move on to what they're doing all the time. What's a Vanguard going to do, right? They're basically like a TYT React channel at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll see, I guess, if it will be able to leverage into something or not. I actually saw a clip. I don't know if it was an old clip or a recent clip. It was kind of crazy. It was a clip of Hassan like shit talking Cenk and TYT pretty strongly about how like when he worked
I
there,
saw it. Yeah, I saw that.
like they kept like that Cenk would like intentionally like set him up for failure and undermine him and all this other stuff. I was like, Jesus, like, thanks, Uncle, for giving me a job and helping me, jumpstart my career. It's like pretty gross. And I'm also like, Hassan is such an untrustworthy protagonist that it's hard for me to imagine what he's saying is even remotely true.
Yeah. Oh man, that's such a horrible thing to do. Because he totally throws Cenk under the bus. He makes it seem like Cenk didn't pay him enough money. I don't know the situation. It's hard for me to imagine. It seems to me like Cenk and Hassan both come from money. So if you have a lot of money already, it's not like Cenk paying him some intern wage while he's at a company that's getting started and probably not making a lot of money. It's not like that is like throwing somebody under the bus, right? But to recast it, obviously, Hassan is new in America with just $2 to rub together, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the way Hassan makes it sound. So,
right.
I don't know the story. I don't know the story. I don't know the ins and outs of the story. So, maybe Hassan was destitute and barely getting by.
Right. Cameraman 502 for $5 says, if that Israeli doctor could remove Sinwar's brain tumor, then the journalists can swallow their pride and stick to the standards of their profession. That's a fair point. That's definitely true.
Hell yeah. Look, everyone always wants to bring it to Hitler. Just
bring it to Sinwar.
Yeah.
Ace for $5 says, Adam, you want people to mind read when it comes down to Trump, yet you never think Trump should change so people don't think badly of him.
That's a tough one because I think Batya Sargon Unger has made the best case for Trump's personality, while it is While there's positives and negatives to Trump's personality, the overall positives outweigh the negatives. So when you're arguing that Trump should change some detail about him, I think there's an argument to be made that then you lose the things that make Trump good for the American people. So tenacity, ingenuity, willing to think outside of the box, stuff like that. So someone that's going to bend to public opinion is less likely to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that, Sitch?
Well, I think you're correct in terms of, what I've always said is people's strengths are also their weaknesses.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, that's what you're talking about, is that you're going to have something that you can use in a certain situation that's going to benefit you. But like, what can be a character strength in one moment can be a character flaw in the next. And, that very well may be completely true with Donald Trump. And that's fair. But then I guess, my response to that would be like, that could all be true, but then he's just going to have to deal with the fallout. And the fallout is going to be people assuming the worst of him if he's never going to give them any reason, not to, or he's not going to even, put in effort, I should say, to sort of do anything but troll them, which is what basically that's what Donald Trump's been doing for the last 8 years, is just trolling the media, trolling the left. And it's obviously working for him to win this second term. The question is that going to go away? Are we going to have kind of unity, or is it going to continue? Whose fault is it? Is it the media's fault? Is it Trump's fault? Is it both their faults? Does it take two to tango?
The tide may have turned, though, because I do think the media has lost a lot of its credibility, and that, I don't know that they're going to have the kind of sway over the public that they did when Trump was in office his first term. So I think Trump will likely be able to get away with a lot more.
It's interesting to see, you had the NBC guy and the ABC guy, and they both, we've heard from other, mainstream news outlets talking about trying to become more objective, seeming to show some sort of recognition that they were sort of losing their minds with Trump. So I guess we'll see going forward. It's not going to matter. Like, even if theoretically, even if all the journalists are the most objective, people are just going to perceive it how they perceive it. So I'm skeptical that they're going to be, but Zun Iga, gotta say the same without getting in trouble, for 26 months. So how many units of free will for listening to YouTube for 32,992 minutes? Seriously, though, you guys are great. Happy holidays. Plap, plap, get S-class. Thank you. Thank you. Well, listen, just for you, I'm going to give you an extra
10,000 units.
32,000 free units of free will. That's right.
What?
What a bargain.
Oh my God.
1 unit per minute. Okay, because I'm feeling generous. A free will straight for you.
Merry Christmas.
That's a Christmas present. Yeah, there you go. Wow, aces for another $20. Listen, maybe you should keep simping for Trump, Adams, just so we get more money out of Ace.
I'll only do it if it feels right.
Okay. Ace says, Adam, you can't cry about the media and defend Trump like a simp defending their beloved e-girl.
I know that was a good one.
I've defended Trump from those rape allegations. I know you can't argue in good faith about this because you couldn't suck up to Trump. I don't know what that means. And Adam, I would as critical of you as I would be any I respect. So don't see this as driven by hate, but respect. I'm like Trump. I'm insulting you to be better than you are. There you go.
Well, Sitch beats me up if I'm simping too hard for Trump anyway. So, but I said, look,
it doesn't take.
I'm just saying, like, wait till he does something.
Okay.
Wait till he does something egregious.
Okay.
There'll be time to impeach him later.
WTF1A1A for $5 says, have you guys read about this new urban agenda that claims every place will become a city in due time by 2030? Praise be Forme. I'm assuming you meant Fome. No, I'm completely unfamiliar with the whatever this is. So I don't see how it'd be physically possible to make every place a city by 2030. That seems ridiculous, but I mean, we
Flying
need more
cars, maybe?
cities. Okay. Lucifer Doman for 2 Canadians says Kyle Kalinske should have been on this show. He is the man. Or no, wait. Kyle K? Who's Kyle K? Well, I don't know who
I don't
that
know.
is, but thank you. Mortillion18 for $5 says, you guys should do reviews of the Tuttle Twins cartoons. My kids and I love it, but I will use what I've learned from you guys to discuss counterpoints. I don't
Tuttle Twins? I've never seen it.
I don't know what that even is. Anonymous Cow for $5 says, did you cover Brianna on Pierce Morgan's? It went exactly as you expect. And in unhinged lefty take, she said she has no sympathy for the CEO dying. Oh, Brianna Greyjoy. No, we didn't cover it. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Yeah, it was, did you see it? Did you see Greyjoy on Pierce?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course I did. Yeah.
It's so funny because it's super obvious that Pierce Pierce is hardcore farming for he's intentionally inviting far left people on to say crazy shit. He knows where the views are. It's so funny. He was really trying to get Brianna to say it. It was like that. He's say the line, and she did oblige. Yeah. She did oblige. At first, I didn't think she was going to. At first, I was like, oh, she looks like maybe she's going to be a little smart about this. But then no.
He's got to have great producers that just know that her audience will not allow her to feel empathy for any CEO or anything.
Right.
Because he does hit her. He hammers her with that.
Yep.
Are you sure you don't feel any empathy for the CEO who was murdered in cold blood in the streets?
It's like the whole October, do you denounce October 7th? It's like the new version, right?
True, yeah.
He's like, I'm going to get my pound of flesh. Which, good for Pierce. And fuck all those people. Through the Wormhole for $5, aptly named, says, I don't know, guys. If a man enters a woman with his fingers without her consent, I'm not going to split hairs and shy away from calling him the R word. First of all, through the wormhole. Mm-hmm. Wow, not very sensitive. Secondly,
why is it called the wormhole?
There you go. It's a gaping maw. Secondly, I mean, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. That's why, to me, the whole thing seems silly. I get the legal argument. You're like, well, technically, legally, there's some distinction there. I'm like, okay, that's fair. But, it seems like it'd be a hard case to win in court. So,
well, and the E.G. Carroll case is just so strange, right? She seems bonkers, like her story matches some movie or romance novel perfectly. Donald Trump denies that that the engagement ever happened. Didn't they change some law so that the statute of limitations could be evoked in this particular case?
So I don't believe there's evidence that the law was changed for this specific case. There was a blanket. There's this weird law in New York where they basically said, oh, there's no statute of limitations for any civil cases. I'm trying to remember because we looked it up. I thought there was actually some other case that they did it for, but I don't remember. But they had a year of you could basically, sue anyone civilly for sexual assault stuff. And I think she came out in the tail end of it. So, I mean, I think that the fact that her case is there's no, obviously it was so long ago. There's no physical evidence, right? So it's basically just a he said, she said situation.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes me uncomfortable.
Right. So it's did it happen? I couldn't fucking tell you, right? I don't know anything about this lady. So, and I don't like these really I don't like these, oh, you did something 20, 40 years ago cases anyway.
Yeah,
I think
I fucking
that's
hate those.
right. I think that's probably the only reason like any sort of Trump defamation against someone calling him a rapist would probably be effective. Because like theoretically, let's just say hypothetically, if there was a situation where like, on camera, Donald Trump, finger sexually assaulted a lady and like we all knew it, and he went around suing people for calling him a rapist. Like I can't imagine. Like
Yeah.
every court would throw it out. They said, "Well, get the fuck out of here!" Like no one gives a shit. It's because of I think the vagueness and ambiguity of the case that it kind of that's what would give credence to Trump's claims here of defamation.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. Like I wouldn't be splitting hairs on the rape word if the case was more ironclad, right?
Even though legally that technically shouldn't matter, but that's just I think the way that people would intuit it. So
yeah.
Decking devs walls with Holly stuck officially for 2 hours says reminder to buy calls on grippy socks companies. Okay.
Really? Am I missing something here? Is Grippy Socks got a massive IPO in the works here for Monday? Such this could be inside information.
This is insider trading on grippy socks.
Grippy IPO.
Ace for $5 says Putin's favorite philosopher is Lev Gumalev. Have you heard Lev Gumalev? I have not heard that. No, I don't know who that is. Anything about that?
I haven't heard of it either.
It is a real person though.
Oh, okay.
Just Googled it. It's not like a meme. Kyle Petty for $10 says my issue with the woke right is that racism and sexism of the gaps is a core tenet of wokeness. That's completely absent on the right. Anti-liberal behavior alone is not enough to be labeled woke. A-team beams.
Sweet. Thank you, Kyle.
Talked about that in the week.
We did. Yeah, it was a great conversation.
Dan Schneider for Jury says thoughts on TYT's coverage of the CEO shooter. To be honest, don't think I've seen it. I'm hoping and assuming they didn't lionize the guy the way some of these other people were doing. So
I think I saw some of the coverage and it didn't seem out of line to me. So
okay, great.
They did. I mean, they do care about the healthcare situation.
Right.
So, and when we covered it, I wasn't really aware of the healthcare situation now.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Muggy for 20 months says, hey, Sitch, here's an anime recommendation. Yakuza's Fiance. It's a sweet romance anime. If you're not a fan of it, I'm sure Sammy would love it. You can't trick me, Muggy. Okay. I know what that anime is about. And I've seen the girls lust after the deranged psycho killer because women all have, one screw loose in their head. Chewbacca's lover for $5 says, I think Luigi will get off on jury nullification. It happened with OJ. We all know he did it, but he got off for political reasons. Will happen again. Well, someone said that during the week, and I expressed why I'm skeptical of that. So check it out. But I guess we'll see. Find out.
Yeah.
I'm predicting that Luigi will 100% get sentenced to jail forever. Joe Dean, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Joe Kilker for $5 says it's pronounced apologia. Okay.
Apologia. Apologia. Apologia.
Oh, apologia. Well,
is that what he's trying to say?
I
don't know.
Okay. I don't know. That's not how you spell apologia. Our Heltzert, hey, what's up? For $4 says, I want the comic to be fake. Would be hilarious. There you go. That's what I said. Yeah.
No.
And it also says, is Luigi equal incel? He couldn't get laid because of his back. Ooh, there you go.
Is that what happened?
I don't know, but I'd believe it. I believe it.
I mean, I've got to admit, I'm a little more sympathetic now.
What is this weird New York Times says, okay, listen to this headline. On SNL, Luigi Manigone is busting out all over. That's a weird way to frame that, right?
Did they lionize him on Saturday Night Live or something?
I don't know.
I didn't watch it, so.
I didn't either. Did you see the picture of, it's weird. The picture of him pissing himself isn't making the rounds more, isn't it?
Nobody wants to see that.
Just that when he was arrested, he peed his pants.
Yeah.
I saw people thirsting after the guy who peed his pants.
Right.
Okay. Very interesting.
They must be into the golden showers, these people.
Our Health Hurt for 2 hours says, when's the next How to Kill a Franchise stream? That's a good question.
Yeah. When is that?
The next one?
Coming to a YouTube channel near you.
I mean, it's my fault. Never watched Joker 2. It's streaming. I can watch it.
Is it streaming now?
But no one cares about it anymore. So.
Just to be in pain.
Right. Scott for 2 hours says, Skibidi Toilet is greater than Soup Store. Or no, is less great.
What?
True. Soup
Ban
Store
Sketch from the chat.
Sketch is 100% correct and gets a heart for that one.
What? Oh my God. I'm at the Soup Store.
Wow, look at Adam.
Why are you buying clothes at the Soup Store?
Adam doesn't appreciate soup. Okay. That is so, like, I don't even know you. I don't even know who you are. Okay.
Right. I'm a man of the people. Okay.
God. No, apparently not. You prefer Skibidi Toilet over soup. That is like just blasphemy. That is going to cause A-team defection to S-Class.
Maybe.
What about did you watch the Joker fucking the low punny? How'd you feel
yes.
about that one?
Yes.
How'd you feel about that one?
Totally degenerate, obviously. Like a vaguely pedophile vibe to it. Like completely degenerate, disgusting. But is it
funny? Is it funny? Okay.
No, it's disgusting. It's not funny. It's funny.
Look at this.
That video has millions of views, right? It has a lot of views.
There's like a million versions of it too.
Well, I went to his channel because I was kind of intrigued.
Yeah, that's not the original.
Oh, it isn't?
No, it's like some random streamer did that audio, and everyone thinks it's so funny. There's like a million animated versions of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What streamer?
I don't know the guy who did it. I've never seen him before.
Okay. So I don't even really know the meme.
Yeah. But anyway.
That version had a lot of views.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
Okay. Fascinating.
I thought that is so funny. You're taking it too seriously.
You can do anything with a Pokemon.
You can do anything with a Pokemon, Batman. There's no rules against the Pokemon, Batman. It's just so stupid.
Oh, what stream is that?
It's so
just so weird why things blow up. Who knows?
That's hilarious. What do you mean? I think it's so funny. It's like, to me, it's funny because it's kind of like making fun of, it's like in a weird way, it's like making fun of edgy Joker. It's so Joker's so edgy he fucked a Pokemon in front of Batman. It's just so stupid. I think it's good.
Okay. Did you watch this thing Zero Fucks Made on Twitter?
No.
Yes.
What is it?
Okay. I don't know. It looks like it has the usual suspects.
Oh.
Looks like Peace goes ranting about something.
Dr. Fire for 20 Canadians says, I don't like Stewart's politics, smugness, or insincerity when he's confronted, and he defaults to, I'm just a comedian telling jokes. But to give the man his credit, I believe he was a big advocate for 9/11 first responders. That's true.
I do remember that. Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Ace for $10 says, Jasmine Crockett called people of color who voted to Trump as suffering from slave mentality. Holy shit. If Dems won't deal with her president, JD Vance is in the cards. See, I'm not a Dem show. There you go.
Is Jasmine Crockett is a Planned Parenthood CEO lady? Is that her? Who's Jasmine
No,
Crockett?
that's not her.
Okay.
Jasmine Crockett is a representative.
Oh, okay. I know who this is.
The Texas lady.
Right. Yeah. She's the one that got in the dust up with Marjorie Taylor Greene, remember?
No.
If I said...
Oh, yes. Yes, we watched that. Yes, that
Yeah.
was hilarious. Okay. Yeah.
What if I said, yo, nappy ass weed? Or what? I don't know what she said, but like...
Right. Oh,
She went after MTG. I thought they were going to go at it on the...
That's just going to run
Which is
over and start
great.
pulling hair out. On the
Great
floor.
drama.
Right.
But that's good to know. It's good to know that she's still milking that
Still being crazy.
slave
and racist.
mentality. Yeah.
Alex Wright for $5 says thoughts on Trump's answer to the bathroom question in his Time interview and his pretty base remarks on automation affecting longshoremen on truth.
Well, I don't know about the automation thing. I do know about
We watched it.
the bathroom question. Did we?
Did I hallucinate that? Didn't we watch
Automation
it on stream?
affecting
No,
longshoremen?
the Time interview.
I don't think we watched it on stream. I just saw it.
Oh, okay. Maybe I
But he talks about, they ask him if Caitlyn Jenner could use a bathroom in Trump Tower. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm assuming, yeah. He said he was down for it.
Yeah, he's cool with it. He's like, yeah, whatever.
I thought that was a good answer. That was a good answer. So that's good. I don't know about the longshoreman thing, so. Let's see. Read that.
Well, yeah, why didn't he? That completely goes against the narrative of the left. Like the left thinks Trump ran all those anti-trans ads because he's a giant transphobe. So there must be plenty of them with cognitive dissonance over what he said.
He was just doing it to win the anti-transphobe vote, Adam. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Everyone,
That's
listen.
the new narrative.
Trump is a New Yorker. Okay, he loves the gays and the transes.
So now he just threw those people under the bus by saying, "Oh yeah, they can use whatever bathroom they want. I don't give a fuck."
I mean, kind of, yeah.
crazy.
That's kind of true if you think about it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ace for $10 says this generation is pathetic. They celebrate a young man who destroyed his life, and they disregard the rule of law. They need to live under a dictatorship and see how good they have it.
True.
Who are you talking about? Who's the young man who destroyed his life?
This generation is pathetic.
Oh, okay. Decking Dev's walls with holly stuck officially for tour says,
Oh,
and I ran so far away. Thank you.
They're celebrating Luigi the Killer. That's the man who destroyed his life.
Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. That's true. It is pathetic that people are celebrating him.
And I ran so far away. I know what song that is.
What song is that?
Well, maybe I don't know what song it is. Is it Toto?
I don't know. I don't know what song it is. That's
Let
why
us know,
I was
Doug,
legitimately
what song
asking
that
you.
is.
I don't know what song that is.
Now the song is officially stuck in my head, but I can't remember who sings it.
Okay. There's a Lonely Island song I'd never seen before called I Ran So Far.
Lucifer the Doberman for 2 Canadians says, watch Secret Level. Thank me later. What's Secret Level?
It's something on Amazon Prime. Yeah, it's got Mega Man in it.
Season 1. Oh.
From the creative
Looks
minds of
interesting.
Love, Death, and Robots.
Oh, is this the one with... Oh, yeah, I did. I watched the Dungeons and Dragons one. Yeah. It was
good?
pretty good.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
But then I fell asleep during the second one, so I got to go back. But I love Death and Robots, so...
People were saying it's Flock of Seagulls. Which maybe that was the Flock of Seagulls reference earlier.
Oh, there we go.
Sketch for $2 says Dune Prophecy for How to Kill a Franchise stream next. I gotta finish watching the first Dune. I gave up on the first Dune because it was kind of boring.
It was great. What are you talking about? And
But
it was a faithful rendition to the original Dune. I was like,
I've
holy
never
shit, this is
read
like
it,
shot for shot.
so
This is like a complete twin
shot
of the
for
original
shot.
movie.
No, wait, I thought everyone hated the original movie.
No, they loved it. The David Lynch movie?
Yeah, I thought everyone hated it.
No, they
What are you
fucking
talking
love
about?
it. Became
You're
a cult
fucking me.
classic.
You're lying.
It's David Lynch.
Okay.
People love David Lynch movies.
Yeah, look at this guy. My Mon robot lies to me in bed for $5. Says, I eagerly await my nude cover. I hope my trad wife will forgive the incredulity.
The incredulity.
That's funny. There you go.
Can I even show that? I don't think I can show that cover on stream.
Not on stream, yeah.
Yeah. Get in big trouble.
That's right, guys. Make sure you order your sexy cover.
Do you remember how many naked women there are?
The
on
number?
cover?
No.
Yeah.
I don't.
What is the answer to the
42? You
There
put
you go.
42? That's funny.
There you go. Look.
I remember
you
Adam.
immediately knew it just from that little reference.
Well, you said the answer, yeah. Wait, I just remember you DMing me one day, like, Sitch, who are some sexy anime girls? I was like, what? Why are you asking me this question?
I'm gonna get into anime finally here.
Yeah.
Who do I throw on the cover? Only
All right.
adults, please.
Only adults, yeah. Make sure they're of age. Fondue for $5 says, hey, about you do Arcane for the next Kill a Franchise stream. Apparently Mahler didn't like it. This is an understatement. I gotta go back and give Arcane a chance. I know Sam likes it a lot, and she wants to watch second season, even though apparently people don't like it. So
what do people love about Arcane? What is the hook? If I was going to go watch Arcane, what is the thing that is like?
Everyone just says it was like well written.
Oh, okay.
No.
That's it. There's not like a big hook. Like
I really don't know much about it, so I didn't really listen to coverage of it either because I don't like to listen to people talk about review shows I have no context to.
I mean, like Fight
unless
Club,
it's Red Letter
like,
Media because I love them, but that's
oh yeah, they're the best.
They're the best.
I mean, like if it's Fight Club, you'd say, look, there's a big surprise ending, right? I mean, Matrix, you'd say there's like a big surprise. What is it in Arcane?
I'll watch
is there
it.
A big surprise in Arcane.
I'll watch it and I'll tell Adam to watch it, and then we'll watch the second season so we can understand all the hate.
Interstellar, you're like, there's this amazing robot. You have to see it. Robot's hilarious.
Okay.
Runs like a girl.
Arithmus for $2 says, Sitch, if a CEO tells management to lay off a department, then management explains to the CEO why that would be a bad idea and he decides not to go through the layoffs, would you go around saying he fired those people? No, I would say he was going to fire those people. That seems to be weird. Okay, let me ask, here's the counter question, Arithmus. Under your example, if the CEO said, look, even though I threatened and I ran, or even though before I was CEO, I 100% said I was going to fire all these people. But when I was actually CEO, look, I didn't do it. It was all just talk. I didn't do it and I would never do it. And then you're like, well, actually he wanted to do it, but the management team told him that if he did it, that they'd all quit and the company would fail. Is he characterizing the events honestly, accurately? Of course not. Of course not. Okay. So Holtonator for $2 says there are no good people. At least the people who says they're a piece of shit is honest. Well, that is fair. That is fair.
What if the CEO came out and said, look, none of those people wanted me to fire anyone. They completely stood in my way. But I could have fired all their asses and fired them anyway. But I didn't.
Let me explain why the cope, and I don't mean to direct this at Arithmus. I'm going to direct it at Adam because, he's here. Let me explain why the cope.
Look, I'm constantly coping. So
let me explain why
Go
the
ahead.
cope about Trump not going after them doesn't work. At least the way that it's framed, where they say, "Well, we didn't go after them." The way, like, here's the underlying implication. So when Trump, runs off of locking Hillary up, and then when he, he's president, and then he doesn't, the implication is like, oh, well, it was just bluster. He's just not actually going to go through it. It was just like political campaign talk, right? He's not actually going to go through with it. That's what that
locker room
means.
talk.
Right, locker room talk. That's what that means. But then you're like, well, wait a minute. He did try to go through with it. So that's not true. It wasn't just bluster. It was literally an action he tried to perform. So the implication is completely different. And it's not accurate to say it's just bluster if he tried to go through with it. But then you say, but he didn't go through with it. He talked to people, and some people told him why it was a bad idea, right? But that's not what happened. His mind. But that's not what happened. If there was a situation where Donald Trump was, president, and he said, hey, I want you to go arrest Joe Biden or Hunter Biden or Hillary Clinton or whoever, and someone said, listen, that doesn't make sense because here, let me explain to you, they didn't do anything legally wrong. And Trump said, oh, okay, you're right. They didn't do anything legally wrong. Then I'd say, okay, well, I would give Trump points for that, because I'd say, oh, he listened to logic and reason and decided not to do an action because it didn't make sense to do something legally or morally or whatever, right?
Hooray!
But that's not what happened.
Oh,
that's
shit.
not what happened. What happened was people said, I'm not going to do this, and if you make me do this, I'm going to quit, and everyone in the department's going to quit, and you're going to look like a fucking asshole. And then Trump backed down. So
what situation was this?
That's not really. So for someone to applaud Trump for backing down from that is kind of preposterous to me.
Wasn't that just for the letter, sending the letter out on the election stuff? Multiple people came with him with the everyone's going to quit thing.
Yeah, I think that was what that was what the article was saying about the whole John Kerry thing.
Oh, okay.
So that's what the guy was claiming with the John Kerry thing too.
That's their custom go-to.
Right. Well,
if you do this, everyone's going to quit.
I mean, that's really the only thing you can say to the president, right? I'm going to quit. You don't really have any other power to just quit your job.
It's going to be a huge political backlash.
Right. Right.
So, but look, if he says, oh, well, then let's not do it.
Or it's the same thing with with Trump telling Bill Barr to go after Biden a month before the election. And Bill Barr is like, I'm just going to ignore Trump. And then you say, well, I'm going to give Trump credit for that. It's like, what? That's batshit crazy. If Joe Biden was on stage or on TV demanding that the Justice Department arrest Donald Trump a month before the election, it would have been nonstop news coverage. And you guys would have, been like, oh my God, can you believe this? Joe Biden is the worst ever. Blah, 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 blah. Right. But because Trump did it, and it's, just like Holsinger said, there's no good people, so these people who say they're pieces of shit are honest. Just because Donald Trump has that frame where you just are able to brush off anything he says or does is not serious, then you just completely wipe it from your mind. No other president could get away with going on TV and demanding the attorney general lock up / investigate their political opponent a month before the election. It's fucking crazy. But for some reason, Trump is just, things just roll off of him. No one cares. It's fine. Arithmetic for $2 says a big difference between old school celebrity endorsements and the new generation podcast streamer endorsements is that the audience follows them specifically for their opinions, not something else like singing or acting. That's a good point. That is true. That is true. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, no offense, Sitch, but if reviewing Skibbity Toilet, I just want a 4K view of Adam's boomer brain frying when exposing him to pure internet brain. There you go.
What if Kash Patel brings charges against Bill Barr for not following Trump's orders and locking Hillary up? What do you think? What's that trial look like?
He's doing what?
Kash Patel brings up Bill Barr on charges for just ignoring Trump and not actually following his orders.
Oh,
for blowing him off.
I don't think you could charge somebody for that. But
why not?
It's not a crime.
Look, they say you can indict a ham sandwich. The question I always have is, well, for what?
Right. What crime could a ham sandwich possibly, be accused of? No. Soldos for George says, you guys are still in this. I've already pivoted to making fun of the woke right. They haven't had power for more than a minute, and they're already demanding we censor video games and learn from Karl Marx, good old pendulum. Yeah, I saw someone complaining about something about the right, complaining about wanting to censor a video game, but I didn't actually. I just saw someone talking about it, but without saying specifically what the thing was. So I'm out of the loop there. I don't know what that's in reference to.
Terrible. I do think the right has a bit of a censorship problem because, the left was so maniacal about censoring people on the right for kind of things that weren't really that substantial, that the right kind of developed this taboo against all censorship, which I don't think was necessarily helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Because if your people are posting stuff that's just fucking makes you look crazy or racist or just like a horrible human being, that's obviously not going to be good for any political faction. So, but they kind of have this thing where they can't really say, oh, maybe you shouldn't post that because of the censorship thing and this taboo that's kind of formed around even mentioning anything might not be a good idea to post. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's characterized as like censorship. I listened to an interesting Lotus Eaters video where they were talking about the woke right stuff, which I think is obviously Carl was going pretty. He was going round and round with James Lindsay. Things were getting ugly, but they mentioned in that video how a lot of people on the right post shit that's just makes everyone look bad.
What was
and
the
What's
yeah.
the video? What's the
No,
Lotus
I was
Eaters
looking at the
video?
chat. No one said what was the thing. What was the video game thing?
Oh, that they're supposed to
Oh, is it
censor.
Goonergate? Is that real? Is that real? Or is it someone on the right people complaining about they're complaining about like sexy characters in video games or something? Oh, is this the Melanie Mac thing? Okay. That's why I didn't pay attention to it.
Melanie Mac.
Anyway.
She's a content creator.
That is true.
Sign up for her Christians OnlyFans.
Right. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see. You are correct. When Donald Trump wanted Hillary Clinton investigated, they didn't threaten to quit. They said, if you do this, you'll get impeached. So you probably shouldn't do it. So he backed down. If you're giving Donald Trump credit for that, I think you're literally fucking retarded and actually massively dishonest, because that's not someone doing something for the right reason. They didn't say, oh, I was, he was in the position and they said, it's a bad idea. You shouldn't do this, because it's the wrong thing to do. They said, no, if you do this, the political backlash against you will be massive and it will destroy your presidency. And he said, oh, okay. So should he get credit for that? Or is it dishonest to frame it like he should get credit for that?
He said, I think that we should let bygones be bygones.
Okay.
Because I don't want to get impeached.
Because it's massively dishonest when Donald Trump or his advocates say, oh, he didn't do it, because they're saying so with the implication that it's what you just joked at, like that is bygones be bygones, like it's not real. Not, oh, well, basically everyone told him he was going to impeach if he did that, which he probably would have. So
look on the evil meter though, spinning it, putting a little spin on. Look, I looked into it. People said I'd get impeached, so I thought it wasn't a good idea, and I'd let bygones be bygones. But spinning that as, oh, I just thought it would be the magnanimous thing to do. I mean, yeah, it's dishonest, but I mean, is it really like life-threatening?
You know how Alex was saying you were reflexively defending Trump?
Well, look, my question is, this constantly comes up. Like, what's the point?
No,
of it
let me
constantly
let me explain why this is actually. It's not even that the action's egregious. It's the dishonest way that people
Why
talk
is it
about that's
egregious?
I'll
Look,
tell you.
you're
No,
saying it's egregious.
Let me explain. Okay, because a big part of the conversation right now is Donald Trump has made numerous threats that he's going to investigate and go after people, right? And
yeah, and I hope they tell him he's going to be impeached if he does, and he doesn't do it.
And so people on the right and other Trump defenders say that's just locker room talk. That's just political campaign talk. He did the same thing in 2016 and he didn't go through with it. So they're using that argument to say that he doesn't mean it this time, right? And they're saying it doesn't really matter now because he's won, so we'll get to see. But they're using this as the lead up of the election to tell people, don't worry, don't not vote for Trump because of this reason. He said the same thing in 2016, didn't go through with it, right? But then you go, well, wait a minute. That's not fucking true at all. Because when he won and was president, he did try to go through with it. And with Hillary, he only didn't because he thought he'd get fucking impeached. And with the other thing that we're talking about with the letter, they said they're all going to fucking quit. And then and then also because he had Bill Barr, who had a fucking spine, ignored his fucking ass and told him to fuck off. Okay. And so that argument, the entire point of the argument, which is ignore Donald Trump saying what he's saying now because he said something similar in the past, doesn't fucking work. Because number one, it's a second term. So obviously, you know, the reins are more off in terms of him giving a fuck because he doesn't have to win a re-election. Number two, if he surrounds himself with fucking vapid, fucking sycophantic losers like Kash Patel, they're going to do whatever the fuck he wants. They're not going to tell him no like Bill Barr. So that fucking argument doesn't work. So no, it is egregious for people to dishonestly point to this shit and say, well, Donald Trump didn't do it when he fucking tried to do it. And he just had people stopping him from doing the action.
I think the time and life, so much of life is timing. I think the time for you to pull out all of this evidence and all of this argument is to say, I told you so after Trump does it. Like right now, maybe Trump doesn't do it. Maybe they say the same thing to it. Maybe they say, oh, you're going to get impeached or it's just going to slow you down. Don't do it.
Listen, in a perfect world, you're correct. I don't know. Maybe Trump won't fucking do it. Maybe he's fucking seen Jesus. Okay. And when he wins, when he's in his second term, when he's in his second term, all this will just go by the wayside and he'll be the fucking magical transformative FDR. Okay. But guess what? We don't live in the perfect world. We live in a world where you and I do a fucking political show. We talk about current events, and this is something that gets referenced constantly. So we have to talk about it in response to it being on the news cycle and people talking about it, and people super chatting about it. Okay. And there's only so many times, and I keep saying this at the end of it, we'll see, because I don't fucking know. We'll see. My problem isn't on, I'm not sitting here saying, oh my God, with 100% certainty, Donald Trump is going to do this. He's going to be a fucking fascist dictatorship. I haven't said that ever. What I'm saying is don't fucking lie to me and other people with this stupid, dishonest argument that Donald Trump didn't do it when he literally tried to fucking do it. And everyone knows the implication of those statements. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Well, just like when I say, you know, let's wait and see, people interpret that as, you know, Trump apologia. When you say, oh, this is what happens, you make it sound like it's inevitable that it's going to happen again. And it comes off as like Trump hating. So
nothing I said, the reason I'm angry has literally nothing to do with what Trump will do in the future. I don't care.
Come on.
I don't give a fuck about what Trump's going to do in the future. I'm angry at this stupid argument. It's so fucking dishonest. Where every time it gets brought up as a threat, as a fear of something Donald Trump has said, this stupid, well, he didn't do it when he was president the first time. Yeah, because he fucking tried to. He fucking tried to. And he only didn't because he had people around him who told him no, who made threats about quitting or said, you're going to get fucking impeached. And that's not, if he's surrounding himself with a bunch of fucking sycophants this second time, then that argument's stupid. And not to mention the argument's fucking stupid anyway, because it's basically like saying, well, yeah, Trump said all this incendiary shit, but he was basically cajoled out of not doing it by people around him making threats to his power. So, yeah, he's an immoral person and shitty, but he could always be cajoled, out of it if he's afraid of enough, political backlash, which, I mean, maybe that's true, but okay. So what? Is that something you should be like shouting as like a good fucking character trait for Donald Trump?
But look, everything that you're saying right now just screams optically as you saying, it's inevitable. He's going to do it. He's totally going to do it. You admit
I can only
that,
say this.
right?
I can only say this one more time.
Okay.
If that's how you perceive what I'm saying, Adam, or if that's how anyone else perceives, then you're fucking retarded, because you're completely misunderstanding everything I'm saying.
Right.
And it's getting to the point that it's like intentional misunderstanding.
Well, look, I don't want to straw man you. I don't want to. I don't want to.
I keep saying it. No. It's like it's so frustrating to say something repeatedly and you just ignore it again and again. And you and I'm like, what the fuck am I? Who am I talking to? Okay.
Right. So you admit that it
what did I say?
might not
What did I
happen.
say is so frustrating and enraging about this conversation?
I'm not frustrated or enraged.
No, I am angry about this, and I'm tired of hearing this stupid fucking thing again and again. And why did I say that? Why did I say it was making me angry?
I don't even know why this came up. I have no idea why this.
Because I'm responding to the Streamlabs about it.
Oh, okay. So
Okay,
someone did a Streamlabs.
Okay, it's fine. Whatever.
Well, no, I'm just look. I'm trying to.
I don't even know.
I'm trying to say, as a friend, that it comes off as you saying that this is inevitable. I understand the argument that you're making.
I've not said that at all.
Oh, okay.
It's crazy. It's like I'm taking crazy pills. I'm fucking Mugatu here. They all look the same. All the blue steels look the same, Adam.
Okay. Look, I understand. I don't want to straw man your argument. You're saying, look, this is a response. People on the right are saying, oh, it's impossible that this will ever happen because this didn't happen before. And you're saying, well, it only didn't happen before because people in Trump's administration stood in the way of him doing it. Like, that's a common argument people make. People also make the argument that now, look, the adults have left the room. It's just Trump all by himself. And he's surrounded by sycophants. So the argument that people on the left, not you're not making this argument. They will make the argument that it's inevitable Trump is going to do these terrible things. It's completely inevitable. I'm the Cassandra. I'm warning you. This is going to happen. My position is, I mean, I hope it doesn't happen, but maybe it happens, right? But I have a wait and see mentality. And I also acknowledge that Trump in his first term was a completely different situation now. Now he's like a two-term president. So there's a lot of different factors driving the situation that I think, well, maybe it doesn't happen. Like maybe he doesn't ask. Maybe he realizes being magnanimous is a better situation. And what he tried to do before was wrong, a bad strategy.
Mm-hmm. So the last thing I'll say about this is I also have a complete wait and see attitude. I have repeatedly said this a billion times. Whenever anything comes up about Trump, I say, we'll see how I end every statement on that. The thing that I want, the one fucking thing that I want, and that's fine. Waiting to see is totally fine. That's totally acceptable. Because guess what? At the end of the day, that's all any of us can do is wait and see what Trump does.
Well, I mean, there's a timetable here, right?
Right. Yeah, no, we're going to wait and see. We'll
like
find out, right? We will find out. Okay?
I mean, we got 3 months. Right. Smoke a fatty and just wait.
The only thing I want, okay, before we get to that scenario, is I just want people to be fucking honest about how people, including Trump, have acted over the last 8 years. That's all I'm asking for. Just people be honest. Don't give me the bullshit. Don't lie to me about this nonsense. Okay. Just be honest. We'll wait and see what happens. Maybe this time will be different. Maybe it won't be different. Who the fuck knows? Right.
And
that's
being
all I want.
honest,
Just be honest.
Being honest is just people saying Trump tried to go after these people. Other people stood in the way. And if he would have,
and Trump backed
other people
down.
had, if other people hadn't stood in the way, Trump would have totally gone after these people.
Yes, it is honest to say Trump tried to go after these people, but he backed down. Okay. What is dishonest is to make it like either A, he didn't try to go after these people, or B, make it like, oh, it's some kind of positive character trait that he's listening to people. He's listening to his other people. Okay. It's not, if someone says, well, if you do this, you're gonna get fucking impeached. And you say, oh, well, I don't want to get impeached. That's not a fucking mark of like moral quality standing up to that, right? Or someone saying, oh, if you do this, I'm going to fucking quit and you're going to look super bad, and then them backing down. That's not a mark of moral quality. And everyone knows it. Okay.
Right. A mark of moral quality would be Kash Patel coming up with a bunch of crazy allegations against Shifty Schiff that were obviously just pulled out of a Cracker Jack box, right? And then Trump stepping in and saying, look, they go low and we go high.
Right. Well, obviously, but it doesn't even have to be that. When Trump went after, wanted them to go after Hillary, and someone said, listen, I think that if you actually went through this, it would actually be like really bad for the country in democracy. And Trump said, okay, you're right. Boom. Okay. That's like he's taking like the moral choice, right? Or even if they said, listen, Hillary didn't really do anything wrong or anything worth, that we don't have any evidence of her. I mean, let's be real. She probably did something wrong. We don't have any evidence. Okay.
I
we
mean,
have any evidence.
She did delete all those emails, right? She knew she was in trouble for that. I can't look.
That's
who?
not
What
really
kind
what
of
happened,
fucking?
but we've talked about this before. But
What kind of idiot would have a? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
If they said, listen, we've looked into the legal case and there's really no there, and you should just, there's nothing to go after her for. And Trump said, okay, fair enough, right? Even something that less, I'd be like, okay, I'll give him a check for that. That's not what happened. They said, if you do this, you're gonna probably get fucking impeached. And he's like, oh, well, I don't want to get impeached, so I'm not going to do this.
When did this happen?
When his first term?
On?
What do you mean?
What are you basing this on? What is there an article or something? Can I read the article?
About it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
If I already closed it. I can go find it again.
That's okay. I don't care. To be honest with you.
Okay.
What was the article in? Let me go after the source for a minute. No, I'm just kidding. Look, I only said that to be obnoxious. I don't think. I hate it when people challenge sources because it doesn't necessarily, like, even horrible sources can be right about some things. You have to look at the specifics of the situation. So,
okay.
I read Bill Barr's book, but I don't really know that there was anything in that book about this situation because.
No, because I seem to recall it was fucking part of the fucking Mueller report. Was this in this time out, like trying to go after Hillary. And I think all that had been kind of, that had all gone away or been dead ended by the time Bill Barr entered into the equation. So Statler and Waldorf for $2 says, Statler, hey, I think we need to check Sitch's audio. Waldorf, why? I can hear him just fine. Statler, I know, that's the problem. Both. Do ho 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 ho.
What's
well,
that?
I'm glad my audio's working this time. So.
People are coming after you?
No, it's just those are the guys from the Muppets, the two old men.
Oh, I love those guys. It's basically
big.
like us, right?
Yes, essentially.
Just screaming into the void.
Yep.
Oh, that's a musical that I actually like.
Which one?
The Muppet movie.
Oh, the first one.
Yeah, Rainbow Connection. Come on.
Wow. Treasure Island's better.
Oh, is
the
it?
Muppet Treasure Island.
Okay, maybe I'll check it out.
Holstein for 6 hours says, Sitch, every time I talk to leftists, it's all idealistic nonsense. That's why the vengeful part of me wants them to succeed so that while they're reaping what they sowed and starving to death, I can say supply chain management. There you go. I mean, that's fair. You'll be starving to death too, so I don't know if it's worth it, but I understand the feeling. Holstein for Jar says, Sitch, the media always hated Trump. Trump could have wiped out AIDS in 2015. The media would have written the headline, Nazi tries to genocide organism. I agree he's inflammatory as fuck. If he wasn't, nothing would be different. I mean, I guess we'll never, ever know because we don't have access to the what if machine. So I don't think the media just for no reason was like, oh, we're going to completely have our brains be melted on Trump. I think it was all the inflammatory rhetoric made their brains melt. Halton for 2 hours says criminals should live in fear. They should be unable to sleep for fear of the government catching them. They should be afraid that every waking moment is agony for them. Give no quarter. Wow. I mean, I agree. Look at that. Alfred Jura says, I fully agree that you either believe in democracy and the rule of law or you don't. But how do you respond to people who say we don't live in a democracy, but an oligarchy and violence is the only way to make change? I mean, I'd tell them to go live in Russia before I hear such a stupid opinion. An actual oligarchy. I'd say I don't know. It's just, I don't know if I'd waste my time even trying to argue with those people. So people who have lived very privileged lives in America.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we should just incarcerate them, right?
There you go.
That's the answer for everything.
That's the answer for everything.
Throw their asses in jail.
Solid for JR says, did you see the interview of the woman after she had sex with 100 guys? She was crying. Now some people think she has mental issues and therefore a victim or was abused in the past. Shouldn't the guys be criticized too? So I didn't see the whole interview. I saw clips of it. So I don't really have a sense of where the person's headspace is. I would imagine, now I know this could be a wild assumption, but I'd imagine any woman that wants to fuck 100 guys in one day probably has some mental issues. I think that's a safe bet. So not surprised if that's the case. As for should the guys be criticized? I mean, I think it's fair, right? Like you shouldn't really. I think it's a gross behavior to want to be part of that. So like you can criticize them for being gross, but I don't. In terms of like abuse, I think that'd be too far. Like they don't fucking know what's up with this broad, right? And I assume they're just being paid to do a job. So.
Oh, I don't think they got paid at all. I think they.
Oh, really? They just did it to do it.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
Yeah. Everybody, the thing that makes it difficult to make oh, she's crazy argument is the fact that, I mean, she makes a shitload of money doing this. So, and people will do all kinds of crazy shit for a bunch of money. I guess
that is true. She did, supposedly she did make a fuck ton on OnlyFans. So maybe you could say, well, is it someone that, I don't know. I feel like even with that, I feel like you have to have mental, emotional problems to want to fuck 100 people in one day or 1,000.
Look, I don't know that she wanted to do it. I think she thought, oh, this is a job. This is a way to make a lot of money. So, and I saw some of it where she was saying, oh, this is like, I would do this anyway. And I just thought, okay, well, that's just fucking cope.
You think it's cope? Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm like, I'm not buying any of that.
Well, okay. I guess.
Especially since she talked about how it wasn't really fun or anything. So I was like, usually when I talk about things that I would do anyway, it's because they're enjoyable.
Right.
Yeah. So
okay. So I don't know enough about her, but I would like if she was in a situation where she was in a more dire financial situation, then it's like, okay, that would make sense. But I thought I heard that her OnlyFans channel was making like good money before this anyway. So it's not like she necessarily needed to do this, to stop them from repossessing her house or something.
Her OnlyFans, I think, was making good money compared to, I don't know, a barista or something like that, but I don't think it was making the kind of money that we think of as like the real OnlyFans stars. Like I think she made a couple million, which, I mean, I don't know that you could live your whole life off a couple million. So it's not like she's set for life off a couple million, right? So she's thinking, look, if I want to go and move into the I'm set for life stratosphere, like some of these like there's some of them that are like, oh, I made a couple million in a month, right? They're like, I netted $57 million off of OnlyFans, right? That's when you're talking about the kind of money that you can pretty much be set for life with.
Right.
So she's like, I'm going to fuck 100 guys and I'm going to get to that point. Like she's caught in this netherworld where she's like, well, I've done so much that I can't really go get a normal job now.
Right.
Yeah. So
who wants to be in a relationship with this lady after?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you really
God.
just your relationship partners. Like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna keep it a secret and then
Well, could you?
like
I mean, shit.
Can you imagine on your wedding night you discover, oh my God, my wife's a hoe?
Jesus Christ.
You're like, can you sue for fraud or something like that? I don't know. What's
Is she going through with the whole like she's gonna try to sleep with 1,000 men now in a day? Because I mean, you could definitely say like she definitely doesn't need to do that, right?
She's not like super attractive either. So I just
no, but she's not super attractive. She's not ugly.
She's not ugly, but it's super competitive on OnlyFans. Do you think? And look, I'm not sure I'm not sure my position on this, but people talk about banning OnlyFans. Do you think banning OnlyFans would be good for society?
Well, hold on, I'm distracted. It says, wait, how long has she been on OnlyFans? Because this says, according to this article,
Sitch is at her OnlyFans
well,
right
no,
now.
I
was like, hold on a second.
There you go. Listen. You said she was ugly, so no, I'm just kidding. I was curious about the money thing.
Doing the work.
I'm just investigating. Okay, everyone.
They said 2 million. She's made 2 million. That's what they said.
No, but like how long?
I read one article. So.
Right, but I was curious. And like, how was she doing before this? Because it says her first month on OnlyFans, she made £10,000 in her first month, which is
10,000. Wow,
that's good money. So I don't know, but I don't know how long she been doing this. Has she been doing this long before this stunt, or is this like month 2? Like what's going on here?
I don't know. Is what £10,000 to dollars is.
Okay, so this is saying this is saying that she filed some forms in February, so she's been doing it for I guess at least a year. And it says according to records, she has. I guess it sounds like they're saying before this she had 250K. So I mean, obviously, like 2-3 million.
$250,000.
Right. So obviously, 2 or 3 million is a lot more than 250K. But
so So that's her first month. She made $12,000 on OnlyFans. I mean, that's not like. Well, she made £10,000, but I did the
conversion
to dollar
right.
conversion.
Gotcha. Right.
That's $12,638 for 1 month's work.
Yeah.
Okay. And you could
good.
say, oh yeah, it's not a lot of work. She just lies around and takes some pictures and uploads them, right?
Right.
It's not like she had to show up at a job.
Mm-hmm.
But there are plenty of jobs that you can make $12,000 a month.
Of course. Well,
yeah.
I wouldn't say plenty. There are jobs where you can make 12,000 a month. I don't know if I'd say plenty of jobs, but also I don't know like how, what her skill set / education is. So maybe not for her. There's not plenty of jobs.
She could be a software engineer.
There you go. Anyways, I don't know.
12,000 a month.
I stand by my statement. I think if someone wants to fuck 100 men in one day and now 1,000 men in one day, that's an indication of mental or emotional instability. I stand by that.
Right.
So more so than even the standard OnlyFans, model or anyone that does porn.
I'm open to arguments that we should ban OnlyFans. I know some people have talked about that. I'm not necessarily sure. I think banning OnlyFans might be a net positive for society. The question is whether or not it would be an imposition on individual. I guess it would automatically be an imposition on individuals. It would be an imposition on any hot, slutty girl that wants to be like a millionaire. But there's so many people on OnlyFans who probably suffer nothing but downside because they're playing that "Am I hot enough?" like lottery ticket. That there are probably far more women that are harmed by OnlyFans than the ones that make enough money to make it worthwhile for them. I'm just spitballing here. So you got any?
I don't
You
know.
disagree?
I don't have a strong stance on banning it.
Well, I don't
or
really have a
not
strong
banning it.
stance on it either, but
Yeah, I haven't really thought about it.
I know there are a lot of people that are like, OnlyFans has to go. The thing is it aren't once the sex robots come, they're pretty much going to put all these OnlyFans girls out of business, right? Because all the guys are going to be running the OnlyFans.
There's
with
no
the sex robots.
Right, yeah, that's true. And then everyone
It's
will get a
like
sex robot. So we're going to go super. out of business, right?
Everyone is going to get a sex robot, and they're going to have an OnlyFans with their sex robot on it.
I think the thing with like banning the OnlyFans, it's kind of like it's like going to the doctor because you're fat and so you're getting diabetes and they just kind of like give you insulin shots. I'm like, okay, but you didn't fix the problem, right? like OnlyFans didn't create a problem. It's a response to a problem. Like if all those if guys were in, normal, healthy relationships, I'd wager, I'm assuming that the overwhelming majority, now I know this isn't true for everyone, but I'm assuming the majority of men that are spending money on OnlyFans are single or in relationships that are bad. I think if the majority of people were in healthy relationships, they wouldn't be wasting their money on OnlyFans or something like that. So
right.
I think we got to figure out how to fix sort of the dating problem. And then I think the OnlyFans problem will solve itself after that. So
Yeah, but maybe the guys are lonely because they're in these parasocial relationships with somebody on OnlyFans. And if OnlyFans didn't exist, they'd be forced to go out in the world and get an actual girlfriend.
But okay, so you know what's gonna happen if you ban OnlyFans? Then you're next gonna have to ban all the. I get like these million ads all of a sudden on my phone when I play my phone games. They have like a million of these girl chatbot game app things coming out.
Really?
Yeah, that's gonna be the next OnlyFans. People fucking talking to the chatbots constantly. That's gonna be the next thing, and then after that's gonna be the sex robots that you're talking about. There's always gonna be something next. So it's just, I think you got to fix the problem, not the reaction to the problem. I mean, you could be right in that it's like a feedback loop, and maybe it's making things worse. But I don't think OnlyFans is what created the problem in the first place.
Yeah. We can just ban it for a while and see what happens.
There you go. Sulfur Joy says, some people are saying that Luigi wouldn't get this much support if he wasn't white, male, or rich. Dumb, but should we start using woke arguments against these people, at least as a joke? I don't know. It's kind of a dangerous game to play that. It is. I don't know if you should use. It's just the irony of the situation is kind of overwhelming, Luigi. You have a rich white guy from a rich family kills someone who came from humble beginnings and basically climbed their way up you know, the job ladder, and people are plotting it like he's a fucking class hero when, you know, it's more likely, like even like with Karl Marx, it seems like all these people are, you know, these upper class kind of privileged fuckheads. That seems to be
elite
kind of
overproduction.
Yeah, it's the elite overproduction thing. Just constantly seems to create this exact same scenario again and again and again. So
It does. Yeah. The elites and the counter elites.
I think
It's like, where's my place?
I think people should just like, they got to figure out some funny name for him that has to do with the fact that he peed his pants, because that instantly sort of you know, demystifies or destatifies anyone if they peed their pants. So you got to think of some clever name, the, you know, peed his pants shooter or something, to kind of you know, just refer to him like, oh, you, like whenever it comes up, you know, in the news conversation, oh, the peed his pants shooter, that guy, that's the guy that you're thirsting over, the peed his pants shooter. Okay, right. Listen, you gotta get that's who it is. You gotta get Scott Jennings on CNN next time they talk about this on CNN's. He's got to be like, oh, the peed his pants shooter, that guy. That's what you're talking about. We're talking about the peed his pants shooter, really, that guy. Okay,
pee pants.
The pee pants shooter. That's even better. Look, the pee pants shooter, that guy. You're thirsting after the pee pants shooter. Okay, listen, I mean, you know, I'm not into the water sports, but you know, whatever. All right, each his own.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
The real Holsonator for $5. Sitch, I'm fat enough to not eat during the apocalypse. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that about Sitch, or are you telling us that about you, Holsonator? Are you a fatty?
I mean, it's good if listen, it's good to have a little bit of extra weight, you know, for the
I know.
The apocalypse.
Arithmetic for $2.
Oh,
go ahead.
Arithmetic for $2 says, well, fuck me, Sitch. I guess I'm fucking retarded then. I didn't know. Listen, I lost my temper.
Was it Arithmus the one that did that super chat? You should ban him.
But I'm not going to ban Arithmus. I like Arithmus. Listen, I lost my temper. I shouldn't have called you retarded. But it's very frustrating that I'll say something like 20 times and then Adam,
I just ignore
or
you.
the chat will like literally not, they'll like block out 99% of it. And then there's one thing they say, oh, you said this. And it's just like, holy shit. I don't know. I cannot understand how to deal with people just who don't listen, of how many, to like what the issue is again and again and again and again and again and again. So
can I make a counter argument?
Make a counter argument. Yeah.
Okay. So your argument is Trump wanted to prosecute, but no one will play ball with him. They said, you're going to get impeached, so you can't do this. So Trump backed off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't you make the argument that Trump, the guy who came up with like the phony elector scheme, who did January 6th, if he wanted to push harder to get some kind of investigation going with Hillary Clinton, he could have?
Like, you could make that argument, sure.
Okay. So, but then wouldn't you be saying like he's a good boy for not pushing further than that, for just stepping back at like step one?
No. Well, first of all, that's
Okay.
not actually what the reporting said. The reporting said he did continue to try to do this
So
for a while.
he was
Okay.
persistent.
Right. They didn't give specifics, so I don't know what specifics are, but
Okay.
so who knows?
But
again, you can make the argument. As I said, I just want people to be honest about it. Okay. Donald Trump tried to do this thing. And this is something that if you want to be honest with yourself and with talking about politics, you have to say, yes, it was a failing. Number one, it was a failing of Donald Trump to run on like locking up his political opponents is a failing, number one. Number two, it is a personal failing that he tried to do it. That's all. Okay. You can still fucking vote for the guy. You can make up whatever, reasons or rationales you want to vote for him anyway. Just be honest with what happened. That's all I'm asking for. Just be honest.
He knows now. He's very careful about saying, if anyone's done anything illegal, I think we should investigate, right? If there's any kind of corruption, I think we should investigate. So he's basically saying, I'm not going to go after people unless there's a there.
Wait, run that by me again.
Well, he said he's done various interviews where people keep hammering him on this. This is something obviously people are afraid of, rightfully so for all the reasons that you're stating. So they say, are you going to go after people? You're hiring Cash Patel. Cash Patel has a hit list.
Right.
And Trump in the various interviews, I think we watched one.
We watched one, yeah.
Yeah. He's very careful to say, I'm going to let them deal with it. If there's any kind of corruption or anything like that, we just can't let it go. We can't just say, no way. So he's saying, if they're doing corrupt things, we're going to investigate them. If they're not doing corrupt things, they have nothing to worry about. So the thing people generally worry about.
That's the answer. What do you mean? Like, and I even said this when we watched the interview, and you agreed that that was the classic. He gave the classic bullshit boss answer, which is, I'm not going to be the bad cop. I'm not going to be the bad guy. I'm just going to hire the guy who's going to be the bad cop, bad guy, and I'm just going to let him do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, that's the most standard way to answer that question when you hire the guy who's going to do all those bad things, but you just want to kind of like pass the buck to them.
Right. Or if they find actual corruption there, they can't really say let bygones be bygones. They're in a situation where everyone will say, "Oh my God, you're turning your back on corruption. You're just letting them get away with it." So, right?
Okay.
Well, it depends upon what the case is.
Obviously, it depends on what the case is. Sure.
Yeah. So, but we'll see. We'll see. Obviously. So,
the problem is that this is not a situation.
Put some money down on this.
This is not a situation where, like, there's obviously a theoretical possibility, or a world, I should say. It's a theoretical world, or there's just a possibility where, Shifty Shift and Liz Cheney, all these fucking people are like, did super illegal things and should go to jail.
Are
like,
corrupt.
Yes, are super corrupt, did super illegal things, should go to jail, or horrible fucking people, right? That's obviously possible. The problem is the person, Donald Trump, the one who's sort of making the claims or sort of putting the people in power to investigate this, is the most fucking biased, untrustworthy source to adjudicate that whatsoever. And Cash Patel is not exactly brimming with like, this is a person who's going to objectively investigate the situation, right? So it doesn't breathe. I don't feel a lot of confidence in sort of Donald Trump's statements on this and Cash Patel's choice in terms of, your response saying, yes, but Sitch, there could be actual corruption there. And I say, yes, there could. But I'm not feeling very confident about, these chuckle fucks' ability to ferret it out properly or honestly.
We'll see, right?
We'll see.
We're gonna look in detail at all that stuff.
We will look in detail, yeah.
Cash Patel is gonna, if he's gonna drop some kind of indictment, we're gonna read it. We're gonna say,
we're gonna read it.
Here it is. Look. It just so happens Zelensky's got the DM screenshot.
Mm-hmm.
They can fake DM screenshots, so it's probably not good evidence.
Saul says, to be fair, Trump didn't say he would direct the FBI or DOJ to go after the January 6th committee members, just that he personally thinks they should go to jail. To be clear, I just signed up to leave the GOP and I'm officially an independent. Well, now I don't have the exact tweets or the multiple tweets that he said, so I don't remember his exact language. But if that's true, when the person who won the presidency says, oh, I just think that this person should go to jail, and I'm just going to appoint a person in the FBI who also just thinks those people should go to jail. I don't know. You tell me what that means. You tell me what that says. Okay. Arithmus Fortura says, Sitch, I want you to acknowledge that the word try has a huge spectrum of meaning. Trump asking his attorney general and backing down, and him firing everyone in the FBI and replacing them all with loyalists would both fall under try. That is true. They would both fall under try. I don't really see how that's relevant to anything I said. The implication, as I laid out, okay, the implication when people defend Trump is that he was a good boy. It was just political campaign talk. And that's obviously bullshit. So I don't see how the various flavors of try are related to anything that I was talking about.
Isn't it funny that Kash Patel's name is Patel?
What does that mean?
Like, I did, like 80% of Indians have the name Patel.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Like the most common name.
I think it's funny that his name is Cash, considering all the money he's trying to make off of random shit. So,
What Kash Patel has in common with J. Edgar Hoover on MSNBC. We should watch this.
Oh, I wonder what that's gonna be. Oh, gee.
It's from 13 hours ago. Look, this is brand new. Come on.
There you go.
They're going after Cash.
The whole time
Let's
for
see
2
if
hours
it's
says
fair. Let's see if it's fair and unbiased.
the whole time for 2 hours says the pistol pants, golden trunks. I applaud the effort, but not quite there yet. Not quite there.
What's this? News about Christopher Wray, FBI director, from CBS. Trump FBI pick Kash Patel reacts to Wray's resignation announcement. We should watch this. This will be good.
Okay.
Come on, let's do, well, we're not streaming tomorrow, but on Tuesday, come on, let's do a deep dive into Kash Patel.
Sure.
Let's see. Maybe we can find some there. I want to see.
Is it worth it, or should we just wait and see?
It's totally worth it. What the fuck?
Just wait and see what happens.
It's like 3 months away.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I wanna see. I want to know more about this pick. Everyone's losing their minds over.
Right.
Don't you care? What is this? Espionage. Exposing Spygate. The inside story of how Spygate was uncovered. Lead investigator Kash Patel tells all. From 3 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Epoch Times. Come on, this has to be good.
Okay. Interesting. That makes me think it's like really legit.
Here's one from 3 months ago. A thumbnail of Kash Patel looking crazy.
Yes.
And it says Benghazi. And it has the Clintons in the background laughing. Kash Patel on finding Hillary Clinton's secret email during Benghazi attacks. Come on, that's got to be good. Anyway, I'll watch some of these videos and we'll see.
I got the Epoch Times video. I'll watch it. I'm curious what they say.
Oh, really? You found that one?
Alex Wright for $5 says Trump said the amount of money saved is nowhere near worth the distress, hurt, and harm it caused for American workers. In this case, our longshoremen. Well, there you go. That's definitely a good way to frame it. That they should do a trade. Listen. Wait a minute. This is about I don't know. Is this about the automation thing? I don't agree with that though. I think they should automate. I don't like this whole protectionist, like if there's some technology that's going to make the economy and all our lives more efficient, we can't do it because someone's got to keep their job. Sorry, I can't stand by that.
Yeah, I fundamentally disagree with that perspective.
Right.
Yeah.
Why don't we just not have robot cars? Because all these drivers are going to lose their jobs. Like,
we should automate jobs until there are no jobs, and we can just sit around and like have
Fuck our
sex all
sex
day.
robots. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Jeez.
Get to be a Wally chairs. But yeah, so I think it's a very big, to me, it's a very big difference between saying like bringing jobs back from overseas versus like, okay, like I understand that morally, and I even agree with that morally. I just fundamentally don't agree with the whole protecting jobs from automation. Decking Des Walls with Holly Stug officially for Charles says, I liked what I've seen of the Dota Netflix anime. Oh, interesting. And Decking Des Walls for another $5 says, what crime could a hand sandwich be indicted for? Pig butcher scam. True.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah, that's great.
Not in the face. Thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yes, welcome.
Angry Best Buff for Joe says, Adam, check the short clip I sent you on Twitter. Oh, is that the Zero Flux?
It's not. It's FBI Clinton's mobile device is destroyed with hammer. I don't know if you want to watch it or not.
Oh, that's a fake story. I don't know what the clip is, but that's a fake, 100% a fake story. And I didn't realize it was a fake story until I literally fact checked it live on this stream like last year or months ago, whenever that was.
Mm-hmm.
The story, see, because whenever people tell that story, they make it sound like, this is what I literally thought this for years. And I thought it was crazy. They were like, oh, when they told Hillary Clinton to turn over her emails, she turned around to her staff and she said, destroy my phone. And they did. They took hammers and destroyed the phone, right? Isn't that like the way that this has been framed to me and to, I assume, everyone? And then
it's
when I actually
only like 51 seconds, so we could watch it.
Okay.
Clip.
If you want, you
it's
could
like some news program.
We could check
Let's
it
put it
out.
and watch together.
Oh, is it a watch together rollable clip?
It looks like CNN, so I don't think we get in too much trouble.
Okay.
The Chiron says FBI can't say for sure Clinton's emails weren't hacked.
So, but anyway, let me finish and then we can watch this clip. So what actually happened was they said, Hillary, you got to hand over your devices. And she did. And they said, do you have any old devices? And she said, no, all my old devices, when I'm done with them, I destroy them.
Yeah. Which everyone does.
Which everyone does. And somehow that gets turned around into she destroyed her phone with a hammer in order to avoid justice. So that's the complete tall tale that has been spun, the fake news that has been spun from that story. But I guess that would be like Hillary's find people hoax. It will just continue forever, indefinitely.
Whenever I'm done with my old phone, I just give it to Goodwill with my password.
Oh, really?
Little Post-it note right on top of it.
I just go, hello, vagrant, homeless vagrant. Here's my old device.
You don't do that?
You have no way of charging it living out here on this corner here.
Right.
There's no
here's
service.
The charger.
But have fun.
Oh, no, you change your SIM? Oh, I just give them the old SIM.
Well, I give them the phone, but I don't tell them the passcode. So it's kind of like a dick move, right?
Okay, let's hear this craziness.
Okay.
In the State Department. That's not what won the presidency.
Actually, let me start. I skipped for me. Okay.
They destroyed BlackBerries with hammers in the State Department. That's not what won the presidency.
Actually, Evan, hold on. Can you fact check that? Hang on, Evan Perez. Hammers, fact check that for me, please, on the fly.
Yes, they did, Brooke.
Thanks,
as you mentioned, there were 13 devices, mobile devices, and 5 iPads that the FBI said that, in some way were used with her private email server, and they did, in some cases, just destroy them with hammers when they were done using them.
That's a pretty good way of destroying. She forgot her training. No, it's not. That is absolutely not following the rules and regulations of the State Department. You know it. Your 52 reasons just went down to 1. No reasons left. Listen.
We see. It was so fascinating because he said exactly. He said it shittily, but he said exactly what I just said. But that guy immediately twisted it around to, well, she didn't dispose of the devices properly, the way the State Department says. That's a far different claim than when she was asked to hand them over, she destroyed them with hammers.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Here's the bottom line here. This is somebody who's disqualified from becoming president. She said that she didn't remember her training because of her concussion.
Boris,
does she still not remember things?
Enough with your grandstanding.
These are all facts.
You didn't know about the Hillary cognitive decline story, did you?
That's kind of hilarious. I didn't know about the cognitive decline. She got a concussion. That's pretty fucking absurd.
How old is this shit?
That.
I said that
in
some way were used.
Hang on, Evan.
I'm like, what's the Dow?
So wait, here's the question. If this guy is saying that Hillary can't be president because she didn't properly have her emails on the server, right? Which, by the way, I mean, I think criticizing Hillary for that is 100% fair.
Yeah, what kind of idiot?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Does that mean that Trump shouldn't be president because of his handling of top secret information?
Well, I mean, Trump is a unique case.
Oh, okay. I just
no. Look, I'm joking.
I know you are.
I'm trying to get under
tone of voice.
Ace's skin.
Yes. It is interesting how these issues keep seeming to reflect, right? Hillary has her classified information problems. Trump has his classified information problem. I don't know. It's fun.
Who doesn't have problems with a little classified information?
That's true.
Right? I'm sure lots of people have classified information.
Decking Dev's Walls for $5 says, conservatively, there's 192,000 feet of male organ taken. Use an average UK length and 120 thrusts per minute, not calculating variances. Jesus
wow.
Christ.
You've really done the math on this.
I'm a little disturbed that you did the calculation on that one. Okay. There you go. That's true. Unlike Hillary, Trump didn't destroy the files. He left them in the bathroom for everyone to see. Y'all, you need good reading material, right? When you're taking a dump. That's a good point. Fondue for $2 says, the pea shooter, Sitch. That's an easy layup. The pea shooter.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, that's an easy one. You're correct. And I get it. I see what you did there. But it's not quite it. It's not sticky. It needs to be sticky. I think the pea pants shooter, the PP pants shooter is a little better than the pea shooter. It's not 1930s, okay? People use pea shooters anymore. Decking Dev's Walls for $5 says, massively mess up that calculation. It's actually 19,000 feet or about 3.5 miles. Don't drink and derive, kids. There you go.
Well, I hope you're not super chatting and driving. So
no, he's deriving, like deriving the math. Yeah, it's a pun.
That's hilarious.
That was good. Well, listen, taking 3.5 miles of cock is a lot of cock to take. Okay, so not a fan. Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, you guys know some people are very sexually active and don't relate to sex in such a serious matter as the rest of society, right? That is true.
Of course.
Those people are degenerates. Jack Rama for 20 months says, YouTube won't let me post yellow, another word for line or mark. What? Another word for line or mark?
I don't know.
Jay Shields for $5 says, the wet assassin, a wet ass. Yeah, it's funny because I was thinking of, I don't know if you remember, do you remember in Home Alone? They were like the leaky bandits.
I never saw Home Alone, remember? You chastised me for it.
Jesus Christ. I
I
must have
know,
blocked that out of
everyone
my
hates it.
fucking mind. That's insane. What a
Home Alone
psychotic.
always looked like a crazy, stupid movie. So I was
What
like,
a psychopath. Never seen Home Alone? Jesus.
I'm going to go see Lost Highway instead.
Can't even get this.
That's what I was like.
The leaky shooter. The leaky pants shooter. I don't know. Something like that. The
What
wet
year did
bandits.
Home Alone come out?
The wet bandits. The wet pants shooter. The wet shooter. Something like that.
I'm going to find out when Home Alone came out. 1990. Home Alone.
The sticky bandits. The sticky shooter. The sticky shooter. The
Okay.
sticky shooter. Okay, you got some nice alliteration with that.
You were watching Home Alone
Yeah.
I was watching Goodfellas.
Wow. That came out the same year?
Also came out in 1990. Yeah.
So wait, you had Joe Pesci was the same year in Goodfellas and in Home Alone. He was busy that year. That's funny.
I guess so. Look, it's two completely different
That's funny.
characters too, right?
That's funny.
You were watching Home Alone and I was watching Edward Scissorhands.
I was watching Edward Scissorhands when I was a kid.
Oh, you saw that too?
Of course, yeah.
No, you didn't. You
Yeah, I
only
saw it as a
saw
kid.
Home Alone.
What do you mean?
Your mom would only let you see one movie.
Oh, really?
One movie a year.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, my parents
I
liked that movie.
saw Total Recall and you saw Home Alone.
I also saw Total Recall as a child. Even the 3 boobs.
Holy shit, what is this? Captain America came out in 1990? Who the fuck
No,
is
that was the weird, shitty Captain America. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Painful to
very
even
bad.
see that.
There's a Red Letter Media about it.
Oh, there is?
It's pretty funny.
You were watching Home Alone and all the lamos were out watching Dances with Wolves and going crazy about how great
how amazing
it
was.
is.
Yes. Okay. I do remember everyone losing their mind over that movie.
Yeah.
And then it got a remake and it made $1 billion.
Dances with Wolves?
Yeah.
Did it really?
Yes. You don't know about this?
Oh, no.
It's called Avatar.
Oh, yeah. Not an actual, not a sanctioned remake.
Oh, okay.
A knockoff.
A knockoff. Knockoff that way outperformed the original. Alex Reiferfighter says, what happened to the 40-year-old longshoreman left to find a new career? You can't expect workers to roll over. What's their recourse? Yeah, I mean, I don't expect workers to roll over. Obviously, they're going to fight for what's in their own best interest. So I don't know. And that's a good question. I don't know what the recourse is. I don't know what the recourse is for anyone that's job gets sort of replaced by technology. I just, from a broad societal perspective, I just do not ever see that being the correct solution to anything.
A lot of people build identities now about what they like, the types of things that they like, the types of things that they purchase.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see why it would be impossible for people to build identities around those types of things instead of identities around what they do for work. I think a lot of people who just work dumb jobs probably don't think of their dumb job as part of their identity anyway, right? They probably think of their identity much more around the things that they like.
I mean, I don't know what is all within the skill set of longshoremen and what even that would translate to. I don't know enough about the specific job to say. And I don't know if it is an identity issue. And I think it's generally probably better for people. I mean, I get what you're saying. If you have, like, if you work in a slaughterhouse, right, or an Amazon warehouse or something, right?
Yeah, is that part of your identity?
Right, like that. Yeah, like most people probably don't want to have that be part of their identity, or think of that necessarily as part of their identity.
But a lot of the people
I get that.
A lot of the people who talk about the automation and losing jobs as people losing some innate part of their identity. They all fucking have jobs that is part of their identity. So that's why they're making that argument, right?
Right.
I'm a respected doctor. I'm a respected attorney.
Right.
What are they going to do?
But we just can't do it. I don't know what to tell you. We can't have a society where if we were to do something where we can't literally improve technology because someone's going to lose their job, I mean, we'd still be banging sticks together. There's no other way around it.
Yeah,
Louis, you tell that anecdote about how, there was this big uproar when they switched from gas street lamps to electric street lamps because there was there was a guild of workers who would go out there and they'd light all the street lamps, and that's all those jobs just evaporate because now you have an electric street lamp and someone just pushes a switch, in City Hall somewhere and they all go on, right?
Yeah. UBI is a response to an automation problem, a response to a job problem. Whenever this comes up, people always jump to well, we need people to do things like
Right.
we can't automate every single job. And I'm like, yeah, that's totally true. But we are approaching a time where there's going to be a large portion of the workforce that there just isn't a job for them to do, because anything they could possibly do will be done more efficiently and better by robots. So what are you going to do about those people?
Right.
They're going to be fucking starving in the street? Like, who wants that?
I mean, it's like, okay, we have this really scumfuck law in place right now where, you know, American boats essentially can't port from one American port to another American port consecutively because of some retarded law that maybe made sense, you know, 80 years ago. And it's like, okay, if we got rid of that, you know, it'd be better for everyone in terms of the economy, in terms of being able to ship goods across America, but truck drivers would lose work. Okay. So do we have to sacrifice, you know,
oh my God,
like helping the entire economy because truck drivers would lose work? The same thing with like self-driving cars. Are we going to take the completely game-changing technology of self-driving cars, which are going to revolutionize society, I think, in a positive direction, and we just can't do it because people will lose jobs? Like, I'm sympathetic. I'm not saying that, you know, fuck those people. I'm sympathetic to people losing their jobs. There's no way around it.
It's crazy because we're going to be doing that for automated trucks.
We are.
Well, we could just change the law so
they're
ships
gonna,
could do it much cheaper
right.
anyway.
Or we could do both. I mean, we'd hope to do both. So
yeah,
people have to move forward. I know I'm in a privileged position, or maybe I'm not, because who the fuck knows, you know, with AI, you know, generative stuff becoming more and more popular, I think a lot of entertainment jobs are going to be replaced. People are going to make their own, you know, user-made content. I think it's going to become more and more, you know, mainstream once anyone could fucking type in some, you know, script into something and make a movie out of it. So
yeah,
I mean, the entire movie industry is going to like get fucking annihilated, I think, in like 20 years. Because who's going to spend all this money when any fucking asshole like you or me could punch our scripts into some AI and make a movie?
Watching movies is very much a communal pastime, though. So it's, if someone does type in something that is like, oh my God, this is great, immediately they'll want to share it with other people. They'll be trying to get someone to watch the movie.
Oh, no, yes, the experience will be shared, yes. But I'm saying, like, how many people are going to lose their jobs in Hollywood from AI? It's going to be astronomical.
Oh, lots, yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be, and this is true for all jobs. All jobs, the amount of jobs lost from AI is going to be a lot. Now, I don't know, maybe will this be any different? Maybe this will be the same as all technology where people lose their jobs and then more jobs end up being created. Or maybe this will be different and we'll just all be fucked and have to be UBI. I can't tell you the answer to that question, but
I don't think we'll be fucked, because what will happen is there'll be like an age of abundance.
Right.
Like more and more stuff will be produced. There'll be less and less. People will get a UBI, and how you spend your UBI is part of how you will create your identity. Now, I know that sounds pathetic. Everybody's like, oh my God.
No one wants to believe it.
Well, you'll still be able to invest and play games, and like if you want to build a company or do something that you think other people will like, you'll still have that opportunity. It's not like the things that we have now will be out of reach. So
Real Hall's for $2 says, I think Muggy wins with the pea shooter.
Oh, pea shooters. That works.
That was okay. Real Hall's for another $5 says, I think you're both wrong. I had way more pride as a landscaper than as a software engineer. I miss it. That makes sense. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. So, you know, it's funny. There's a lot of, you know, people much prefer outdoors jobs that are physical than, you know, sitting in the dark programming or, you know, being on a computer all day.
Look,
that makes complete evolutionary sense. So
I enjoy working with my hands. I like making things.
Yep.
I like working on cars.
Right.
Like building things.
Makes perfect sense.
I dig that shit.
Metalworks 41190 for $5 says, I know it's not popular, but I miss Adam talking about UBI and MMT. I wish you guys would do a random econ stream just to spite the haters.
Yeah, look, I love economics, and the tariff thing is kind of interesting. So we'll see.
Arithmus for $2 says the PP Pew Pew. That's your shooter name right there. The PP Pew Pew. That is pretty good. That's good, but I just realized that is a good one. The PP Pew Pew. That's like a good internet one. But it's got to be something Scott Jennings can say on CNN. Can Scott Jennings say the PP Pew Pew? Right? I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could hear him say that. That's like a good internet. That's a good Twitter one though. The PP Pew Pew, or like a 4chan one. Well, listen. We're gonna keep working on it. Okay. We're gonna spread this out here. This is it. This is the way to defeat them on the messaging for this one. Holtzner for 2 hours says, well, I fucking hate the thought of giving people free anything. AI and automation will demand neo-feudalism, mass depopulation, UBI, or a combination of the three. I vote UBI unless we can depopulate only the left. Jeez.
Oh, wow.
Terrible. Holtzner for 2 hours says, that's so silly. I've destroyed a PC with a sledgehammer and had no confidence that it removed the data from the hard drives. So I magnetized it, then burned it. I got paid $25 an hour for this. Amazing times. That's fun. That's fun. I know when I was a kid, my dad would just hand me the computer and I just like pull out the little memory chips and just break them. Also with a hammer. So I didn't think to use a magnet. That does make sense.
Can't you just like dip a hard drive in salt water and leave it in there for 24 hours and it's pretty much toast?
I mean, I guess you could. It's more fun to take a hammer and like beat something when you're like in middle school.
Right.
So
I guess that really can't be put back together, right?
I wouldn't think so, but I don't know enough about it to comment.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Oh, wow. Holy
cow. The Real Health 98 for $5 says, I don't like feeling helpless, Adam. That's why UBI and unemployment scares me. I mean, that's totally fair and correct. But people are always going to find something to do. So.
Doesn't make, I don't know. It just depends upon the situation. So, but this was great. I had a lot of fun. This is so cool.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true people that will know how to make classy, family-friendly Pokemon and not degenerate furry bait Pal World pals. And you are the true people who would never, ever lie about getting permission from the Nigerian government, about flying in their airspace, potentially causing the death of an American hostage. So we'll see you all on Tuesday. Alex Weiskup for 2 hours says, hey boys, I just joined. What did I miss? You missed a lot. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
What is this? Trump wants to get rid of daylight savings time.
Oh, I know. That's the best.